Chapter 56. Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly and carefully placed this thing that had saved his family's lives into his arms. Lu Yueming didn't wait for Zhang Xiaolong to speak and ordered, "You four ride the original horses and go quickly. Don't touch the things of these thieves. Leave the corpses and horses where they are. I heard that there are 3 leaders in Shitsui Mountain. It seems that they have been killed by me. It is estimated that Shitsui Mountain will scatter in the future. You don't have to worry about their revenge. In addition, you don't have to hide the fact that I saved you, but remember not to say my name or the name of Misty School. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaolong didn't quite understand, but he nodded deeply. Then, the 4 of them rode on one horse and moved forward. Lu Yueming also jumped on the horse and was about to leave. But looking at the mess on the side of the road, he frowned and thought for a while. Then he jumped off the horse and put the 7 corpses on the remaining 7 horses. He loosened the reins and let the horses run on their own. Then he got on the horse again and galloped away. The road was quiet again. After the time it took to eat a meal, the people who were hiding nearby stealthily snuck over. Seeing that there were no bandits by the roadside, they tidied up the bridal sedan chairs and other things, thinking that the bride and groom had already been murdered. Feeling sorry for them and lucky for their own luck, they slowly returned to Guozhuang. In the small courtyard of Guozhuang House, since Zhang Xiaolong led the wedding procession out, the people in the family were busy. They not only greeted the neighbors in the village and asked them to sit down, but also prepared all the things needed for the wedding ceremony according to the countryside. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei ran in and out almost without touching the ground. They kept muttering something and looked here and there, for fear of missing something. When the sun was high in the sky, the couple was slightly relieved and sat down tiredly. This poor family was so tired to marry a wife. Wouldn't the rich family be tired to death? But they forgot that they had special servants. How could they do it themselves? Everything was prepared at home, and the necessary ceremony had been entrusted to the people in the village who were familiar with it, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Seeing that it was still early, the 2 of them went to the head chef to get some food and hurried to fill their stomachs. After resting for a short while, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei arrived at their grandmother's hut. Their grandmother had woken up early. Guo Sufei had made a new set of clothes for her mother a few days ago. She had just put it on today. When her grandmother heard someone coming in, she asked, "Guo Sufei? Xiaolong and the others are back, right?" Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Mother, not yet, but I think it will be soon. Please come with us to the central room and wait." Grandma was also very happy and agreed repeatedly. The couple carefully supported their grandmother to the central room and sat down in the chair in the middle. His grandmother's health was extremely poor, and she was usually lying in bed. On Zhang Xiaolong's wedding day, he needed to kowtow to his parents and elders. Today, his grandmother forced herself to stay awake, waiting for her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to kowtow to her. Her lifelong wish was finally fulfilled. However, after sitting for a long time, they didn't hear the sound of firecrackers and musical instruments at the entrance of the village. Seeing that it was time, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei couldn't help but feel anxious. Even their grandmother seemed to be unable to hold on. Just when everyone was guessing, suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, it's Lu Er, the Suona player. Why did he come back?" Sure enough, across the low courtyard wall of the Zhang family's courtyard, a person could be seen running here from a distance. Wasn't he one of the people in the wedding procession? Zhang Kai's heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew something was wrong and immediately rushed out of the central room. Before he reached the courtyard, he heard Lu Er's horse shout, "Not good, Xiaolong and his wife encountered the bandits of Shitsui Mountain." This sentence was like a ladle of water dripping into a pot of oil. The Zhang family's small courtyard immediately exploded. Some timid people immediately patted their buttocks and ran away like a wisp of smoke, as if the horse thief was right in front of them. most of the people were talking to each other. Some of their faces were obviously gloating, and some of them were regretful. It was not clear whether they were regretting Zhang Xiaolong or Lu Qian, but most of them were sympathetic. Before Zhang Kai rushed to the gate of the courtyard, he heard a cry behind him, "Mother!" Zhang Kai's heart thumped. He quickly turned back and ran to the central room. Sure enough, he saw his grandmother lying on the ground with a pale face. She had fainted. Guo Sufei was crying and rubbing her grandmother's chest in a hurry, trying to help her grandmother get the thick phlegm out of her throat. Zhang Kai also hurried forward and kept knocking on her grandmother's back. Fortunately, her throat squirmed for a while. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm, followed by a mouthful of blood. She said, "Xiaolong," she was already on the verge of death. At this time, Guo Sufei had no time to think about Zhang Xiaolong. She cried and carried her mother to the bed in the small room with Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu. The husband and wife had time to look at each other. They really didn't understand. How could a happy event turn into a funeral in a blink of an eye? The husband and wife looked at their grandmother whose face was pale gold. They felt like a knife was being twisted in their hearts. Zhang Xiaolong's life was uncertain, and their mother was going to go far away. What should they do? Zhang Kai left Guo Sufei to take care of her grandmother. He and Zhang Xiaohu then went to the central room. Some of the people in the courtyard had already left. Many people had also entered the central room and were listening to Lu Er. Seeing Zhang Kai come in, Lu Er started talking from the beginning. This Lu Er's mouth was also very nimble. He actually described Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua's archery to how they solved the difficult problem vividly. He also remembered Zhang Xiaolong's poem without missing a word. Hearing this, the people praised Zhang Kai for having two good sons. At the same time, they also felt sorry. These two good children were probably in danger now. Zhang Kai was even more distressed when he heard this. He was anxious to know what happened when they encountered the bandits, but Lu Er's description was so detailed that he wished he could tear his mouth open and dig out the last words. When Lu Er said, "Four fiendish bandits with weapons in their hands chased us away," he stopped talking. Everybody was startled and asked, "And then?" Lu Er said innocently, "No, I don't know where they went. But I was worried about Brother Zhang, so I quickly came to report." Zhang Kai seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw. He asked, "Then, you didn't see how the bandits dealt with Xiaolong and the others?" Lu Er said, "No, the bandits drove us away. Xiaolong and Xiaohua, as well as the two girls in the sedan, stayed behind." Zhang Kai felt lucky and said, "Xiaolong and the others might not be dead yet." Everyone nodded in agreement. But they were thinking the same thing as Zhang Kai. The bandits had left them behind, so the chances of them surviving were not high. Even if they could survive, the delicate bride and bridesmaids would have been eaten by the wolves. No matter what, the Zhang family's wedding today would be ruined. Sigh, good people don't have good karma. The Zhang family's good deeds usually turned into good karma, but in the end, they didn't have any good karma. Fate really made fools of people. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he couldn't sit still. He said, "Father, I'll go take a look now. What happened to big brother and third brother?" When he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Before Zhang Kai could say anything, everyone immediately pulled him back and said, "Lao Er, you're the only male in the family right now. We can't let anything happen to you. You can't go by yourself. Wait a moment. We'll organize the strong men in the village. It won't be too late to go after we get weapons." Thus, everyone in the courtyard quickly went out and mobilized the young laborers of the Guozhuang house. They held hoes and other tools in their hands and prepared to go to the place where the incident happened to see what happened. But just as the group of loose people walked out of the Guozhuang house's village entrance, they saw a horse coming towards them, carrying 4 people on its back. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized them and shouted loudly, "It's Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua. Ah, they're back. They're still alive." Everyone cheered and rushed over. Zhang Xiaohu rushed at the front of the crowd. When everyone received Zhang Xiaolong and the others, they saw the tattered clothes on the two brothers and the blood on their bodies. A few people carefully carried Zhang Xiaolong down. Zhang Xiaohu also carried Zhang Xiaohua down from the horse. He looked at the marks on his shoulder with heartache. Lu Qian and Lu Yeye didn't get down from the horse. They were still in shock and their legs were still weak. They couldn't walk. Some people led the horses forward slowly. Some people with fast legs had already run back to report to the Zhang family. Before the crowd reached the center of the village, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei, who had received the news, had already rushed over. When they saw their sons and daughter-in-law were alive and well, they couldn't help but cry. They only used their hands to carefully touch their sons' wounds and said, "Good, good." It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the Zhang family's courtyard that Guo Sufei woke up from her dream. She said, "Xiaolong, Qian, come over and meet your grandmother." At this time, she didn't care whether Lu Qian could walk or not. She went forward to help her get down from the horse and helped her walk into her grandmother's house. Grandmother was already a little delirious at this time. When she heard that her grandson came back alive, she couldn't help but feel refreshed. There was a flush on her face. Her gray eyes seemed to be able to see her beloved grandson and granddaughter-in-law. She muttered, "Bow to heaven and earth, bow to heaven and earth." Hearing her mother's words, Guo Sufei also woke up. The custom in the village was that when a happy event met with a funeral of an elder, one had to step back. Grandmother didn't want to delay Zhang Xiaolong's wedding because of her departure. Therefore, Guo Sufei also gritted her teeth and hurriedly asked Zhang Kai to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Grandmother was also energized at this time. She insisted on going to the central room to accept the kneeling of her new daughter-in-law and grandson. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai had no choice but to carry their mother to the central room. "Please collect, thank you." Chapter 57. The wedding ceremony of Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian was carried out in a hurry in the central room of the Zhang family's small courtyard. On the chair in the middle of the central room, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother was reclining there with a flushed face. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were holding her arms on both sides. When Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian kowtowed to her, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother smiled very brightly. However, the blush on her face was fading visibly. When the villagers who specialized in etiquette shouted, "The ceremony is over," the bride and groom entered the bridal chamber. Only then did the blush fade away. Zhang Xiaolong closed her eyes peacefully with a smile on her face. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai felt that their hands were heavy. Guo Sufei immediately shouted sadly, "Mother." This was the second time today that she called her mother in the central room, and it was also the last time. At this time, Lu Qian did not care about the rules. She tore off the red veil and carried her grandmother's body back to the small house with Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai. In the courtyard, the people in the central room looked at each other. They did not know whether the Zhang family was going to hold a wedding or a funeral today. Only the acquaintances who knew the situation secretly wiped their tears. Zhang Xiaolong walked into the small house with the help of Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. On the bed in the small house, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother was lying there as if she was sleeping peacefully. Without the interference of the illness and the fear of disturbing her grandson's sleep, she was sleeping peacefully with a smile on her face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his grandmother's face that had been engraved in his heart. It seemed that he did not feel sad, but his heart was empty, very empty. His mother's sorrowful cry came into his ears. He himself was very puzzled. He should be very sad, but why was he not? Was his grandmother really resting? No, definitely not. Zhang Xiaohua could not feel the life that he could feel a few days ago in his grandmother's body. His grandmother was really gone. She really left him. Zhang Xiaohua silently looked at her crying mother, father, and brothers. There were no tears in the corners of her eyes, and her eyes weren't even red. In his grandmother's small house, the mournful cries of the relatives continued for a long time before most of the people in the courtyard dispersed. When Zhang Kai calmed himself down and came out, he looked at the villagers in the courtyard. He could only apologetically cup his hands and ask them to help him put away all the festive items and replace them with the black and white items used for the funeral. When they were done, the wedding procession that had escaped for their lives came back in scattered pieces. When they saw the funeral procession, they thought it was for Zhang Xiaolong and the others. When they heard the explanation, they knew the reason. The musical instruments in the village were used for both festive and funeral processions. When they saw the situation, they sympathized and hurriedly sent people to get the funeral clothes. They changed on the spot, ate some food, drank some water, and immediately played the funeral music. At this time, the people in the Zhang family also put on mourning clothes. Zhang Xiaolong was seriously injured and could only be bedridden again. It was just that pitiful Lu Qian. She had just married into the family and had to change into mourning clothes. She also had to wash and change her grandmother's clothes. It was really difficult for her. Zhang Kai looked at his busy daughter-in-law and his heart was full of guilt. When he was young, his parents died. He did not enjoy the happiness of a family reunion and married into the Guozhuang house. Guo Sufei's parents loved him like a son. After sending off his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Thinking about the little things that happened in this small courtyard, his tears could not help but fall again. Xiaolong had the good fortune to marry Lu Qian. He hoped that when he left in the future, he would not find trouble for them. Grandmother's coffin and clothes were prepared early. Not long after, it was ready. Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, Guo Sufei, and Lu Qian put grandmother's body in the coffin together. They asked people to carry the coffin to the central room. The central room was not big. After the coffin was put in, there was almost no space left. According to the custom in the countryside, the coffin of the funeral had to be left at home for 7 days for the family and relatives to worship. After this time, the lid could be nailed and the coffin could be placed in a place. Funerals were not as good as happy events. There were many things that the family did not care about. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei went to the village patriarch and asked people to come and help. The Guozhuang house's family was also old. There were many people who came to help, so the funeral went smoothly. At night, the noise in the courtyard gradually faded. The swaying light in the central room pulled the shadow of the coffin, which kept swaying in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua and the rest knelt in the small space beside the coffin. Guo Sufei kept sobbing and seemed to have used up all her strength. Lu Qian also knelt beside Guo Sufei and used her hands to support her, wiping her tears from time to time. Her grandmother treated her extremely well. Although they did not talk much, her grandmother would always reveal a kind smile whenever she saw her, which made her feel endless warmth. Although she was already mentally prepared, it was too unexpected for her grandmother to pass away during her wedding ceremony. Thinking about her short ceremony, Lu Qian did not want to blame this kind and considerate elder. Perhaps this was all fate? Lu Qian could also see the apology in Zhang Kai's eyes. She deeply felt the warmth of this family. However, this was the beginning of her marriage to the Zhang family. Would the future be a blessing or a curse? Was this a warning? In fact, looking at Guo Sufei's sad appearance and thinking about her grandmother, she felt that her life was worth living. She had many grandchildren and a harmonious family. Except for some poverty, everything was perfect. She did not know what she would be like when she was old. Just as Lu Qian was thinking about random things, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was also constantly turning. Zhang Xiaohua knelt in the shadow of the corner, looked at the huge coffin in front of him, and thought, is this the final destination of my grandmother's life? Ever since everyone had told them about what had happened at home that night, Zhang Xiaohua had been thinking, if I knew martial arts, I could have chased away the bandits when they attacked. If my brother and I could have married my sister-in-law safely, my grandmother wouldn't have left so early. She would have happily watched my brother and sister-in-law get married. She might even have been able to hold my brother and sister-in-law's child happily. Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts were in a mess. Perhaps, he had thought about a lot of things. Many hypotheses only had one fulcrum, and that was that he must know martial arts and have the ability to turn the tide. But, did he have it? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua finally made the first decision in his life. He wanted to learn martial arts. But, how to learn martial arts? He was still confused, but since he had a target, everything would be easy to handle. Thinking of learning martial arts, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of Misty. From Wenwenhai, Xueqing, to Lu Yueming, everyone left a deep impression on him. That momentum of controlling everything, that pleasure of punishing evil, could only make Zhang Xiaohua's eyes filled with stars. There was also the power of the Misty School. A sign could make people not dare to act rashly. They could take out a few hundred taels of silver without daring to make a sound. For a child who grew up in a mountain village like Zhang Xiaohua, it was an unimaginable temptation. Perhaps, a real man should live like this, and not shelter under the wings of others when disaster struck, and ask for help from a sign. Moreover, even if the leader of the bandits was eliminated, it was hard to guarantee that the bandits would not come back. What should he do at that time? Could a sign make people retreat? Thinking that the lives of his family were tied together by a sign, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with endless emotions. He thought, and his eyes slowly closed along with the swaying of the shadow. He actually fell asleep. The flickering like breathing came to his dreams as promised. At this time, it was midnight. After busying himself with the matters outside and sending off the people who helped, Zhang Kai dragged his tired body back to the central room. In the room, his wife's cries were still there, and her voice was already hoarse. He also went to comfort her. The old woman had already left, and the days had to go on. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Zhang Xiaohua curled up in the corner sleeping. His heart could not help but ache. What a good child. He was busy with the old woman's affairs and forgot about him. Zhang Xiaolong was injured and had already fallen asleep on the kong. His youngest son was also injured. The whip wound on his shoulder made people cry. He had suffered such a serious injury at his age, not much worse than Xiaolong. He just changed his clothes and could not see him, so he forgot about him. Should he blame himself for being careless, or blame himself for having too many things to do today? Zhang Kai was secretly annoyed. He carefully carried Zhang Xiaohua, wanting to carry him back to the kong. Unfortunately, after trying, he could not carry him. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. The child had grown up, and he was also old. He could not be carried when he was young. He called out to Zhang Xiaohu, who was also kneeling in the shadows. The two of them then lifted Zhang Xiaohua up. When they were about to leave the room, Guo Sufei spoke. She wiped her tears and said, "Tonight, let's put Xiaohua in Xiaolong's room. If the child wakes up in the night and thinks of his grandmother, he will be scared." A mother's love was so attentive. Guo Sufei was mourning her mother's death, but when she saw her son, she could still think of her son. Zhang Xiaohu interrupted, "Mother, Xiaohua is asleep. He won't wake up even if you water him." "Don't worry." Guo Sufei said, "That won't do. He's still young. If he wakes up, he will be scared. It's better to put him in Xiaolong's room. I can watch over him." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu then gently put Zhang Xiaohua next to Xiaolong, who was already sleeping soundly. Guo Sufei also washed her face. Holding the oil lamp, she carefully lifted Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Looking at the whip wound on his shoulder, the scar was like a centipede lying on Xiaohua's body. Then looking at Xiaohua's childish face, Guo Sufei could not help but burst into tears again. This child was so seriously injured that he did not even tell her in detail when he came back. After changing his clothes, he went to watch over his grandmother's coffin. He did not even eat dinner. From the morning until now, he had experienced so many hardships and endured so much pressure. As his mother, she had long forgotten about him. At this moment, if he was not so tired, perhaps he would still be accompanying her in the central room. It was better to let him have a good rest. Guo Sufei came out from the inner room and let Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Qian go back to rest. She and Zhang Kai came to accompany her grandmother. Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Qian did not agree at first, but Guo Sufei insisted again and again. Only then did they go back. Zhang Xiaohu naturally slept in the inner room, so that he could take care of his two injured brothers at any time. Lu Qian, on the other hand, fell asleep as soon as she laid down on the Kong bed. Today's encounter was too bizarre. Please accept it. Thank you. In the works related, there is a prose of longing. Everyone, please enjoy it. Chapter 58. The next morning, when the sun rose, a group of people was already waiting quietly in front of the jujube forest on the ring finger of Stoneman Peak. The person in front was the green-clothed and green-scarfed householder Yan Ming. Behind him were three young men, one of whom was Lu Yueming, who had saved Zhang Xiaolong and the others on the road yesterday. Lu Yueming was not as arrogant as he was yesterday. He stood behind the crowd with his hands behind his back, looking at Yanming Jusher in front of him, waiting quietly. It was still the same shadow that crossed the jujube forest at dawn. Yanming Jusher used his qinggong to leap over and left a mark on the two jujube trees. However, after a while, he was stunned. Because on the two jujube trees, other than the two deep marks he had just made, there were no other marks on the tree trunks. What about the sword marks he had made on the tree last month? Scholar Yanming was surprised. The sword mark that was 3 inches deep into the tree couldn't be healed in a month. Even if it was healed, there should still be a mark. Could it be that it wasn't the two jujube trees that were affected? Yanming Jusher's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. If it wasn't the original entrance, I'm afraid it would be troublesome to enter the forest. As he thought about it, he carefully examined the nearby wild jujube trees, but he found nothing. It seemed that he had never carved any marks on the trees of this forest. At this time, a short and stout young man in black clothes with a sincere face came up to him and asked, "Martial Uncle Yanming, do you have any questions?" Yanming Jusher looked back and saw Tan Feng from the Tan family. Scholar Yanming couldn't help but smile. The people from the Tan family were all short, plump, and honest. They looked very reassuring. It was really as if they were from the same family. He smiled and told Tan Feng the reason. When Tan Feng heard this, he said, "That's easy." Then, he said to a thin young man in white, who looked like a scholar, "Brother Zhang, why don't you come with me and see if there are any sword marks on the trees? Brother Lu and Martial Uncle Yanming, can you go over there and see if there are any sword marks?" The scholar was Zhang Zhaoyang from the 10,000 Swords Peak. His face was thin and his eyes were sharp. He didn't say much and only said, "Okay." He then turned around and walked to the other side. Tan Feng followed behind him, his eyes carefully looking at the jujube trees in the periphery. Lu Yueming was still looking at Yanming Jusher with a smile, waiting for his orders. Yanming Jusher didn't say much. After greeting him, he turned around and walked to the other side. Lu Yueming also quickly followed behind him. Yanming Jusher walked a few steps and then slowed down. He muttered in his heart. In fact, the sword mark from last time was in the vicinity. If he went any further, he definitely wouldn't find it. Was there a need to look all around the periphery of the sour date forest? Lu Yueming, who was behind him, seemed to understand his thoughts. He said from behind, "Uncle Yanming, is this where the mark you carved last time?" Yanming Jusher stopped in his tracks and turned around to say, "Yeah, I think there shouldn't be any further ahead." Lu Yueming continued, "Then Uncle Yanming will carefully look around here. How about this junior go and take a look?" Yanming Jusher said with a smile, "The Misty School really is getting stronger with each generation. This sect leader O is so lucky to have all the outstanding disciples under his tutelage. Okay, you go take a look. Be careful. I'll stay here." Lu Yueming also smiled and nodded. He continued to look around, leaving Yanming Jusher behind him. Leaving aside Yanming Jusher, who stayed in place and thought about what to do next, the other three looked from the beginning to the end of the sour date forest. Just as Yanming Jusher expected, they didn't find anything. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. The premise of their previous discussion was to enter from the original entrance. Since the entrance was different from before, then the steps of their discussion were obviously invalid. What should they do? The three of them stood quietly, thinking while waiting for Yanming Jusher's instructions. This time, the three of them came to the five-clawed peak in the same way as the four sects did last time. They all sent their second-generation disciples, but this time they did it more secretly. As early as the leaders of the four sects returned from Mount Wudong, they frequently sent different disciples to different places to deal with affairs. They were afraid that the spies of other sects would figure out their details. These three people were just one of the operations. Only a moment before they set off, the leaders of the four sects told them the goal of this operation and secretly told them everything they should pay attention to. After they left, there were still many disciples sent out continuously. Even many of the core figures in the four sects didn't know who was carrying out what task. Therefore, these three people could hide from the spies of other sects and smoothly arrive here. The disciples who could be sent to participate in this matter were, of course, the leaders of the four sects. After knowing the preciousness of the secret plane, the four sects would not take it lightly. Moreover, these three people had all taken the secret pills of the four sects. Their profound skills were also quite powerful in Jianghu. Otherwise, Lu Yueming alone could easily deal with the 7 people of Shitsui Mountain yesterday. If it were Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing a month ago, it would not be so easy. Although they had made a mistake in their operation, the three of them were all people with calm personalities. Even Tan Feng, who appeared to be a little boorish, remained silent and focused, quietly waiting for Scholar Yanming's orders. Scholar Yanming pondered for a long time and said, "Since the entrance is no longer the same as before, it might not necessarily be unsafe. However, we can't just follow what we've said before and enter the forest according to the chant we used last time. Perhaps there will be a new chant this time. You all should bring your own skins. I'm sure your teachers have already told you how to use them. Now, let's see if the chant is the same." When everyone heard this, they took out their skins from their arms, cut their fingers with a knife, and wiped the blood on it. However, this time everyone, including Yanming Jusher, was even more stunned. The place where the chant was originally displayed was now blank. The others didn't feel anything, but Yanming Jusher immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even though his martial arts had greatly improved, he couldn't help but be on guard. He turned his head and looked around vigilantly. This was too strange. Yanming Jusher, who had originally been ambitious and wanted to go in and reap a harvest, was now unwilling to go in no matter what. He had roamed the Jianghu for so many years and had never heard of words written on skins disappearing. This thing had already exceeded Yanming Jusher's scope of understanding. He was timid and cautious, but as a veteran of the Jianghu, he immediately determined that this was a minefield. They couldn't take half a step forward. The best way was to obediently wait until the 15th of the first month of the next year and try their luck again. However, Yanming Jusher didn't show any signs of fear. He still said casually, since the chant isn't here, there must be two reasons. The first is that this time is the same as last time. The second is that the chant hasn't appeared yet because the time isn't right. Speaking up to this point, he didn't quite believe his own two explanations. If it was the same as last time, then the chant should have appeared just like last time. But what if the time wasn't right? In this world, there really weren't any words that could be related to the time and only appear when the time was right. This was too inconceivable. In short, no matter what the reason was, Yanming Jusher said, we don't have the chant right now. We can't guarantee that the chant we used last time can be used now. In view of this situation, I don't recommend that everyone enter the forest. What do you guys think? The three people in front of Yanming Jusher, although their martial arts weren't as good as his, and their seniority wasn't as high as his, they still represented their respective schools. Yanming Jusher still looked at them very patiently, waiting for their answers. Lu Yueming's eyes turned, but he didn't speak. In fact, before coming here, Peng had already explained that although the matter of the secret plane was very important, the Misty School's current strength was enough. Expanding their territory was the most important thing. Of course, it would be good to be able to enter the secret plane and obtain precious herbs. Even if they couldn't enter, they had to first keep this secret and leave it for next year. Therefore, Lu Yueming already had a plan in mind. Seeing that Yanming Jusher seemed to have the same thoughts as him, he didn't say much. Tan Feng of the Tan family frowned. Previously, the head of the family had said that safety and confidentiality were first. It didn't matter if they didn't enter the secret plane. However, he was very curious. He really wanted to see what kind of place could grow 100-year-old herbs. He weighed for a long time, then raised his head and said, when the head of the family came, he already said that everything here will be arranged by Martial Uncle Yanming. I have no objections. Yanming Jusher nodded, then looked at Lu Yueming. Lu Yueming naturally also agreed. Finally, he looked at Zhang Xiaoyang of the Wanjian Peak. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't frown and think like Tan Feng. His face was calm, his eyes looking at the Swanjajub forest as if it was a small forest where he played as a child. He seemed to have decided long ago, but had been waiting for other people's decision. At this time, seeing that Yanming Jusher listened to his opinion, he smiled faintly and said, Martial Uncle Yanming, my family's sword master has already instructed that no matter what dangers there are in this forest, the herbs inside must be brought back. I think I must explore this Swanjajub forest. Zhang Xiaoyang's words were very unexpected. He thought that he would also listen to Yanming Jusher's arrangement. He wanted to go in, but it gave Yanming Jusher a difficult problem. However, thinking back to the meeting at Wudong Mountain, Wan Qingjiu wanted to go in the most. It was not difficult to understand why he gave this order. But if the others didn't want to go in, did they let Zhang Xiaoyang go in alone? Yanming Jusher pondered for a long time, but didn't know how to answer him. Zhang Xiaoyang saw that Yanming Jusher didn't directly answer him, and naturally knew what he was thinking. He cupped his hands to Yanming Jusher and the other two and said, Martial Uncle Yanming, brothers, I have already made preparations to enter the forest this time. There shouldn't be any danger. If you all don't want to go with me, then let me go in alone. I can also help you all scout the way. What do you think? The last sentence was directed at Yanming Jusher. Chapter 59. Hearing Zhang Xiaoyang's words, Yanming Jusher knew that he had made up his mind. He said to Lu Yueming and Tan Feng, I'm going to stay here. What about you guys? Lu Yueming and Tan Feng looked at each other and said, we won't go in either. We'll stand guard here for Brother Zhang. Yanming Jusher nodded and said to Zhang Xiaoyang, then nephew Zhang, you should go in. You know the chant, right? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Go straight for 10 trees, right for 8 trees, back for 6 trees, left for 6 trees. I've already memorized it in my heart." "Is it correct?" Yanming Jusher said, "That's right. That's the one. Master of 10,000 swords is very thoughtful." This sentence seemed to have a double meaning, but Zhang Xiaoyang didn't care. Instead, he checked his bag and took out a bundle of long, thin, snow-white string. Yanming Jusher's eyes lit up and asked, "Nephew Zhang, is this string woven from snow silk?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, praising, "Martial Uncle Yanming's eyes are indeed sharp. This is indeed woven from the snow silk that can only be found in the frozen lands of the far north, mixed with other precious strands." Yanming Jusher asked again, "I heard that this snow silk is abnormally tough. Ordinary swords can't cut it. Is that true?" Zhang Xiaoyang said, "That's right. Why don't Martial Uncle give it a try?" Yanming Jusher thought for a moment and said, "For nephew Zhang's safety, I'll give it a try." After saying this, he took out the sharp dagger that he used last time and said to Zhang Xiaoyang, "My dagger can cut through iron like mud. Can this string take it?" Zhang Xiaoyang still smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Yanming, there's no harm in trying. When my sword master obtained this string, he already tried it. Other than the divine sword guarding peak, no other sword has been able to leave a mark on it." When Yanming Jusher heard this, he picked up the dagger and used his strength to cut at the snow-white string on the ground. As expected, when he raised his hand, the string didn't leave a single mark. Yanming Jusher couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "The master of 10,000 swords is indeed a good schemer. If you don't sacrifice the child, you can't trap the wolf. To be willing to take out such a treasure, good scheming, good scheming." Zhang Xiaoyang still didn't answer. He picked up the silk rope from the ground and tied one end to the wild jujube tree where Yanming Lei's sword mark, while the other end was tied to his waist. Then, he said to Yanming Lei, "Martial Uncle Yanming, this snow silk has another advantage, which is to use internal strength to shake it. It will transmit the shaking to the other side. Even if the silk rope is tied to the tree, the other side can still feel it. Martial Uncle Yanming, please wait here. After this junior enters the forest, please send a message every once in a while." This junior has also replied, saying that this junior is safe. When this junior reaches the other side of the forest, I will send for messages to senior. At that time, if you still want to enter, please follow the silk rope's finger and lead it inside. How about it? How about it? Yanming Jusher smiled and said, "All right, then we'll have to trouble Martial Nephew. We'll just wait for the ready-made one." Then, Zhang Xiaoyang took out the leather from Wanjian Peak and handed it to Yanming Jusher, saying, "Martial Uncle Yanming, if I encounter any mishap in the forest, please return this leather to my family's sword master." Yanming Jusher stared blankly and frowned, saying, "Such a precious item, how can your family's sword master be at ease with giving it to me?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Since Martial Uncle is in an alliance with my family's sword master, naturally you're not an outsider. I can entrust it to you." Yanming Jusher stretched out his hand and received it, saying, "Martial Nephew, feel free to enter. When we meet in the secret area, I'll immediately return it to you." Zhang Xiaoyang said gratefully, "Thank you Martial Uncle, I'll enter now." After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyang pulled out his long sword and was about to enter the forest with his head held high. Suddenly, Yanming Jusher stopped him and asked, "How long is this silk rope of yours? I remember that it takes a long time to enter the forest, at least 4 or 5 miles. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and patted the other bags, saying, "Disciple has prepared more here. If it's still not enough, then Disciple will turn back." Yanming Jusher looked at the bag on his waist and shook his head with a bitter smile, saying in his heart, "This Wan Chengjiu is really ambitious and ruthless." Zhang Xiaoyang once again cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Then, He picked up his sword and carefully stepped into the sun-dappled Swanjujub forest. At first, Yanming Jusher and the others could still see Zhang Xiaoyang's back from the outside, but when he walked deeper into the forest, they couldn't see him anymore. Only the snow-white silk rope was left hanging between the trees of the Swanjujub forest, motionless. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was no movement in the Swanjujub forest, and there was no sound of birds chirping. Yanming Jusher walked forward and pulled the silk rope. It was still tight, so he used his internal energy to send it out. After a while, he felt a tremor in his hand. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoyang was still moving forward safely. Yanming Jusher's heart was a bit more at ease. Yanming Jusher returned with his hands folded. Lu Yueming and Tan Feng naturally looked at him eagerly, waiting for Zhang Xiaoyang's news. Yanming Jusher smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. In this strange place, Yanming Jusher felt a trace of pressure, so he couldn't help but use his mind to resist. Therefore, he, who didn't have much to say, was too lazy to say anything superfluous. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, suddenly, Yanming Jusher's heart jumped for no reason. It seemed that, perhaps, he heard a scream in the forest, but his ears obviously didn't hear any movement. It was still a dead silent forest. He looked back at the two people beside him in surprise, but found that Lu Yueming and Tan Feng were also surprised, and their eyes were rolling around. He said in his heart, "Not good." He immediately jumped forward, put his hand on the silk rope tied to the tree, and used his internal energy. After a while, there was still no response. Yanming Jusher was very anxious, and used his internal energy to send a message again, but there was still no response. Yanming Jusher thought for a moment, and used his hand to pull the silk rope back to see if he could pull it out. Sure enough, it could be pulled, and it was very light in the hand. Yanming Jusher pulled the silk rope from the forest with a heavy expression. Tan Feng hurried forward to help tidy up the silk rope that had already been pulled out. Lu Yueming pulled out his long sword and stood beside Yanming Jusher, his eyes staring at the entrance of the Jujube forest that looked very ordinary. He had already pulled out a lot of the silk rope, and he saw that Zhang Xiaoyang had tied a dead knot. It was probably the second one he had connected, but he still didn't see anything. Yanming couldn't help but speed up. Not long after, the silk rope in Tan Feng's hand had been coiled up into a large bundle. Yanming also heard a rustling sound in the wild Jujube forest. As the speed of his hand changed, the sound kept coming out. It should be something on the other end of the silk rope. At this time, Yanming was even more careful. He slowed down and pulled out bit by bit. It was getting closer and closer. Everyone was on high alert. However, there was no monster at the end of the silk rope. There was also nothing on the silk rope, only the end of the thread. Yanming Jusher frowned, picked up the end of the thread, and carefully examined it. The bald end of the thread was actually irregular, as if it had been pulled, and not cut neatly with a sharp sword. Yanming Jusher put the end of the thread to his nose and sniffed it carefully. There was a faint smell of blood. Looking more carefully, there were some bloodstains on the silk rope. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoyang had met with misfortune. He didn't even leave behind any relics. Yanming Jusher sighed. On the other side, Tan Feng also took down the silk rope tied to the tree, and handed the entire silk rope made of precious snow silk to Yanming Jusher. At this time, Lu Yueming, who was holding the sword in his hand, opened his mouth and asked Yanming Jusher, "Martial Uncle Yanming, you've been here twice. Did you notice anything different from other places?" Yanming Jusher thought for a moment, and said in puzzlement, "I didn't notice anything different." "Nephew, did you find anything?" Lu Yueming looked at the deep forest of jujubes, and said thoughtfully, "Martial Uncle Yanming, I grew up in the mountains. Although I've never seen such a large forest of jujubes, I often go to other forests of this size. After being here for so long, I always felt that this forest was different from other forests. After thinking for a long time, I realized that this forest is very strange. It's like there's a fog inside, and the sun can't shine in. Yanming Jusher chuckled and said, "Yes, nephew is very careful. The last time we entered, there was a fog inside, and we couldn't see very far. There wasn't much sunlight, and there were many animal and human bones inside." Lu Yueming nodded and said, "In most dangerous places, there will always be people who are curious and go in. Animals will also rashly go in, and the bones left behind are not special. However, there's something special here that doesn't exist elsewhere?" Yanming Jusher and Tan Feng asked curiously, "What's special about it?" Lu Yueming said, "Listen, are there any birds singing in this forest of jujubes?" Yanming Jusher and Tan Feng listened carefully. Sure enough, there weren't any birds singing in that mysterious forest. Yanming Jusher thought for a while and said, "Nephew is right. The last time I entered the forest, it was also completely silent. There weren't any birds singing." Lu Yueming said seriously, "This is where this junior is strange. Those birds aren't like beasts. They have wings and can go anywhere in the world. Moreover, the forest is a bird's home. Doesn't Martial Uncle Yanming find it strange that there aren't any birds singing in such a large forest of jujubes?" After hearing Lu Yueming's words, Yanming Jusher's heart suddenly swayed and seemed to sink. All the hair on his body stood up, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He looked at the blood-stained rope in his hand and felt a wave of panic for no reason. He then looked at the forest of jujubes that was deathly silent like a sleeping monster. He didn't want to stay a moment longer, so he waved his hand and said, "Nephew, this isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first and find a safe place to talk." Lu Yueming and Tan Feng hurriedly said, "We'll follow Martial Uncle Yanming's instructions." Yanming Jusher didn't say much, and put the rope woven from snow silk into his bag. He took Lu Yueming and Tan Feng and used his qinggong to quickly leave, and didn't look back. The silent forest of jujubes was filled with dense fog, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 60. When the three of them used their qinggong to return to the Thumb Peak, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Yanming Jusher casually sat down on the crouching ox rock and asked, "Nephew, you haven't finished speaking yet, right? Let's hear it now." Lu Yueming said, "There are no birds in this forest. According to this junior's guess, there are only two reasons. The first is that there are fierce beasts in the forest that the birds are afraid of, so they don't dare to rest. However, this junior doesn't know what kind of fierce beast it is. In this junior's impression, there are no fierce beasts that can drive away birds. The second is that this forest is originally a formation. Does this formation also have the effect of isolating birds, preventing them from building nests here?" Yanming Jusher pondered for a moment, then said, "Nephew's words have a certain degree of truth. However, this formation has long been lost in Jianghu. Its specific power is not something we can speculate about. Alas, in short, this forest has too many mysteries that we can't speculate about. It's better to wait until next year to enter. This time, we were able to keep our lives because we weren't greedy. Man proposes, God disposes. Don't force things that don't belong to you. The ancients didn't cheat you." At this point, Yanming Jusher's tone was unexpectedly very bleak, completely different from the spring of life when all things were revived. Lu Yueming and Tan Feng also looked at each other. In their eyes, besides panic, there was also luck. Just now, when they saw Zhang Zhaoyang's imposing manner, they almost wanted to follow him into the forest. However, at the last moment, they didn't let their hot-bloodedness cover their heads. Now that they thought about it, they were really lucky. However, the sect had a death order. These four hides definitely couldn't all fall into Yanming Jusher's hands. This was also the key reason why the two of them didn't choose to enter. The three of them were silent for a moment. Yanming Jusher said, this mission ends here. Although we didn't enter and lost a disciple of Myriad Swords Peak, our goal has been achieved. The two nephews can return to report. I still have to make a trip to Myriad Swords Peak to give Myriad Swords Master an explanation. You two can go first. When Lu Yueming and Tan Feng heard this, they didn't stay any longer. They first saluted Yanming Jusher, then the two of them cupped their fists at each other, chose different directions, and flew off in different directions. Yanming Jusher looked at the backs of the two people getting farther and farther away. He didn't know if they were going back directly or if they were going to do something else. Yanming Jusher didn't care anymore. He took out Wan Jianfeng's piece of leather and rubbed it for a moment. Then, he put it back and carefully hid it. He looked around for a moment and listened carefully. Then, he used his qing gong and slipped away. The crouching ox rock was still calm, waiting for the bustle of the next year. In the middle of the night, Sword Master Wan Chengjiu received a message from the evil tiger gang's Chu Xiangfeng. Senior brother Zhang Zhaoyang is missing. Wan Chengjiu's face was ashen. His hands were clenched into fists. His eyes were full of regret. He didn't know if he regretted the fate of his disciple or that he didn't get the herbs in the secret plane. In the Zhang family's small courtyard, it was still solemn. People came and went with sad expressions. The Zhang family's reputation in Guozhuang House was very good. Grandmother had been warm-hearted all her life, so there were many people who came to pay their respects. The Zhang family's central room wasn't big. There wasn't much space for Zhang Kai and the others to kneel. The people who came took turns to see grandmother and then left in a hurry. Most of them didn't stay. On the day grandmother passed away, Lu Yeye was sent back to Ba Li Go by a reliable person. When Mr. Lu received the news, he was not only worried about his daughter who had been married off, but also mourned for the funeral of his in-laws. He also came to the Zhang family the next day. Butcher Lu also came with him. After the two of them finished paying their respects, they stayed and temporarily stayed in grandmother's old hut. It was convenient for them to help the Zhang family. These few days, Zhang Xiaohua was stiff. He knelt in the corner all day, his eyes staring straight ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. When it was time to eat, it was Zhang Xiaohu who passed the bowl to him and waited for him to eat before taking it away. At night, he knelt until midnight and fell asleep on time. Zhang Xiaohu carried him back to the Kong bed to sleep. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window in the morning, he woke up on time again. After taking a deep breath unconsciously, he knelt in the corner again. He really looked like a walking corpse. Mr. Lu was the first person to notice his abnormality, but anyone who thought with their heels knew that this child missed his grandmother. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't cry at all. Guo Sufei also fainted from crying a few times. Naturally, she couldn't comfort her son. Zhang Kai and the others were also clumsy with words and didn't know how to comfort him. Everyone felt that Zhang Xiaohua would walk out on his own in a few days and return to normal. Happy days were short-lived. Sad days were the same. Very soon, 7 days had passed. Grandmother's body was about to be placed in the coffin. The grave had been chosen long ago. It was right next to Guoshan's grave. At noon that day, the Zhang family kowtowed to grandmother again. Someone next to them was preparing to close the lid of the coffin and nail it. Guo Sufei was reluctant. He cried and clung to the coffin, unwilling to let go. He looked at his mother's smiling face over and over again. Under the persuasion of Zhang Kai and the others, he finally let go of his hand and collapsed to the side. The helper quickly closed the lid. He picked up the big nail and raised the hammer to nail the lid shut. Dang, dang, dang. The hammering sound was like knocking on Zhang Xiaohua's heart. During this period, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be living in a dream. He kept thinking back and regretting. He thought that if he knew martial arts, he would be able to protect his elder brother and sister-in-law early. They would be able to return home smoothly. Their wedding ceremony would be held smoothly. Then, grandmother wouldn't have left him so soon. He hated himself for not having martial arts and for not being able to protect his family. From the New Year's Lutown to the wedding, he was always bullied and trampled on by others. He hated that he didn't have powerful strength. He hated that he didn't choose the right direction in life. He hated that he couldn't accompany grandmother for a while. Even in its sleep, the breathing flicker seemed to have sensed his remorse, and it flickered even more vigorously. The hammering sound shook him. He felt a burst of pain in his heart. He raised his head and found that grandmother had been nailed in the coffin. "Grandmother," Zhang Xiaohua growled. His tears fell like rain, blinding his eyes. Xiaohua rushed over and pushed the person away. The person who was not short was pushed by a 13-year-old child. He staggered and sat on the ground. He held the hammer in his hand and was stunned. He still couldn't believe it. The nail had been nailed in more than half. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. He pinched the tail of the nail with his fingers and pulled the nail out slowly. Then, Xiaohua pushed the heavy lid aside. Grandmother's peaceful smile appeared in the dark coffin again. Zhang Xiaohua murmured, "Grandmother." Tears flowed down his cheeks, his clothes, and fell into the coffin. The tears that had accumulated over the past few days were like water that broke through the dam. They could no longer be controlled. The people in the room who were surprised by Zhang Xiaohua's strength were also crying secretly at this moment. They were witnessing this tragedy. According to the village's custom, there was a time limit to the burial. If it was too late, it would not be auspicious. It would affect the deceased's rest. So after crying for a while, everyone looked at the time and stopped. They only wanted to let the old woman pass away peacefully. However, Zhang Xiaohua was sad and no one could persuade him. Some people from the village came to forcefully pull him away, but they did not expect that Xiaohua's strength was so great that several people could not pull him away. Everyone could only look at Guo Sufei for help. However, although Guo Sufei was not very sad, it was impossible for her to persuade her son. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Lu Qian walked out. She walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and softly called out, "Xiaohua." After calling out 4 or 5 times, Zhang Xiaohua finally reacted and said, "Sister Qian, grandmother is really gone." Lu Qian hugged Zhang Xiaohua's head in her arms. She touched his hair and said, "Xiaohua, do you still remember what you said to me by the river outside the village?" Zhang Xiaohua was still crying and said, "I remember, sister. At that time, I knew that grandmother was going to leave me." Lu Qian said, "Yes, Xiaohua. There is no banquet that lasts forever in this world. Everything has an ending. Grandmother has been busy all her life. At this time, she finally has time to rest. Look at grandmother's face. She is smiling so happily. She left so happily. We also have to send her off happily. Aren't you disturbing grandmother's rest and making her angry?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, I know this. But I won't be able to see grandmother in the future. I don't have a grandmother anymore. I don't want her to leave me." Lu Qian continued, "Then how long are you going to accompany grandmother? Half a day, 1 day, 2 days or 10 days? Grandmother will be buried in the coffin eventually. You know this. You can accompany her for a while, but how can you accompany her for a lifetime? Come, Xiaohua, quickly get up. Let's send grandmother off properly. Let's send her off on her last journey." Zhang Xiaohua looked at his grandmother's face reluctantly. That familiar face that was engraved in his heart was gradually covered by the darkness and drowned in the pitch-black coffin. He weakly closed his eyes and let the tears roll down his face. He kept asking in his heart, "Why can't grandmother leave me? Why can't we live forever? Grandpa and Grandma's graveyard was at the back of the village. It was quite a distance away. The villagers carried the coffins and walked in front. The Zhang family walked behind, crying. The villagers also followed to send off this familiar person. The grave had been dug. They carefully put the coffin in and covered it with soil. Not long after, a small new grave was formed. After the villagers who helped saluted and left, only the Zhang family and the Lu family were left in front of the grave. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu carefully repaired grandmother's grave and added a lot of new soil to grandfather's grave. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian then carefully put away the incense and candles. Everyone stayed in front of grandmother's grave until dusk. Only then did they leave slowly. Chapter 61. The next day, Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu left. When Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, and Lu Qian saw them off at the village entrance, Zhang Kai promised to find the patriarch of the Guo family as soon as possible to discuss Mr. Lu's relocation. Mr. Lu said that it wouldn't be too late to talk about it after the Zhang family's matter was settled. Only then did everyone part. The following days were very dull and lonely. Everyone was not used to life without their grandmother. From time to time, they would think of their grandmother and look at their grandmother's hut with tears in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua moved to their grandmother's hut. They were not afraid at night. Their grandmother had left, but there was her scent in the house. This scent only contained love and nostalgia. How could they be afraid? Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian lived next to the central room. It was originally used as a bridal chamber and had been renovated from the inside out. Now, Zhang Xiaolong was injured and could only lie in bed to be served by Lu Qian. It was already the beginning of March. The spring plowing of the Guozhuang house was already nearing its end. The Zhang family had delayed a lot of progress because of the wedding and funeral. Now, it was just the beginning. Zhang Xiaolong could not work, so the others could only work harder. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not small now. Although it could not last long, it was more than enough to plow the fields. After turning over his small field, he rushed to help Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu. In the end, the three of them worked on Zhang Xiaolong's field together. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian were also busy cooking, washing, and taking care of Zhang Xiaolong. Grief was slowly eroded by time in the busyness, leaving only deep thoughts in people's hearts. Perhaps the Misty School's medicine was effective, or perhaps the Zhang family's well water was magical. In short, Zhang Xiaolong's injuries healed rapidly, and his complexion improved day by day. When the spring plowing and planting were almost done, his injuries were almost healed. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaolong was injured and did not go to the veterinarian Old Lu. Otherwise, Old Lu would be amazed by his medical skills again. When all the seeds in the field were sown, the Zhang family finally heaved a sigh of relief. The busy days were a deliberate avoidance of sadness. Now that they were relaxed, they couldn't help but think a lot. From time to time, the family members would go to their grandmother's grave to take a look. Even their grandfather's grave was unusually clean and tidy. In fact, this person was also strange. Zhang Xiaohua's grandfather had passed away for many years. The Zhang family only took time to visit the grave during the annual sacrificial ceremony. They rarely thought of him. However, the sudden departure of Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother made the family members miss him dearly. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's words, Zhang Xiaohua had never seen Zhang Xiaohua's grandfather. Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother had loved him dearly for more than 10 years. It was inevitable for her to favor one and discriminate against the other. Every time he took the time to visit his grandmother, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of remorse and guilt. The feeling of kneeling in front of his grandmother's coffin did not ease because of the passage of time, but became heavier and heavier. Perhaps, he was doomed to be unable to return to the carefree rural life before. However, he did not know what to do next. Could the martial arts be learned as long as one left home? The weather had already warmed up, and Zhang Xiaolong's injuries had also recovered. When Lu Qian saw this, she couldn't help but think about the matter of her father's relocation. Thus, she dragged Zhang Xiaolong along to look for Zhang Kai. At this time, Zhang Kai remembered that he still owed his in-laws a thing. During this time, the family's affairs and the field's affairs were related to the survival of the family. He had to do his best, so he forgot about it. However, counting the days, it was not too late. So, he quickly prepared a gift and went to find the patriarch with Guo Sufei. It was a matter that was thought to be easy, but it became difficult. The reason was very simple. There were not many literate children in the village. People who came to teach children could not be found. The school and the clan had not been used in recent years, so the school was simply disbanded. The house of the school was also given to the people in the clan to live in. At this time, when Mr. Lu came, there was no place to settle him down, and there were no students to teach. Zhang Kai was speechless. The patriarch was really old and dim-sighted. There was no school in the village, so how could the children be literate? In the past, he was short-sighted and did not let the children learn to read. These few times of contact with Mr. Lu, he was illiterate and did not know much. When they chatted, he felt that he was inferior to others. He deeply regretted that he had scrimped and lived frugally to let the children go to school. This patriarch was really good. He cut off the villagers' thoughts. Even if they wanted to study, they had to go to other villages. This made him even more determined to let Mr. Lu come to the Guozhuang house. Since there was no house, Zhang Kai could only settle for the next best thing. He asked if Mr. Lu could move to the Guozhuang house. He would let Mr. Lu settle his own living arrangements. All the affairs of the Guozhuang house were managed by the patriarch. If someone wanted to move in, they naturally needed the patriarch's approval. If the patriarch did not agree and moved into the village rashly, then life would not be normal. The patriarch had seen Mr. Lu at his grandmother's funeral. He had a deep impression of Mr. Lu's style. If such a person moved to the Guozhuang house, of course, it would be very beneficial to the Guo clan. At least, they would not have to worry about finding a teacher in the future. He had no reason to disagree. He even took the initiative to suggest that when Mr. Lu renovated the house, the clan would provide a certain amount of help. Zhang Kai thanked the patriarch on behalf of Mr. Lu and then took his leave. When he came back, he told Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. The two of them were also very happy. In fact, they did not plan to use the schoolhouse. Although it was convenient and they could live there, after all, it was far away from the Zhang clan. They still had to listen to the clan's arrangements. It was very uncomfortable. If they were to build their own house, it would be hard, but it would be very convenient for them. Behind the Zhang clan's house was a small pond. On one side of the pond was a bamboo forest. On the other side, there was an open space. Usually, some rubbish and other things were thrown away. The ground was full of weeds. If they were to be tidied up, it would be just right to make a small courtyard. Next to the pond, after tidying up and planting lotus flowers and other things, one would be able to see the endless green of the lotus leaves in summer. The bamboo forest next to it was even more serene and elegant. Lu Qian was very satisfied with it. Lu Qian did not like it. However, it was all weeds now. If Lu Qian were to look at it, it would inevitably be slack. Therefore, the Zhang clan brothers worked together to clean it up first before letting Lu Qian decide. When Lu Qian received the news and came to the Guozhuang house again, the open space had already been cleaned up and the pond had been tidied up. Lu Qian held Zhang Kai's hand. He was so happy that he did not know what to say. The environment was really good. Near the corner of the village, there was a bamboo forest, and there was a small pond for boating. Although it was not big, it was also poetic. He was very satisfied. After getting Lu Qian's approval, the Zhang clan naturally prepared to start work. Lu Qian paid for the materials needed to build the house. Of course, the Zhang clan contributed. The clan leader also found laborers in the village to help when they were free. The small courtyard and the house were built little by little. At this time, there was not much work in the field. It was nothing more than watering and weeding. Therefore, most of the people in the Zhang clan were busy at the house. Zhang Xiaolong treated the work as a physical recovery activity. When the house was built, he had completely recovered. Zhang Xiaohua was mostly busy in the field. Compared to the work of building the house, the field was relatively easier. Originally, Zhang Xiaolong was supposed to work in the field. However, thinking that Xiaolong and Xiaohua were newlyweds, Zhang Kai still let Xiaohua go. However, Zhang Xiaohua became less and less interested in the work in the field. She just thought about her own matters and the matter of learning martial arts. She just did not know how to speak to the adults. Another person who was depressed was Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was about the same age as Zhang Xiaolong. He used to be like Zhang Xiaolong. He did not pay attention to the girls around him. Since he saw Lu Yeye, it was like love at first sight. He also had feelings, but he had never had a chance to confess. Looking at Lu Qian and his elder brother happily getting married, he was very envious. Now, he finally found a chance to ask Lu Qian first to see if he and Lu Yeye were fated. At this time, Lu Qian was already Zhang Xiaohu's sister-in-law. Of course, she did not have to avoid anything when talking and doing things. She told Lu Yeye's situation to Zhang Xiaohu in full detail. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu's enthusiasm was extinguished. His face that was initially blushing turned pale in the end. His expression was very bleak. Thinking about it, how could there be so many women like Lu Qian in the world who could see the ways of the world so clearly? Moreover, there were also many coincidences that allowed her to marry into the Zhang family. Otherwise, with such good conditions, why would she find a farmer's leg? Who didn't want to find a richer, more handsome man to live a rich life? What was love? It was just a picture of a pie. It could be used to look forward to, but it could not be used to fill one's hunger and live one's life. Zhang Xiaohu suffered a setback and could not help but feel gloomy. Thinking about the girls around him in the past and then thinking about Lu Yeye, he felt that his future life would be colorless. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, he also had the idea of changing his life. If he continued to work in the fields and find a woman he did not like to marry and have children, wouldn't his life be as tasteless as plain water? Wouldn't that be very boring? However, he usually worked hard at the house and did not notice anything strange. Lu Qian thought that he might have given up, so she did not tell Guosufei about this matter. She only thought that if he met a suitable girl or a girl he liked in the future, as his sister-in-law, she would definitely do her best to help Zhang Xiaohu forget Lu Yeye and live a good life. The weather gradually became warmer. With the help of the villagers, Mr. Lu's house and small courtyard were built. Mr. Lu moved here alone and did not make a big fuss about it. He packed his necessities and his favorite calligraphy and paintings and drove a big cart over. He left the rest of his things for Lu Kai. Lu Kai and Butcher Lu also accompanied him. Lu Qian, who received the news, was naturally very happy. She pulled Zhang Xiaolong over to help. Zhang Kai and Guosufei also rushed over. Mr. Lu did not have a lot of things, so they were quickly packed. Looking at his simple and crude courtyard, Mr. Lu could be considered to have vented his anger. He had an indescribable feeling that he would have to spend the rest of his life here. Looking at his reluctant son and then looking at his happy daughter, Mr. Lu's eyes were somewhat moist. Chapter 62. Dinner was naturally eaten in Mr. Lu's small courtyard. Although the cutlery in the courtyard was not complete, it was still close to the Zhang family's residence. It only took a few steps for him to bring everything over. Guo Sufei was busy in Mr. Lu's kitchen. Looking at the small and exquisite room, she was very envious. As expected of a scholar, he was so particular about the place where he cooked. It was unlike her own house, where the entire stove was placed in the courtyard and there was only a shed built to shelter her from the wind and rain. Now that she thought about it, it was not a simple and crude kitchen. She would find some time to discuss with her old man and ask her sons to help as well. They could also build a small house like this in their own courtyard. After all, it was not a very expensive thing. The result of this idea was that in less than half a year, all the outdoor stoves in the Guozhuang house were changed into kitchens. This was also a trend that Mr. Lu brought about. The Guozhuang house's population was less than Balaguz, and the things sold at the village entrance were also less than Balaguz. Therefore, even if Mr. Lu wanted to use the first meal to reward everyone, he was powerless to do so. The dinner at night was still simple, but there were many people eating. Mr. Lu's spacious central room could not hold all of them. Fortunately, the weather was already hot, so everyone simply moved the tables and chairs outside. Farmers did not pay particular attention to eating without talking when eating. Everyone ate while chatting. Mr. Lu, Zhang Kai, and Lu Kai only took a small sip of wine. However, they could not withstand Butcher Lu's frequent toasts and they were all drunk. Mr. Lu squinted his eyes and looked at the lively crowd. He also had a different feeling in his heart. It had been a long time since he had participated in such a happy and harmonious scene. Perhaps it was because his daughter liked this kind of environment. Suddenly, it seemed to have touched the weakness in his heart. He could not help but think of his late wife who had passed away early. Then, he looked at Lu Qian's face, which was very similar to his late wife's face. A kind smile appeared on his face. He hoped that his daughter's choice was not wrong and that he had also been pulled into the boat by his daughter. He also hoped that he could change his way of life and accompany them for the rest of his life. After dinner, the night wind was a little cold, so everyone returned to the house. Lu Qian boiled water in the kitchen and made tea for everyone. Mr. Lu tasted the tea and sighed in his heart. There was nothing better than this. To be able to drink this tea every day, he wouldn't mind being a Guozhuang house member for a long time. Lu Kai also took a sip of his tea. Looking at Zhang Xiaolong, he asked with a smile, "Xiaolong, how are your injuries?" Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly said, "Thank you for your concern, big brother. My injuries have healed a long time ago. Now, I don't have any problems working in the fields." Lu Tufu also spoke up, "Xiaolong, what happened on the day you married Qianqian? You didn't explain it clearly at that time. Now, tell me about it and let me hear about your adventures." Zhang Xiaolong frowned a little, but he still recounted what happened that day. However, according to Lu Yueming's instructions, he didn't mention his name or the name of the Misty School. Of course, he didn't mention Xue Qing's token either. The process sounded simple, but the danger of that day could be heard clearly. When Butcher Lu heard this, he couldn't help but fall silent. Mr. Lu saw that the scene was a little quiet and interrupted. "I heard that the bandits of Xichui Mountain have dispersed. Xiaolong, you can rest assured that they won't come looking for trouble with you." Zhang Xiaolong replied, "Yes, at first, I was busy with my grandmother's funeral, so I threw this matter to the back of my mind. Later, when I was free, I was afraid that the bandits would follow the clues of the marriage and come looking for me. It was only later that I heard that they had dispersed that I was relieved." Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "The bandits of Xichui Mountain are just a motley crew. Without a leader, the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. No one will think about avenging the leader. Moreover, you are just ordinary farmers. They won't have the heart to come looking for you." Lu Kai said, "That's not necessarily true. The bandits of Xichui Mountain have a long history. In the past 10 years, there have been countless groups of people. This time, after dispersing, it won't take long for someone to raise the flag again. Butcher Lu yelled, so be it. Don't tell me they're looking for us to avenge the previous head of the thieves. Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaolong. He knew that the Zhang family had the Misty School's token. Their escape from danger this time was probably related to the token. In Jianhu, there were people who helped the weak. When they saw injustice on the road, there were also people who pulled out their swords to help. However, most of them were wise to protect themselves. No one would kill the leader of Xichui Mountain for an unrelated person and offend the power behind Xichui Mountain for no reason. However, Zhang Xiaolong didn't mention this. There must be a reason. Mr. Lu wouldn't expose it. He just said, the possibility of them looking for us is not big. If they want to take revenge, they will look for the murderer. However, they will also ask questions. Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, these are all our guesses. We can't run away because of these. Even if we move, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be found by others. It's better to remain unchanged and live our lives peacefully. Lu Kai applauded and said, Xiaolong's words are good. By the way, let me ask you. Last time, you made that thing in 8 Li Groove. How did you come up with it? No matter how I think about it, I don't think you can make it. Zhang Xiaolong blushed a little. However, no one saw it under the oil lamp. He said embarrassedly, well, I don't know myself. I've never made a poem. That day, I was forced to do it. It appeared in my mind for no reason. Maybe it was given by God. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong like this, Lu Kai didn't ask further. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting next to Zhang Xiaolong, suddenly spoke. He asked, Mr. Lu, do you know where Pingyang City is? Mr. Lu smiled and said, of course I know this. Pingyang City is a big city near Lu Town. It's about 600 miles northeast of Lu Town. Why did you suddenly mention Pingyang City? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Kai, who was sitting on the chair and drinking tea to sober up. Then, he said something that shocked everyone. I want to go to Pingyang City. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Kai, who was squinting, also opened his eyes. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Kai again and continued, I want to go to Pingyang City to take a look. I've only been to Lu Town since I was young. Even the name Pingyang City is something I heard from others. Zhang Kai seemed to be relieved when he heard this. However, Mr. Lu asked again, you're just going to take a look? After some time, Lu Kai will probably have to go out for some matters. There's no harm in you all going to take a look. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said firmly, no, I don't just want to take a look. I want to walk out of this village. I want to change my life. Xiaohu wants to walk out of the village. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian had just finished cleaning up the kitchen and walked in one by one. Guo Sufei happened to hear Zhang Xiaohu's words and couldn't help but feel that it was strange. When Zhang Xiaohu saw his mother enter the house, he quickly got up and asked her to sit down. Guo Sufei sat on the chair that Zhang Xiaohu had just sat on. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked curiously, Xiaohu, why do you suddenly want to go out? Facing everyone's surprised gazes, Zhang Xiaohu sorted out his thoughts and said, Father, Mother, I've been thinking a lot recently. I feel that if I live like you, I can only face the earth for the rest of my life and my back to the sky. I'll live off that little bit of land of ours. Every day, I'll go from home to the fields and from the fields to home. Maybe in a few years, Mother will find me a wife who also works in the fields. We'll take care of this piece of land together and then have children. We'll teach them how to farm. When I'm old, I'll be buried in the soil behind the village like my grandmother. Wouldn't my life be very boring? I don't want such a monotonous and boring life. I want to live a colorful and interesting life where I can see many people and many things. Only then will I not regret it when I'm old. Everyone was silent for a while. Only Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting in the corner, had a glint in her eyes. Mr. Lu coughed and glanced at Zhang Kai, saying, "I can roughly understand what's on your mind. When I was young, I also had such a dream. I also tried to realize it. However, when I went out, I realized that everything in the world was beyond my imagination. I encountered many setbacks and realized that some lives were not what I wanted to pursue. Thus, I returned to 8 Mile Valley. However, it wasn't like I didn't gain anything. Qianqian's mother also came back with me." Lu Kai also added, "Father is right. However, without going out and taking a look, how would you know what the outside world is like? How would you know if it's suitable for you? Didn't your son have the same thoughts as Xiao Hu a few years ago? I think that Xiao Hu should go out and take a look. When he sees the cruelty of the outside world, he might come back." Butcher Lu complained, "What's there to see in Pingyang City? Isn't it just Lu Town, which is a few times bigger? It's hard to even find a place to use the toilet. What's the point of going there? I don't recommend Xiao Hu to go there." When Lu Qian heard this, of course, she knew the reason why Zhang Xiaohu wanted to go to Pingyang City. However, she was now the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Hence, she looked at Zhang Kai and Guosufei first. Seeing that both of them were frowning and looking unwilling, she pondered for a while before saying, "Pingyang City is very big and it's also very far from us. However, it's precisely because of this that there are many people. If Xiao Hu goes there, he will definitely meet many people. Who knows, he might even meet a girl that he can hit it off with and bring back for us to see. It's better than here in the remote countryside, or you can reach the neighboring villages after a few steps. You can count the number of girls in the surrounding villages with your eyes closed. It's very difficult to pick one." When Zhang Xiaohu saw that Lu Qian had read his mind, he chuckled and did not explain further. At this moment, Zhang Kai and Guosufei's frowns finally relaxed. So this was what their son was thinking. Pingyang City was so far away and Zhang Xiaohu had not been out much. Although he was not young anymore, it was not appropriate for him to go so far away all of a sudden. However, thinking about it, they had spent so much time looking for a suitable wife and still could not find a suitable one. If they had not met Lu Qian, they would not have been able to solve this problem. This Zhang Xiaohu had reached the age of marrying a wife, and this was a big problem for the family. If Zhang Xiaohu could bring back a wife from this trip, wouldn't that be a great thing? At this thought, Zhang Kai was about to agree when he heard another voice. "Please vote for me. Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 63. I want to go too. A voice rang out from the corner. Everyone was stunned again. Zhang Xiaohu turned around and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting in the corner. Guosufei said angrily, "Xiaohua, what are you doing? Your second brother is going to find a wife. You are still young, why are you going to Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohu could not take it anymore and said angrily, "Mother, I am not just going to find a wife. Look at what you are saying." Guosufei looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a smile. She was about to say something when Zhang Xiaohua's answer surprised everyone. "I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts." Learn martial arts? Why? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already walked out from the corner and stood at the door. He looked up at his small face and said to everyone, "Actually, since Lu Zhen met sister-in-law, I have been thinking about why we were bullied but had no strength to fight back. It was not until this time when I was injured by the bandits during the wedding ceremony that I knew the answer. It was because we did not have martial arts. We did not have enough strength to make people fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people would definitely not dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There is no guarantee that we will always rely on others' protection. Only when we have mastered martial arts can we truly face the bandits. After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua looked back outside. The courtyard was already dark and there were faint stars in the sky. He said again, only when I learn martial arts can I protect myself and everyone. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, everyone's reaction was different. Mr. Lu and Lu Kai looked at him in surprise. Last time at the wedding ceremony, Zhang Xiaohua's handwriting had already made them admire it. Now, after listening to his words, they could not help but re-evaluate this young man who had just turned 13. Butcher Lu opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Zhang Xiaolong's face was filled with shame, but looking at this younger brother that he had brought up since he was a child, there was a faint pride in his heart. Zhang Xiaohu, on the other hand, had a look of joy on his face. He seemed to have been enlightened and found his direction again. He happily looked at his younger brother who was a head shorter than him. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai looked at each other and frowned again. They were not thinking about their own safety, but the safety of their son. Only Lu Qian looked calm, as if she had expected Zhang Xiaohua's words. It was Mr. Lu who spoke first. He said, Xiaohua, I think this idea of yours is very correct. However, I've never learned martial arts before, so I can't give you any advice. I only heard that learning martial arts is very difficult, and it's not something that can be learned overnight. Moreover, learning martial arts has a lot of risks. If you're not careful, you'll be injured, and if you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Besides, you're a smart kid. Why don't you learn from me in the future? You'll be able to bring honor to your ancestors if you pass the imperial examinations in the future. Lu Kai also advised, as the old saying goes, the poor study while the rich practice martial arts. Learning martial arts is not something that poor people like us can do. Xiaohua's handwriting was so good the last time. Learning from my father is also a very healthy path to success. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai still did not speak, only frowning. Zhang Xiaohu said, that's true. Xiaohua, why don't you stay at home to learn your literature? I'll go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts. I'm already grown up now, my parents won't be worried. You're just a kid, how can they let you go so far? Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone and asked, learning literature can protect one's family from being harassed by mountain bandits? Learning literature can eliminate violence and bring peace to the people? Everyone was speechless. Zhang Kai asked, how are you going to learn martial arts in Pingyang City? Zhang Xiaohua said, isn't Hero One, who saved us in Lu Town, at the Misty School in Pingyang City? If I look for him, I might be able to learn some martial arts. Guo Sufei said, Xiaohua, you're still young. Can't you go when you're older? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to her mother, Mother, one's ambition is not determined by age. Moreover, I'm not young anymore. I should be like second brother and find my own path. Otherwise, I won't be able to find a suitable wife. Zhang Xiaohua's words made Guo Sufei burst out laughing. She said, you're still so young and you're already thinking about a wife. Zhang Kai thought for a while and said, Xiaolong, Qianqian, you two bring Xiaohu and Xiaohua back to sleep first. Your mother and I will think about it again. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong got up and went home with Lu Qian, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaohua. Only the 5 adults were left in the main room. Zhang Kai asked Mr. Lu, what do you think about the matter between the two of them? Mr. Lu smiled and said, no matter what the matter is, I still have to congratulate you for having 2 promising children. At such a young age, they can worry about family matters and have the courage to face it and think of their own ways. It's really a blessing for you. Zhang Kai was very happy in his heart, but he still waved his hand and said, these are all children's crazy words. You don't have to take it seriously. Mr. Lu said with a straight face, I'm not flattering the in-laws. How many children from the countryside have this kind of knowledge and experience, to be able to say such words? However, He is indeed still young and doesn't know the dangers of the outside world. Going out to gain experience is also a good thing. Moreover, there's still Xiaohu. With Xiaohu taking care of him, you can rest assured. When he knows the dangers of the outside world, he will definitely miss the warmth of home. You don't need to say anything, he will come back on his own. Maybe Xiaohu will meet a suitable girl at that time and it's not impossible for them to come back together. Lu Kai interrupted and said, "Uncle, I don't think it's a bad thing for Xiaohua to go out. I feel that Xiaohua isn't a simple child. Staying in a small village like ours all day might bury him. Maybe he will have an opportunity when he goes out and can do big things." Zhang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "What big things? I don't hope for him to be successful. As long as he marries and has children and lives a stable life, we will be satisfied. The big things are done by the people in town. We, the people in the countryside, only need to take care of the crops." Guo Sufei was unhappy and said, "They are all nobles and generals. I still remember when I gave birth to Xiaohua, the sky was filled with flying flowers. Maybe my son will do big things." However, she then said in puzzlement, "But Pingyang City is too far away. Why don't we let him practice martial arts in Lu Town? It's near. When I miss him, I can go and visit him. If it's too far away, it won't be convenient to go." Butcher Lu said, "That's right. Isn't there an evil tiger clan in Lu Town? He can go there to practice martial arts." Hearing the words, "evil tiger clan," Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei's hearts jumped. Weren't the bodyguards of that evil tyrant from last time also from the evil tiger clan? Looking at them helping the tyrant, they weren't good people. Moreover, they had so many banknotes of unknown origin at home. How could they let Xiaohua go to the evil tiger clan? Guo Sufei asked Mr. Lu, then in-law, "Do you agree with them going?" Mr. Lu nodded and said, "Yes. We scholars have a saying, read 10,000 books and you can travel 1,000 miles. Only by going out and broadening your horizons can you truly learn the things in the books. I think it's the same for practicing martial arts. However, in this small mountain village, even the most talented person will be short-sighted. I agree with them going out." Lu Kai also nodded with a smile and said, "I've been to Pingyang City before. At most, I'll bring them there. However, this doesn't seem to be in line with their original intention. I'll tell them the details later. Xiaohu is all grown up. There won't be any problems." Butcher Lu said, "Why go? It's so relaxing to stay at home." "I don't agree." Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei looked at each other and said, "Let's think about this again and come up with a suitable solution." Then, the few of them chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, they bid farewell and went home. At night, Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai also discussed for half the night. They only went to sleep when the sun was about to rise. Butcher Lu and Lu Kai could not stay in the Guozhuang house for too long. After breakfast, they hurriedly bid farewell. Before leaving, Lu Kai told Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua about the route to Pingyang City and the things to take note of in detail. Both of them memorized it carefully. Looking at Lu Kai's expression, they could tell that their parents had been convinced last night. Both of them could not help but smile. After sending Butcher Lu and Lu Kai off, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were preparing to go to work in the fields. Only then did they realize that if both of them left, what would happen to the family's fields? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have noticed something. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian, who were walking together, seemed to know what they were thinking. Zhang Xiaolong said, "The two of you can go ahead and see the outside world. As for the family's fields, I've already discussed it with your sister-in-law last night. The original plot of land at home will be planted by father. The plot of land by the river and the plot of land on the slope will be planted by me and your sister-in-law. Together with mother, how can the four of us not take care of these 2.5 plots of land? Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu looked at their elder brother and sister-in-law. They did not say anything, but their hearts were filled with warmth. For the next few days, Zhang Kai and Guosufei did not mention this matter again. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel anxious. Could it be that if they did not agree, this matter would fall through? Both of them even thought of sneaking out on their own. After dinner that day, Zhang Kai stopped both of them. Both of them could not help but feel their hearts thumping wildly. It seemed like it was time to reveal the truth. As expected, Zhang Kai said, "I've discussed with your mother about the matter of the two of you going to Pingyang City. We still feel that we should listen to you. Your mother has already rushed out some clothes for the two of you. Take them with you." With that, Guosufei took out a few sets of new clothes from the inner room. It seemed like they had been rushed out in the past few days. Zhang Xiaohua felt a lump in her throat. The elderly were really worried about their children. They had thought of everything. She, on the other hand, had thought that they would not be allowed to go and had other ideas. Looking at Lu Qian's smiling face, she thought that her sister-in-law must have put in a lot of effort to get the clothes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Lu Qian, "Sister-in-law, since you knew that father and mother wanted us to go, why didn't you tell us? Why did you make us anxious for nothing?" Lu Qian said, "When you're outside, you have to be scheming. You can't be anxious about anything. You have to face it calmly and steadily. Isn't this a test for you? Please collect it. Thank you." Chapter 64. Zhang Xiaohua listened to Lu Qian's words and couldn't help but be silent in her heart. That's right, in the past, no matter what she did at home, she had her family to take care of her. Now that she was far away, she had to do everything herself. Even if her second brother was by her side, she still had to take care of everything. Lu Qian saw Zhang Xiaohua's thoughtful expression and felt very gratified. She went forward and touched Xiaohua's head and said, "Take your time. I think Xiaohua will definitely be able to adapt." Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and smiled brightly. She firmly said, "I will, sister-in-law. I definitely will." Zhang Xiaolong also walked over and took out 2 banknotes. He handed them to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, these are the banknotes we got in Lu Town last time. We haven't used them yet. You should take 2. No one has come to take them in such a long time, so they probably won't come." Zhang Xiaohu didn't take them. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Kai and Guosufei and said, "Father, mother, we shouldn't take these banknotes. After all, they don't belong to our family. If someone comes to take them, won't we have no money to give them? Won't we just cause trouble for our family?" Guosufei sighed and took out a handkerchief from her bosom. She opened it and there was some scattered silver inside. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, this is our family's savings. When you go out with Xiaohua, don't be too thrifty. Everything has to be for your health. We don't need this much at home, so take it." Zhang Xiaohu took the handkerchief and wanted to take out a few to give to his mother, but Guosufei put the handkerchief back. Only then did she carefully wrap it up and put it in her bosom. Zhang Xiaolong saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't take the banknotes and took out the Misty School token from his bosom and said, "Xiaohu, it's fine if you don't take the banknotes, but you must take this token. Otherwise, if you go, the Misty School won't recognize you. You'll have a better chance of finding swordswoman Xue with the token." Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "Big brother, this token was given to us by heroine Xue to protect ourselves. We shouldn't use it for other purposes. Relying on heroine Xue's relationship to enter the Misty School isn't our own ability. I think it's better to rely on our own strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if heroine Xue misunderstood us. What's more, the bullies of Lu Town and the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come looking for us one day. It's highly likely that we'll have to rely on this token to tide over the crisis. The purpose of me and Xiaohua going to Pingyang City is to practice martial arts and protect the safety of our family. There's no reason for us to take away the life-saving item at home." Before Zhang Xiaohu could finish his words, someone outside praised, "Good ambition. Little Tiger said it well. Everything is good if you rely on your own ability. Relying on others will never be true." Everyone turned around and realized that Mr. Lu had come to send Zhang Xiaohu and the rest off. Mr. Lu walked to their side and touched Zhang Xiaohua's head with one hand and patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder with the other. He said with satisfaction, "You're all good children. You must be careful when you're outside. You must remember that the amount of effort you put in will be the amount of return. Don't do things that are opportunistic and don't do things that endanger your lives. Remember that you're not alone in this world. You have your parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, and other relatives watching and waiting for you. When you're outside, you must think through everything first and think carefully. Don't act blindly. It's good to be hot-blooded and impulsive, but it must be within the scope of your own abilities." After he finished speaking, he took out a banknote from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, "This is a bit of my savings. Uncle doesn't have anything to give you when you're outside. Take this in case you need it." Zhang Xiaohu still didn't dare to take it. He turned his head to look at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei. Zhang Kai said, "In-law, there's no need for this. The money has already been given to Little Tiger. It should be enough to spend. We appreciate your kindness, but you should take the banknote." Mr. Lu chuckled and said, "In-law, it seems that you still treat me as an outsider. I'll be living with you from now on. Why do you still treat me as an outsider? I have no use for this banknote. It's better to give it to Little Tiger and let them take it. If they don't use it, they can return it to me when they come back." Lu Qian also said, "Father's words are reasonable. Little Tiger, just take it. At worst, you can return it when you get home." Zhang Kai didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohu thought about it and raised his hand to take the banknote. He put it in his chest and said, "Then thank you, uncle." Only then did Mr. Lu smile with satisfaction. That night, everyone sat in the central room of the Zhang family. Under the flickering oil lamp, they talked about a lot of things. Mr. Lu told them everything he knew and heard about when they were outside. Guo Sufei also told them about daily life. She told them so many things that Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had calluses on their ears. It wasn't until everyone was yawning that they dispersed. In her grandmother's house, Zhang Xiaohua talked about her grandmother and slowly fell asleep. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He originally didn't have any motive for going to Pingyang City. It was only because he felt that he was lacking in the matter of Lu Yeye that he wanted to explore the outside world and find his own path. After being disturbed by Zhang Xiaohua, he felt that practicing martial arts was a bright path. However, he didn't have a clear idea of how to do it. His family members had never been on a long journey and naturally didn't know. Mr. Lu and Lu Kai were both literate and didn't have any opinions on this aspect. Other than the bandits of Shichui Mountain and the evil tiger gang, there was no one else he could ask about. Zhang Xiaohua naturally could sleep soundly. He had to consider it carefully. Otherwise, when he reached Pingyang City, he would be in the dark and would have to return home after spending all his money. Suddenly, he quivered. Could it be that his father and mother had the same idea? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up early as usual. He washed his face and went to the hillside to fetch water to fill the water tank at home. He wanted to do more work for the family before he left. Guo Sufei woke up and found Zhang Xiaohua working. Her heart felt warm and her eyes reddened. While she thought about how her son had grown up, she really couldn't bear to let him go. After breakfast, Zhang Kai brought the family to pay their respects at his grandfather's and grandmother's graves before returning to pack their luggage and get ready to leave. In fact, their luggage had already been packed. They just needed to check it again. Everyone took their luggage and went out together. Mr. Lu also followed along. Most of the people in the village had gone to work in the fields. As they walked, they occasionally met some people. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, they knew that he was going out and came over to greet him and give him some instructions. Just like that, they slowly walked to the entrance of the village. It was time to part. Zhang Xiaohu carried the slightly bigger luggage on his back while Lu Qian carried the smaller one for Zhang Xiaohua. Guo Sufei tidied up Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. However, her tears had already flowed down. She kept telling the two of them, "Be careful when you go out. If you can't handle it, come back early." Zhang Kai didn't say anything. He looked at the two of them lovingly. His eyes were also red. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were a little impatient. They said, "It's nothing, mother. It's just going out. Although we haven't been to Pingyang City, we have also grown up. It's time for us to see the world. Don't worry, we will take good care of ourselves." Seeing the children like this, Guo Sufei was even more worried. She said, "Son, don't be too careless. You have to be careful. Xiaohua is still young. Xiaohu, you must take good care of your younger brother. Don't let Xiaohua suffer any grievances." Zhang Xiaohu repeatedly promised his mother that he wouldn't let Zhang Xiaohua suffer. Guo Sufei didn't mention it. Zhang Kai looked at the sky and said, "Mother, don't say any more. Let them go quickly. They still have to go to Lu Town to catch the carriage. Don't delay the time." Guo Sufei thought about it and agreed. She let go. Zhang Xiaohu, Lu Qian, and Mr. Lu also went forward to give instructions. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua then carried their bags and set off. After walking a few steps, when they turned back to look, the mountain breeze blew Guo Sufei's white hair. Zhang Xiaohua's calm heart was suddenly disturbed. He, who had always felt that he was very strong, couldn't help but cry. His tears flowed down uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaohua threw down his bag, turned around, and ran back. He threw himself into his mother's arms and hugged Guo Sufei tightly. Guo Sufei also hugged her youngest son and cried. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua let go of his hand. Guo Sufei said tentatively, "Xiaohua, how about you don't go? Stay at home with your mother, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and wiped his tears with his hand. He said, "No, mother, I must go. This is the last time I will cry. I don't want to cry anymore. I don't want to see my family cry. Even if I bleed, I don't want you to bleed. Believe in my mother, I will do it. Just you wait and see your son's efforts." Guo Sufei wiped her tears and nodded. She said, "I believe in you, Xiaohua. You will do it. You won't let us down." Zhang Kai's tears also quietly flowed down. However, he quickly wiped them away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his family again. He wanted to remember them deeply in his heart. Then, he turned around to leave. At this time, Zhang Kai said, "Wait." Zhang Xiaohua stopped in his tracks and looked at his father strangely. Zhang Kai stepped forward and looked at his son. He opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Zhang Xiaohua smelled his father's scent and his heart was very excited. Since he was sensible, his father didn't hug him anymore. He didn't give him any face. He used to think that his father didn't like him. Now, he knew that his father's love for him was no less than his mother's. It was just that the way he loved him was different. After a while, Zhang Kai released his arms and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Go, child. Father and mother are waiting for you at home." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Father, you also have to take care of your body." Then, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left. He picked up his bag and turned around. He waved to everyone and walked away firmly. When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's figures turned around a hill and disappeared, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were still reluctant to leave. They looked for a long time, hoping to see their son again. However, they were disappointed. The familiar figure didn't appear again. Guo Sufei asked Zhang Kai, "Child's father, do you think the children will suffer outside?" Zhang Kai said, "Don't worry. When they go out and suffer, they will come back. Maybe soon, they will just go out and play." Unfortunately, they didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua's step was not a simple step out of the mountain village. It was a big step that affected the entire Jianghu. Chapter 65. It was already the middle of April and the weather was obviously hot. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were already drenched in sweat after walking for a while. At first, both of them were thinking about their families and did not speak much. They were very quiet throughout the journey. After walking for a long time, their moods were slightly relaxed. Looking at the bright and beautiful scenery, their state of mind gradually became more open. More smiles appeared on their faces and they became more talkative. Looking at the horses galloping past them from time to time, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but ask Zhang Xiaohu, "Second brother, it's a long journey from Guozhuang House to Pingyang City. How long will it take for us to walk there?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, saying, "That's a distance of a few hundred miles. If we walk on foot, it will take at least 70 to 80 days. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Why so long? Won't it be cold by the time we reach Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course we can't walk on our own. Didn't you hear what Mr. Lu said? There are horse carriages from Lu Town to Pingyang City. When we reach Lu Town, we will first find a horse carriage to Pingyang City and pay them. Otherwise, it will really be cold by the time we reach Pingyang City. Our clothes are also not good enough, not to mention the shoes on our feet." I know that you didn't listen carefully when Mr. Lu said it. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and muttered, "I don't know when Mr. Lu said it. Why didn't I know?" The two of them talked as they walked and did not feel lonely. By noon, they had already reached Lu Town. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time in Lu Town since the new year. Looking at the bustling streets, his mind was filled with thoughts. He did not know why, but he was a little distracted. His state of mind was empty and there was a slight twinkle in his eyes. The events that happened in the past half a year flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. His originally tender heart gradually matured and his youthful immaturity gradually faded. Zhang Xiaohu walked a few steps and saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't follow. He turned around and patted him on the shoulder. "What are you standing there for? It's not your first time here. It won't be too late for you to stare blankly when we reach Pingyang City." This slap woke Zhang Xiaohua up. He laughed at himself and said, "I haven't been here for a long time, so I missed it. I don't know how those two bullies are doing. I don't think I'll run into them." Zhang Xiaohu carefully looked left and right, saying, Who knows? This Lu Town is only the size of a palm, so it's very likely that we'll encounter it." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu's expression and said, "It's all right, second brother. Don't worry. Even if we meet them, they may not be able to recognize us. After all, their attention is on eldest sister-in-law and hero one." Zhang Xiaohu also felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill by being so careful. However, he still said, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Let's hurry and find a carriage. The earlier we leave, the safer we'll be." They asked someone by the roadside for the location of the carriage. The two of them hurried to the Biaoqi carriage which was located in the west of Lu Town. After asking the people there carefully, they found out that the carriages in the morning had already left. The last carriage would leave in an hour. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked for the price and booked 2 seats. Only then did he feel relieved. Although the price of a few taels of silver made his heart ache, he still took out his money pouch from his waist and paid carefully. The two of them didn't dare to walk far. They opened their bags under a tree at the side and took out some dry food prepared by their mother. They hurriedly ate to fill their stomachs and asked for some water from the carriage. Then, they sat quietly under the tree and waited for the carriage to depart. Not long after, it was time for the carriage to depart. Those who were going to take the carriage to Pingyang City had all arrived. Including the Zhang brothers, there were a total of 7 people. There was an elderly couple, a middle-aged woman with a girl, and a young scholar. When the carriage arrived, Zhang Xiaohu was also shocked. He had never traveled far before and had never taken such a large carriage. It was actually 5 to 6 times the size of the donkey cart used by the Guozhuang house and had to be pulled by 2 horses. After parting the curtains and entering the shed, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look around curiously. There were 8 small square tables placed in a staggered position. There were small cushions at the side which were probably meant for people to sit on. There were 2 windows in front and on both sides of the shed which were blocked by curtains. They could probably be opened. Other than that, there was nothing special. The cushions looked a little shabby. However, why would Zhang Xiaohua dislike these? He found a cushion by the window and sat down. Xiaohu also sat down beside him. Everyone else also found a place to sit down. Only the scholar frowned and looked around for a long time. He carefully took out a white cloth from his bag and spread it on the cushion before sitting down with ease. However, he quickly felt uncomfortable and looked around. When he saw Xiaohua's small square table by the window, his eyes lit up and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother, after the carriage leaves later, I would like to read for a while. The lighting here is not good. Can you change seats with me?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any objections. She didn't read and chose a table by the window only because she could see outside. Seeing that the scholar was sitting at the furthest end and had lifted the curtain behind him, she thought that he would be able to see outside. Therefore, she smiled and nodded. She stood up and changed seats with him. The scholar happily cupped his hands and sat down. After everyone was seated, the carriage company's staff opened the curtain and invited a strong man with a saber hanging from his waist to sit in the last seat. The carriage company's staff said to Zhang Xiaohua and the others, "This gentleman is our carriage company's Master Wang. He is responsible for the safety of everyone during the journey. If you have anything to say, feel free to tell him." The strong man cupped his hands towards everyone and said, "This one is Wang Qisheng. Please take care of me during the journey." Then, an old man with a slightly hunched back and a face full of wrinkles came out from behind the carriage company's staff. He held a long whip in his hand and smiled at everyone, saying, "This old man is the coachman. I wish everyone a safe journey." After saying that, he didn't say anything else and left with a flick of his whip. The carriage company's staff smiled and said, "This Master Wang has such a temper. Please don't take offense. Have a safe journey." After saying that, he put down the curtain and the carriage slowly moved. Zhang Xiaohua looked through the curtain that was lifted by the wind and looked at the receding ground. She felt that the carriage was getting faster and faster. She knew that she was getting further and further away from home. Her previous life was far away. What about the future? She was at a loss. Although she had already left home during the journey from Guozhuang House to Lu Town in the morning, she still felt that she was in her own circle of life. Once the carriage moved, she would be going to a strange world. The feeling in her heart was different and she couldn't help but feel a little blurred. However, Zhang Xiaohua kept encouraging herself in her heart. She had already said in front of her mother that this was the last time she would cry. She couldn't be a child anymore and couldn't cry. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to see the clear changes in his younger brother. He reached out and held his hand. He smiled and didn't say anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua could read the content in his eyes and her heart calmed down. Although the familiarity and peace in her heart were getting further and further away as the carriage sped along, Zhang Xiaohua also had a trace of expectation. Her heart that had just matured was becoming more and more complete. Then, what was waiting for her in front? Because they weren't familiar with each other, they didn't talk along the way. Zhang Xiaohua, who was leaning against Zhang Xiaohua, didn't know what to say to Zhang Xiaohua. He just held his hand. However, as the carriage jolted along, he didn't sleep well last night and slowly closed his eyes. His body leaned against the small square table and he fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua pulled her hand out of second older brother's hand. She wondered if she should cover him with something. However, the afternoon weather was still very hot. There was only a slight breeze coming in through the window, so she didn't think about it. The driver of the carriage seemed to be very skilled. He was able to control the two horses very well. The carriage sped along the road, but the people inside the carriage did not feel much of a bump. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, everyone else was like Zhang Xiaohu, feeling drowsy. Zhang Xiaohua actually also wanted to sleep. On such a boring journey, they couldn't keep looking at the scenery outside. However, he was also very strange. Other than sleeping at night, he almost didn't sleep during the day. He remembered that he used to like to sleep at noon. Every afternoon after eating in the fields, he would sleep for a while under the tree. He didn't know when he had lost this habit. It was a pity that there was a big stone on the slope. He thought that it would be cool to sleep on it in the future. Alas, what was there to think about? He wouldn't go to the field on the slope in the future. He would leave it to Big Brother to sleep. Why was he still thinking about sleeping? However, Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. He heard from Big Brother that he wouldn't wake up until dawn. What was going on? Thinking about it, it was really strange. He remembered that he used to wake up often at night. Now, it seemed that he hadn't woken up in the middle of the night for a long time. Was it because he slept too much? Moreover, there was also that dream. It was really strange. It was the same dream every day. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help shaking his head as he thought about it. He couldn't understand. Right, and his strength was really not small now. Although he didn't compete with Big Brother and Second Brother in strength, he was definitely not smaller than them. He was happy just thinking about it. He was only 13 years old. When he was the same age as his brothers, his strength would definitely be greater. It would be better to help Daddy work. Alas, why did I think about working again? It was better to learn martial arts. Protecting the safety of my family was the most important thing. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about it, the carriage ran for an afternoon. When it was dark, the speed of the carriage slowed down slightly. Everyone in the carriage woke up at this time. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his eyes, stretched, looked out the window and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, are you asleep? Where are you now?" Zhang Xiaohua said depressingly, "I didn't sleep, but I don't know where I am." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "That's right. If you knew, you would become an immortal." At this time, the scholar sitting next to Zhang Xiaohu said, "We're almost at Bao Town. It's a town the same size as our Lu town." Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and said, "Bao Town, this name is good. Has there been any treasure?" The young scholar was surprised as well, then he laughed out loud and said, "Brother Tai, you are quite humorous. I have never heard of any treasures coming out of this town. This name is because a great character with the surname Bao came out of this place a long time ago, thus giving it this name." Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Please collect, thank you." Chapter 66. Even though they were already close to Treasure Town, the sky was already dark by the time they reached it. The horse carriage stopped in front of a horse carriage shop and the guard jumped off the carriage first. While Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai were still confused about what was going on, the rest of the people in the carriage also alighted. The young scholar saw that the two of them were still in the carriage and said with a smile, "Since you're not alighting from the carriage for a meal and a place to stay, are you going to spend the night in the carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Aren't we going to run all the way to Pingyang City? Why do we still need a meal and a place to stay?" The scholar smiled and said, "Even if we don't need to rest, the horses that pull us have to rest as well. Otherwise, the horses will die of exhaustion before we reach Pingyang City. Moreover, it's very dangerous to travel at night. Unless there's an emergency, no one will travel at night. This Gallop horse carriage shop has branches in every town. The route they take and the time they use are all fixed. We'll be resting here today, quickly alight." Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai finally understood. They secretly blamed Mr. Lu and Lu Kai for not explaining things clearly and making a fool of themselves. When the two of them alighted from the carriage and walked into the shop, the rest of the people had already found their seats and asked the waiter to prepare the food. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai were just about to find a seat when they saw the scholar waving at them from a corner. The two of them looked at each other and walked over. When the two of them sat down, the scholar poured 2 cups of water for them and said, "Thank you for giving up your seat in the afternoon. I'll be the host tonight and treat the two of you to dinner. How about it?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's okay, it's just giving up your seat. It's not a big deal. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat separately." Seeing that the two of them did not agree, the scholar did not insist. He called the waiter over and ordered his own food. Zhang Xiaohua and the rest had never been to a restaurant before. However, Mr. Lu had already instructed them beforehand and they knew the general situation. They ordered some simple staples and looked at the price. Even though it was not very expensive, they still felt a little sorry for their money. While waiting for their meal, the scholar and Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai chatted for a while. They found out that the scholar was called Li Jinfeng and was a student from a certain academy in Pingyang City. He went there to study. When Zhang Xiaohua asked about the Misty School, Li Jinfeng had heard of it before. He also knew that the Misty School was very influential in Pingyang City. However, he was not too sure about the exact location. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's disappointed look, Li Jinfeng patted his chest and promised that he would help them find out about the Misty School when they reached Pingyang City. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel happy. After the meal, there were ready-made guest rooms and shared beds at the back of the carriage. The prices were different. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu naturally chose the cheapest shared bed. The rest did not see them. They had probably found a quiet guest room. The bedding and other things in the shared bed were not very clean and the smell was very unpleasant. There were already many people snoring inside. However, these were not things that Zhang Xiaohua could be picky about. He was indeed tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. Only Zhang Xiaohu was left to pack carefully before lying down to sleep. Pingyang City, in the meeting hall of the Misty School. Large candles the size of children's arms lit up the entire hall as if it was daytime. Peng sat majestically on the chair in the middle. The 2 rows of seats below him were not only occupied by the 6 ethereal tigers. The other chairs were also filled with people. There were also many people standing behind the chairs with their hands clasped behind their backs. There were also countless sect members standing upright outside the hall. It seemed like a big battle. Everyone in the meeting hall was discussing something in low voices. The buzzing sound was incessant. Peng frowned and coughed. The hall immediately quieted down and everyone looked at Peng. Peng looked around at everyone. His eyes landed on Shengguan Laosi and asked, "Junior brother Shengguan, have the preparations for the attack on the Luo Book sect been completed?" Shangguan Laosi stood up and said, reporting to Sect Master, after nearly 2 months of careful planning, our sect's elites are already guarding the key areas of the Audiobook sect. We are just waiting for Sect Master's orders to launch the attack. I believe that our sect will definitely succeed. Peng then asked Zhang Chengyue, how's the recruitment of disciples? Zhang Chengyue hurriedly went forward and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, we have recruited about 400 children with talent for martial arts in the past 2 months. They have been handed over to the specialized brothers for training. Uncle Master Shengguan is mobilizing the sect members and the sect is a little short on manpower. I have already transferred a large number of people from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency to fill in the gaps. Peng nodded in satisfaction and said, we still have to pay attention to the safety of the sect. Don't play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In addition, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency is short on manpower. Quickly fill in the gaps. Zhang Chengyue continued, this disciple understands. We have already begun recruiting at the beginning of this month. Peng said, not bad, you have done well. Chengyue, while we are away, you will temporarily take over the sect's affairs. We will leave your Uncle Master Hu here. If there are any questions, we will ask him. Zhang Chengyue lowered his head and agreed. Peng turned to Boss Hu and said, Big brother, how about you stay here and watch over the rear for us? Boss Hu laughed heartily and said, all right, these old bones of mine should also rest. Then, Peng stood up and said to everyone, all right, since everything has been arranged, let's issue the order. We will now begin the attack on the Audiobook sect. Once we take Luo Shui, our Misty School will be able to join the ranks of the top sections. After saying this, he waved his hand and everyone in the meeting hall began to get busy. The same order was sent to different places, and that was just one sentence, begin the attack. Then, Peng smiled and said to his fellow disciples and second-generation disciples, let's go. We will also take a look at the Luo Shui sect's trump card. Let's see what they have to resist the Misty School. After saying this, he led the way out of the meeting hall. In the square outside the meeting hall, horses had already been prepared. Everyone followed Peng onto the horses and under Peng's lead, the group set off under the cover of the night. In Bao Town's galloping horse carriage, everyone who had been on the move all day was sleeping soundly. The sound of snoring rose and fell one after another. It was a spectacular sight. Suddenly, in the silent night sky, there was the sound of scolding, weapons clashing, and the faint sound of fists and feet hitting each other. The group of people who had been disturbed from their good sleep were very angry. Their sleepy eyes hadn't even opened the window when someone with a fiery temper started to curse, that little bastard is so restless. He actually dares to disturb our sleep. Does he not want to live anymore? This curse was very loud in the night sky and traveled very far. Zhang Xiaohu was also startled awake. Before he could sit up, he heard a so sound, followed by a peng sound. Something was nailed to a pillar in the room. Everyone used the bright moonlight to take a closer look. It turned out that an arrow had been shot in through the window. Everyone quivered and no longer felt sleepy. At this time, a shout came from outside, the brothers of the evil tiger sect are doing something here. Those who have nothing to do with it, don't interfere. Those who should sleep, sleep. Those who don't sleep, shut your stinky mouths. In an instant, many people quickly covered their mouths. Their eyes were filled with fear. The sound of fighting continued outside. In the end, everyone couldn't hold back their curiosity. Some people secretly leaned on the windowsill and stuck half of their heads out. Some people looked through the hole in the wall and saw the scene outside. On the street outside, there were 2 groups of people fighting. Some had weapons, some were bare-handed. The fight was very intense. From time to time, screams could be heard. Although there was moonlight, it wasn't very clear. After fighting for a while, perhaps because one side couldn't hold on, someone whistled. The group of people scattered and fled the street. There were also a few people who used their qinggong to run over the horse carriage. Everyone was so scared that they shrunk their necks and hid in the darkness. Only when they were far away did they stick their heads out again. At this time, the street was already quiet. However, there were many scattered shadows in the middle of the street. It seemed like they didn't have time to clean up the corpses. However, no one dared to ask for confirmation. A timid person whispered, "It's fine now. Hurry and close the window. Let's go to sleep." There were also bold people who said, "Let's see if someone will come to clean up the corpses." Zhang Xiaohu also saw this through the hole in the wall. He silently walked back to the bunk and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still sleeping. He secretly thought, "The ignorant are really fearless. Is this Jianghu? Learning martial arts and entering such a cruel Jianghu? Is this what I want?" Zhang Xiaohu thought like this and slowly fell asleep. The other people on the bunk were talking about something. They were very excited, but they didn't know when they quieted down. In the early morning of the next day, the sky was gloomy, but Zhang Xiaohua still woke up on time. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's red eyes and the dispirited expressions of the other people in the room, she asked carefully and found out what happened last night. When Zhang Xiaohua and the others went out to the street to look, the street had been cleaned up, leaving no trace. Only the arrow on the pillar of the bunk could prove that something unusual had happened last night. The people who stayed in the carriage came from all directions. After breakfast, they still went to all directions. When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua got on the carriage, they found that the two old people who sat in the carriage yesterday didn't sit in this carriage. Instead, they were replaced by a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly clothes. Under the control of the horse, the carriage ran very smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua chatted idly and continued to look at the scenery outside. The man dressed in scholarly clothes was chatting happily with the young scholar, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't really understand what they were talking about. Zhang Xiaohu, who was very excited yesterday, was unusually quiet today. Zhang Xiaohua thought that second brother didn't sleep well last night. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu was thinking about everything that he saw last night, thinking about his and Zhang Xiaohua's future. The spacious carriage sped along the road to Pingyang City. The people on the carriage changed a few times. Only Zhang Xiaohua and his brother, the young scholar, Li Jinfeng, and the guard didn't change. This afternoon, they went to another town to rest. According to the guard, this town was the last place to rest. In the afternoon, the carriage would finish its last journey and reach Pingyang City. Chapter 67. When the carriage started moving again, two people boarded it. One of them was a young man dressed in a brocade robe with a folding fan in his hand. He looked very dashing. The other was a plump young man with his small eyes darting around. Obviously, the two of them did not know each other and found their own seats. It seemed that birds of a feather flocked together. Not long after the carriage started moving, the young scholar, Li Jinfeng, started chatting with the young man in brocade robe. The people around them also knew that the young man's surname was Shengguan and his given name was Yun. He came from Su Town. However, they did not know each other well and did not tell him why they were going to Pingyang City. Shengguan Yun seemed to be very arrogant. He only talked to Li Jinfeng and ignored Zhang Xiaohua and the rest. Sometimes, he would even frown when he saw Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu might be thinking about something and did not notice it. However, Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua was also very puzzled. He even lowered his head to look at his own clothes and his second brother's clothes. There was nothing special about them. They were all new clothes that their mother had made for them before they left. This made Zhang Xiaohua very confused. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. From his and Zhang Xiaohu's clothes and manners, anyone with a little bit of knowledge could tell that they came from the countryside. It was probably their first time traveling. At first, the few people who came before them were from ordinary families. Although they looked down on them, they did not show it on their faces. As for Li Jinfeng, a scholar, he was particular about self-restraint and would not show it on his face. However, Sheng Guanyun was different. He came from a rich family. Although he was not a foppish playboy, the servants in his family dressed better and behaved better than Zhang Xiaohua and the rest. This time, he did not use his own carriage and took the carriage of the horse and carriage company to gain experience. As soon as he got on the carriage, he saw two people who were obviously from the countryside sitting in front of him. Naturally, he would show his impatience. In fact, it was not out of malice, but it made Zhang Xiaohua confused. Fatty, who was sitting at the side, saw Sheng Guanyun's expression and also looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. It was unknown who he was pursing his lips for. However, seeing that he wanted to interrupt a few times to talk to Sheng Guanyun, his face was probably mostly for Zhang Xiaohua. Sheng Guanyun chatted with Li Jinfeng for a while and suddenly asked, "Brother Li, you have been studying in Pingyang City for a long time. Do you know of the Lotus Escort Agency?" Li Jinfeng was stunned and said, "I do. Almost everyone in Pingyang City knows of this escort agency. It is located in the west of Pingyang City and occupies a large area. It is said that it is very powerful and has opened many strongholds in the Yu Nation." "Brother Shengguan, why did you suddenly mention the Lotus Escort Agency? Could it be that you have business to take care of?" At this moment, Fatty at the side finally found a chance to interrupt. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask if young Master Shengguan is also going to take the exam for the Lotus Escort Agency?" Sheng Guanyun looked at Fatty in surprise and asked, "May I ask, are you going as well?" That Fatty said, "I am Yu Luan. I am heading to the Lotus Escort Agency." Sheng Guanyun smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there would be a comrade beside me. Sorry for the disrespect. However, I wonder if Brother Yu has been to the Lotus Escort Agency before?" Yu Luan said, "I have been to Pingyang City before. Unfortunately, I was busy playing and didn't have the chance to go there. I heard that the Lotus Escort Agency is recruiting, so I came to try my luck and see if I can be selected. However, Brother Shengguan's family background seems to be good. Why are you here at the escort agency?" Sheng Guanyun smiled bitterly and said, "I sneaked out secretly. My family forced me to study, but I feel dizzy when I see those books. A few days ago, I heard the guards under me talking about the Lotus Escort Agency and felt that it was good, so I came to give it a try. I thought that since I have been practicing martial arts since I was young, there shouldn't be any problems. When I have learned real skills and returned home, I won't have to look at my old man's face anymore." After saying that, he seemed to feel that he had gone overboard and hurriedly said to Li Jinfeng, "Brother Li, it's not that you scholars are good. It's just that I have no interest in studying. Please don't take it to heart." Li Jinfeng smiled and said, "I won't. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no harm in saying it." However, he was cursing in his heart. A bunch of reckless martial artists. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua asked timidly, "May I ask, does this Lotus Escort Agency have anything to do with the Lotus Escort Agency in Lu Town?" Sheng Guanyun looked at him and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Yu Luan who said, "This little brother must have come from Lu Town. That Lotus Escort Agency is a very large escort agency and has bases in various places. Lu Town naturally has one." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Oh, I know this. I still want to ask more." Yu Luan smiled and said, "Little brother, there's no harm in saying it. I will definitely tell you what I know." The fatty's puffed-up cheeks made him look like a good teacher. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then, what does the escort agency do?" Bang! Fatty Yuluan fell down on the carriage, his head hitting the roof of the carriage. Li Jinfeng and Sheng Guanyun also had their mouths wide open. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. Xiaohua was very puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? You guys don't know what an escort agency does either. At this moment, the guard at the side said, Little brother, this is your first time going out. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The guard said, this escort agency is a group of people who know martial arts. They escort ordinary people's belongings or protect other people's safety. Zhang Xiaohua nodded as if she didn't understand, but thought in her heart, Hero Lu said that if our family needs something, we can take the token to Lu Town's Lotus Escort Agency. That Lotus Escort Agency must be related to the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua asking these questions from the side. His face was a bit red. He didn't really understand these questions, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Since Zhang Xiaohua asked, it was a good opportunity for him to listen. At this moment, Fatty Yuluan sat up. Sheng Guanyun and Li Jinfeng also closed their mouths. However, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, then do Big Brother Shengguan and Big Brother Yu go to the escort agency as guards? The three people once again lost their composure. Yuluan laughed and said, Little brother, it's like this. The Lotus Escort Agency not only provides guards for others, they also teach people martial arts. We go to the Lotus Escort Agency to learn martial arts. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. They looked at each other, already having a plan in their hearts. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, Big Brother Yu, how does the Lotus Escort Agency choose people? Yuluan said, it's nothing more than strength, fists, and weapons. I'm not too sure about the specifics, we'll know when we go. Zhang Xiaohu heard this and secretly remembered it in his heart. Sheng Guanyun was already impatient and said, Why are you asking so much? Don't tell me you want to go too. Yuluan said, Little brother is too young, so they probably won't accept you. You, as the older brother, can go try. Zhang Xiaohu said, Really? Yuluan blinked and said, Really, you have no problem. Zhang Xiaohu was happy and asked, Then when you go tomorrow, can you bring me along? We don't know how to get there. Yuluan smiled and said, That's not a problem, we'll go together tomorrow. Following that, Yuluan and the other two began to talk about culture and customs. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't get a word in edgewise. Both of them looked outside happily, as if they could see the light of tomorrow. It was a pity that as it was their first time out, they didn't see the disdain between Sheng Guanyun's brows and the sneer in Yuluan's eyes. Only the guard saw this, but he also knew that it was their first time out and they would definitely hit a wall. Since it wasn't a big deal, he didn't specially remind them. The horse carriage arrived at Pingyang City at night. The Zhang brothers had originally wanted to see what Pingyang City looked like, but when they saw the pitch-black night sky, this idea had long been extinguished. They could only look at the huge city gate in the dark, like a monster swallowing the horse carriage whole, and the lanterns in front of the houses by the roadside swaying in the wind. The horse carriage traveled a long distance into the city before stopping at a secluded place. Everyone alighted from the carriage. As expected, there was a sign of a Gallop Horse Carriage Company. It must be the Horse Carriage Company of Pingyang City. It was already late at night. The staff of the Horse Carriage Company invited everyone into the store. Everyone ate hastily and went to rest. The Zhang brothers naturally stayed in the shared bunks. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Yuluan and the other two were staying. Originally, she wanted to remind them about going to the Lotus Escort Agency together tomorrow, but seeing how tired they were, Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth but didn't call out to them. The shared bunks of the Horse Carriage Company in Pingyang City were cleaner than other places and there weren't many people. The Zhang brothers couldn't care less. After a tiring day, they couldn't wait to go to bed. Zhang Xiaohua even fell asleep immediately on the bunk. Zhang Xiaohu, on the other hand, carefully placed the bundle under his head before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the two of them woke up very early. After breakfast, they waited at the entrance for Yu Luan and the other two. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Yu Luan and the other two. The two of them panicked and went inside to inquire. It was only then that they found out that after young Master Shengguan had checked in last night, he had felt uncomfortable staying in the inn and had asked Yu Luan and Li Jinfeng to look for another inn together. This scholar Li Jinfeng patted his chest and fatty Yu Luan's promise immediately turned into bubbles. The two brothers couldn't help but look at each other. Why was this person so untrustworthy? The two of them were contemplating whether to go to the Misty School or the Lotus Escort Agency. In the end, they decided to listen to Zhang Xiaohu and still go to the Misty School. However, where was the Misty School? The two of them went to look for the staff of the horse carriage company to inquire. Fortunately, the staff's attitude was good. That Misty School's reputation was also prominent. It was easy to find out that the Misty School wasn't in Pingyang City, but in the Ethereal Heights, which was 10 miles east of the city. This horse carriage company was in the northwest corner of Pingyang City. They needed to pass through Pingyang City and exit from the east gate. They only left the horse carriage company after they had ascertained the route. The horse carriage company was in a remote area in the northwest corner of Pingyang City. Although the sun was high up in the sky, there weren't many people in the vicinity. After the two of them had walked for a while, they passed through an alley and turned a corner. Both of them couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Zhang Xiaohu looked at everything in front of him and asked Zhang Xiaohu in puzzlement, "Second brother, don't tell me it's the new year again?" Chapter 68. In front of the Zhang brothers was a wide road that was 2 to 3 times wider than the streets of Lu Town. Countless shops lined the sides of the road and the streets were bustling with activity. The sound of hawking was incessant and it was extremely lively. It was practically a replica of the streets of Lu Town during the New Year. It was no wonder that the Zhang brothers misunderstood. They had never seen such a scene on a normal day. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and said, "It's already a hot day. Where did the New Year come from?" Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "That's right. This Pingyang City is really lively. If we didn't come and take a look, we wouldn't have known." Although the things in front of them were very fresh, the two of them had been out for a few days and knew that they had not seen much in the past. Many things were kept in mind and they slowly digested and accepted. They had gotten used to such a lively scene after a while. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua did not realize it himself. The speed at which he accepted new things from the outside world and his vision had slowly surpassed that of a 13-year-old child. Perhaps this was maturity. After all, Zhang Xiaohu was old. He had heard about the prosperity of the outside world from others. He had also imagined it in his heart in the past, but it was all based on Lu Town. Although what he had seen today was bigger than what he had expected, he was still able to accept it very quickly. The two of them walked among the crowd curiously, looking here and there from time to time. At first, they were still a little reserved. However, they soon realized that although many of these people were dressed in bright clothes, there were also many who were dressed plainly like them. The crowd's gaze did not linger on them for too long. Even the shop assistants at the shops along the street were attentively inviting them. Hence, they soon relaxed. However, after walking for a short while, the two of them were stunned again. Why? They were lost and did not know where to go. It was as if they had long deviated from the route that the carriage assistants had given them. Since they were lost, they naturally had to ask someone for directions. The two of them wondered who they should ask. At this time, a young man came from behind and squeezed between the two of them, saying as he walked, "Excuse me, excuse me." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he casually turned sideways to let the person pass. However, when the person passed by, he suddenly reached out and touched Zhang Xiaohu's waist. He immediately took Zhang Xiaohu's small money bag. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu was still looking around, looking for the person who asked for directions. Zhang Xiaohua's senses were very sensitive now. He saw this situation from the corner of his eye and quickly stepped forward to block the person. He raised his hand and grabbed the person's wrist that was holding the money bag. He said sternly, "What are you doing?" The young man's age and height were about the same as Zhang Xiaohu's. Looking at the child who was a head shorter than him and the hand that grabbed his wrist, he said casually, "Nothing." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then why are you holding my second brother's money pouch?" The young man sneered and said, "How is this your family's money pouch? It's obviously in my hands. It's mine." After saying this, he forcefully shook off Zhang Xiaohua's hand and tried to pull his hand away. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him do as he wished? He exerted a little force on his hand. "Ouch, ouch." The young man immediately cried out and begged for mercy, "Young master, please have mercy. Be gentle, be gentle. My wrist is going to break." Zhang Xiaohu also noticed the abnormality. He snatched his money pouch from the man's hand and opened it to see if there was any money missing. Seeing that her second brother had taken the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua naturally let go of her hand. At this time, a few people ran from behind and passed by Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua, bumping into them. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. Why were these people so reckless? What was so urgent? But when they ran over, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The people who had stolen the money pouch just now were gone. The Zhang brothers looked at each other again. It seemed that the people behind them were in cahoots with the thief in front of them. They carefully checked again. Fortunately, they didn't lose anything, so the two didn't take it to heart. But because of this, they developed a sense of distrust towards the people here. Even when they asked for directions, they found a very friendly-looking old granny. After asking for directions, the two brothers continued to move forward. This Pingyang city was really big. After walking for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, they still hadn't reached the east gate. The two of them weren't tired, but the weather was too hot and crowded. Both of them were thirsty. When they reached a corner, they happened to see a shed selling herbal tea by the roadside. It was a big bowl of thirst-quenching herbal tea that cost 1 copper coin. The two of them were overjoyed. They hurried over and drank a big bowl each. After paying the bill, they asked for directions in detail. The two of them were about to leave when suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua pulled Zhang Xiaohu back. She pointed to a person in front and said in a low voice, "Second brother, look at that person in front. Is he the one who stole our money pouch just now?" Zhang Xiaohu looked carefully and shook his head, saying, "I can't see clearly. When the money pouch was stolen just now, I didn't pay attention either. I didn't see what the person looked like and was taken away." Zhang Xiaohua said with certainty, "There should be no mistake. It's him." Zhang Xiaohu was a little doubtful, "Are you sure? Don't accuse him wrongly. Besides, we don't have any evidence now. There's no way we can catch him." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, why are you looking at him? He's staring at the girl's money pouch in front of him." Zhang Xiaohu looked again. Indeed, a girl was walking in front of the young man. She was holding a pot of unknown flowers in her hands and a small emerald green money pouch on her waist swayed continuously as the girl walked. Wasn't the young man staring at the money pouch? As he looked, the young man quickened his pace. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly threw the small bundle in her hands to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Help me hold it, second brother. Watch how I catch the thief." At this time, the young thief had already run to the girl's side. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the money bag in his hand. Then, he ran away. The girl also felt it and shouted anxiously, "My money bag, you hateful thief." However, she was holding the flower pot in her hands. How could she chase after him? She could only stomp her feet and secretly say, "I'll let you hold it first. Later, I'll let third uncle take care of you." The girl was vexed. Zhang Xiaohua, who was brave for justice, rushed over and said, "Wait a moment. I'll help you get it back." After saying that, she chased after the thief's back. While running, she shouted, "Catch the thief who stole something." When the thief heard someone shouting, he turned around and saw that it was the person who grabbed his wrist. Thinking about the bruise on his wrist, he immediately quickened his pace, wanting to get rid of Zhang Xiaohua's pursuit. In the thief's mind, Zhang Xiaohua was just a little brat. Although he was strong, he could run faster than an adult. It wouldn't take long for him to run away. However, Zhang Xiaohua was the exception. After chasing him for a few streets, the thief was a little tired. When he looked back, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still chasing him. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Then, he looked around and saw that because he ran far away, his brothers who were covering for him didn't come over. The thief couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and threw the money pouch in his hand into an alley. Then, he ran in the opposite direction. Zhang Xiaohua chased him to this place and had to pick up the money pouch first. When he came back, the thief had already disappeared into the alley. However, Zhang Xiaohua's purpose was just to get the money pouch back. He didn't want to catch the thief, so he went back the way he came. Fortunately, the girl who chased him wasn't too far away. Zhang Xiaohua could go back according to his memory. He saw that the girl was still waiting at the same place. Taking the money pouch that Zhang Xiaohua handed over, the girl smiled and said, "Thank you." Looking at the girl with braided hair and wearing red and green clothes, Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly and hurriedly said, "It's okay. He wanted to steal our things just now. However, this person is very cunning. We didn't catch him and let him run away." The girl said, "It's okay. It's okay to get the money pouch back. Thank you. I'll go first. There are still people waiting for me over there." After saying that, the little girl smiled at Zhang Xiaohua again, turned around, and walked east. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu also came over and praised Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, "Xiaohua, you're really good. You can even get the money pouch back. However, you're still young. If there's a fight, you won't be a match for him. Next time, let me chase him." Zhang Xiaohua took his small bag and said, "It's okay, second brother. I think I'm very good now. I just chased him for so long, but I'm not tired." Zhang Xiaohu thought that his brother was bragging, but he didn't expose him. He also smiled and said, "That's right. Xiaohua has grown up. Of course, you're very good." While talking and laughing, the two also walked to the east. Coincidentally, they were just behind the girl. After walking for a while, the girl looked back and saw that the two were also walking behind her. She stopped. When the two were close, she asked, "It seems that we're on the way. Where are you going?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We want to go to the Ethereal Heights." "Ethereal Heights?" The girl was stunned. "What are you going to do there?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We want to learn martial arts." "Learn martial arts? To the Ethereal Heights?" The girl was even more stunned. "I haven't heard that the Ethereal Heights is recruiting disciples." However, the girl said, "It's still far from the Ethereal Heights. How are you going to get there? Walk there?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and said, "Yes, it's our first time here. We don't know how to get there." The girl smiled and said, "How about this? I'm on the way as well. Follow me. I'll send you there as a thank you for helping me get my purse back. How about that?" Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "Okay, then I'll thank you too." Indeed, There was a horse carriage parked by the roadside not far ahead. There were already many flower pots on the carriage, but there was still some empty space in the carriage. After the girl and the Zhang brothers sat down, the carriage then moved slowly. Sitting in the carriage, the three of them had a simple conversation and knew each other's names. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that this girl was called Xiaotong. She was a servant in a villa. She came out to buy some bonsai for the villa and didn't talk much about other things. She only listened to Xiaotong's introduction of the situation in Pingyang City and the surrounding places of interest. Chapter 69. The Misty Mountain Villa was indeed far away. The carriage left the city gate and traveled east for nearly the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before arriving at a straight road. The carriage stopped and the three people got off. Xiaotong pointed to the road and said, "If you go further, you will reach the Misty Mountain Villa. I can't send you any further. I live in the Huanxi Mountain Villa. If you have the chance, you can come and play with me." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu said some words of thanks before Xiaotong got on the carriage. The carriage turned around and slowly went back. Xiaotong waved goodbye to the two people in the carriage. The Zhang brothers looked at the wide and straight road and the huge trees beside it. They couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity in their hearts. The two people took a deep breath and strode forward. After walking for a short while, they saw the tall archway in the distance. When they got closer, they could clearly see the big Misty on the archway. Wasn't that the two words on the token? The two brothers' hearts beat faster. They could see hope in front of their eyes. Below the decorated archway stood a few men with sabers strapped to their backs. Another man was patrolling on the left and right. He should be the leader. It was noon, and the Zhang brothers were the only ones walking on the main road under the sun. Naturally, they had seen them long ago. Seeing that the two of them were still moving forward, the man walked up to them. He raised his right hand and stopped the two of them from moving forward. His eyes looked at the two of them for a long time before he said, "Please wait a moment. Up ahead is an important place for our gang." Zhang Xiaohu came forward and asked with a fist salute, "Excuse me, is this the Misty Mountain Villa?" The man looked at Zhang Xiaohu suspiciously and replied, "It is the Misty Mountain Villa." Zhang Xiaohu said happily, "Great, we are looking for the Misty Mountain Villa." The man took a step back warily and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you, friend?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "We came to the Misty School to learn from a master." That person stared blankly, as if he had seen something funny. He looked at Zhang Xiaohu, and the guards who had been standing upright a moment ago also looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why?" "We're from Lu Town, and we're here to learn." That person couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed while clutching his stomach. He pointed at the two of them and said, "Apprenticeship? You?" "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The guards also bent over in laughter. Some of them even sat on the ground as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The Zhang brothers didn't understand why everyone was laughing, so they could only stand there obediently. When everyone was done laughing, they carefully asked, "What are you laughing at?" This sentence caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. However, when they stopped laughing again, the leader said, "Another two pitiful creatures attracted by the legends of the martial world." Then, she waved at them and said, "The Misty School has been recruiting disciples for a while now. You guys should go home." Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and said, "We came here from Lu Town and spent a lot of money. How can we go home?" Zhang Xiaohu was also stunned. He didn't think about it before coming. He thought that he could learn martial arts by coming here. Who knew that they were not recruiting disciples? What could he do? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu thought of something and said to the leader, "Brother, I know your school's Wen High. Can you take us to see him?" The leader looked at him and said, our Misty School has a person called Wen Hai. However, many people know his name. This doesn't mean that you know him. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he felt that there was hope and said, just say that you are the Zhang brothers from Lu Town. I believe he has some impression of you. The leader said, unfortunately, even if you know Wen Hai, I can't take you to see him because he is not in the villa. Zhang Xiaohu was disappointed. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted and said, then, what about Lu Yuming? The leader said, hey, you know a lot. However, Lu Yuming is not in the villa. There is no other way. Alas, in fact, even if you know them, they will not let you apprentice to a master. You should go back quickly and live a good life farming at home. The leader's eyes were sharp. He had already seen through the identity of the two farmers. The Zhang brothers still wanted to say something, but the leader said, this is the entrance of Misty Mountain Villa. It has always been forbidden for strangers to approach and make noise. It is still a sensitive time. It is wrong for me to say so much to you. You should stop pestering and leave early. When the two heard this, they were very depressed. They had no choice but to slowly walk away dejectedly. At this time, one of the guards standing guard whispered to the leader, Leader, these two people said the names of several of our core disciples. Could it be that they really know them? Although it is a joke to apprentice to a master, if we let the bosses know that the people they know were looking for them and were driven away by us, wouldn't that offend them? The leader could not help but ponder. Another guard next to him said, I heard that the Lotus Flower Escort Agency is recruiting people. Let them try. If they fail and go home, the bosses will know. It can be considered as us pointing the way. They can't blame us. When the leader heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, these words make sense. You are still the smart one. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly caught up with the Zhang brothers who had just walked away and shouted, Brothers, take care. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua were walking forward dejectedly. When they heard someone call them, they immediately stopped and asked, What, are we allowed to go in? The leader smiled and said, Going in is absolutely out of the question. However, the two little brothers are here to apprentice to a master. I will show you the way. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up and they asked in unison, Where is the way? The leader said, There is a Lotus Flower Escort Agency in Pingyang City. They are currently recruiting people. You can try. If you are hired, there will naturally be people who will teach you martial arts. When the two heard this, they realized that this was the place that Sheng Guanyun and Yu Luan had gone to. It seemed that Yu Luan and Zhang Xiaohua were telling the truth. They had only thought about coming to Ethereal Mountain Villa in the morning and had completely forgotten about the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. It seemed that they had no choice but to settle for second best today. The two hurriedly thanked the leader for his guidance and asked in detail about the location of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency before waving goodbye. It was already afternoon and the sun was blazing. The food that they had eaten in the morning had long been digested. Zhang Xiaohua was famished and Zhang Xiaohu was not much better. Fortunately, there were still scattered families in front of Ethereal Mountain Villa. There were also many people who were making a living here. The two brothers found a small shop and hastily ate some food. When they came, they had taken a ride. Although it was far away, there were people to talk to and they did not feel too bored. When they went back, it was just the two of them. They chatted one after another. It was fine when there was a shady place, but when they were exposed to the sun, it was really unbearable. There were not many people walking on the road from Ethereal Mountain Villa to Pingyang City. Even if there were, they were riding horses or sitting in carriages. These people were also in a hurry and no one paid attention to the two brothers walking on the road. When the two brothers walked to the vicinity of Pingyang City, they were already sweating profusely. However, when they saw the outline of the city gate, the two immediately became spirited and their footsteps quickened. Fortunately, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency was near the city gate and it was easy to find out. Not long after, the two brothers arrived in front of a large door. This was a very large door. In front of the door, there were two lion statues, one on each side of the door. It looked very imposing. A black plaque hung above the door. On it, there were 4 large golden words. Zhang Xiaohua recognized the second word, Hua. It was probably Lotus Flower Escort Agency. There were also a few people standing at the door. However, they were all dressed in plain clothes and did not have any swords hanging from their waists. The two brothers walked up the stairs and immediately, one of them came up to greet them. That person looked at the two brothers' attire and could not help but frown slightly. However, he still asked with a smile, "May I ask if the two brothers are here to find guards or to find someone to deliver the goods?" Fortunately, he had heard about the escort agency from Yu Luan previously. Zhang Xiaohu did not make a fool of himself. He also cupped his fists and said, "The two of us brothers are here to learn from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." That person sized up Zhang Xiaohu and nodded, saying, "Please wait a moment." Then, he shouted to the back, "Xiao Si, come and bring these two to the side room. They're here to learn martial arts." Behind them, a very smart and thin manservant answered and ran over, leading the Zhang brothers through the door. Inside the door was a very spacious area. There were many weapons placed on one side of the area. There were also some stone locks and other objects placed in the corner. At this time, the sun was still very strong and there were not many people in the area. The people practicing martial arts should still be resting. That manservant brought the Zhang brothers to a row of houses on the right side of the area. He walked to the second door and carefully knocked on the door. After a while, a hoarse voice asked from inside, "Who is it? Come in." The manservant pushed open the door and brought the Zhang brothers into the room. The room looked like a study. Behind the desk sat a man in his 40s. He was dressed like a scholar and his eyes were hazy. It looked like he had just taken an afternoon nap. Of course, this person who was disturbed from his good sleep was not very happy. He sized up everyone and asked unhappily, "Xiao Si, what's the matter?" That manservant quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Master One, these two are here to learn from a master. Can you make the arrangements?" When Master One heard this, he waved his hand and said, "I know. You can go." The manservant smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master One. I'll go out now." Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, "This is fourth Master One of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. He's in charge of recruiting people. You can listen to his arrangements." Zhang Xiaohu cupped his fists in thanks. That manservant left and closed the door behind him. Fourth Master One looked at the two's attire and frowned. However, he still took a book from the left side of the table and flipped it open. He asked for the two's names and wrote them down with a brush. Then he asked, "Do you want to live in the escort agency or outside?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course we'll live in the escort agency." Fourth Master One nodded and said, "That's good. The tuition fee for a year of martial arts is 50 taels of silver. Food and lodging is 30 taels of silver. The two of you will be paying 160 taels of silver. Bring the banknotes over." When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua heard this, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 70. Silver? The two brothers asked in unison, "We need to pay silver to learn martial arts?" Hearing this, fourth Master Wen's expression changed drastically. He slammed the brush in his hand on the table and said angrily, "If you don't pay silver, who will teach you? Looking at you, are you trying to fool me?" The Zhang brothers said that they didn't dare. Then, Zhang Xiaohu told him about how the ethereal villa's guards had asked them to come over. Only then did fourth Master Wen's anger subside slightly. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank some water before speaking. Looks like the guards made a mistake. You can't be blamed for this. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, may I ask fourth master, where exactly did you make a mistake? Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's respectful manner, fourth master Wen cleared his throat and said with the air of a good teacher, seeing that you've come from afar, I'll explain it to you briefly. There is usually a martial arts school to learn from. You have to pay tuition fees, eat and stay at the martial arts school, and of course, you have to pay for food and lodging. Our Lotus Flower Escort Agency is the largest agency in Pingyang City, so we don't have our own martial arts school. Our agency also functions as a martial arts school and usually recruits people to learn martial arts. However, it's wrong for you to go to the ethereal villa to learn martial arts. Martial arts schools recruit people regardless of age. They look at the foundation and comprehension of martial arts and usually accept people. However, the best age to start learning martial arts is 5 or 6 years old. It's very difficult to become successful in martial arts in the future. The martial arts school recruits people to teach normal martial arts routines, while the villa recruits disciples from the Misty School. Usually, they only recruit 5 or 6 years old children. They definitely won't accept you if you go there. At this point, the Zhang brothers' expressions changed drastically. They originally thought that they would stay at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency for a while and still want to join the ethereal villa. It looked like they had thought too simply. Zhang Xiaohua asked nervously, then fourth master, why did the villa's guards ask us to come here? Fourth master Wen smiled and stroked his beard, saying, other than recruiting people from the martial arts school, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's main business is of course the escort agency's business. During this period, the agency is short of manpower and needs to recruit some escorts and bodyguards. I guess that's what he meant. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, do we need to pay? Fourth Master Wen said, the bodyguards and armed escorts work for the escort agency. Of course, they don't have to pay money. They are paid every month. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, can I learn martial arts? Fourth Master Wen said, yes, of course one must have martial arts skills to protect oneself. How can one not learn martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes immediately lit up. This was a job where they could practice martial arts and earn money. It was really too good. However, Fourth Master Wen's next words immediately caused the two of them to fall into the abyss. However, the guards and armed escorts must have a foundation in martial arts. Have you guys practiced martial arts before? Zhang Xiaohu pursed his lips and said in a low voice, I've never practiced before. Fourth Elder Wen's face immediately darkened, saying, how can this Misty Mountain Villa's guard do such a foolish thing? Why did he send you here without asking carefully? He should have just let you go home. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, where are you guys from? Zhang Xiaohu said, Lu Town. Fourth Master Wen muttered, Lu Town, I've never heard of that disciple's home being in Lu Town. Then he asked again, Lu Town is very far from here. How did you know about the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu only said that he knew Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming. He didn't go into detail about the rest. Only then did Fourth Master Wen's brows loosen. He understood the guard's meaning. He immediately said with a pleasant expression, since that's the case, then you should go to the armed escorts to take a look. Without a foundation in martial arts, they definitely won't accept guards. If the armed escorts are still lacking people, then there's still some hope. Let's go, this old man has nothing to do. I'll take you to old Sixth Li's place. With that, he got up and walked out with the two men, making the Zhang brothers feel overwhelmed by the favor. Fourth Master Wen brought the Zhang brothers to the fourth room next door. He had the two men wait outside while he pushed the door open and entered. There was a lean man in his 30s in the room. He was smoking a pipe with great interest. When he saw Fourth Master Wen enter, he couldn't help but smile and say, Fourth Master Wen, how do you have time to come to my place? Fourth Master Wen looked at the room full of smoke and walked to the window. He pushed it open and fanned the smoke in front of him with his hand, saying, Old Sixthly, would it kill me to smoke less? The room is full of smoke. Who wants to come here? Then he asked, has the recruitment been smooth these past few days? You've recruited all of them, right? Old Sixthly held the pipe and knocked it on the stool, saying, I've recruited almost all of them. I'm still short of 1 or 2 bodyguards. The armed escorts are a bit troublesome. After all, they don't pay much and still have to work hard. Those with a little bit of foundation love to be bodyguards. Even if they're not as good, they can still be guards at a carriage company. It's better than working for an escort agency. Fourth Master Wen chuckled and said, that's good. Then he turned around and let the Zhang brothers enter the room. He said to Zhang Xiaohu, this is Sixth Master Li, who is in charge of recruiting armed escorts. Let's get to know each other. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward to greet him. Old Sixthly looked at Zhang Xiaohu and then looked at Fourth Master Wen strangely, saying, what kind of show are you singing? You're letting him be an armed escort? Fourth Master Wen nodded. Old Sixthly looked at Zhang Xiaohu from head to toe and asked, from the looks of it, you don't seem to have practiced martial arts before, right? Zhang Xiaohu replied respectfully, yes, I haven't practiced before. Old Sixthly looked at Fourth Master Wen in puzzlement and said, if you haven't practiced before, why are you here? How do you want me to recruit him? Even armed escorts are dangerous. Didn't you tell him clearly that he's risking his life? Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, this time, the armed escorts are not like bodyguards. It's not necessary for him to know martial arts. I know this very well. He just wants to learn martial arts. Furthermore, then, Fourth Master Wen muttered a few words into Old Sixthly's ear. Old Sixthly nodded repeatedly when he heard this, but in the end, he still said, although an armed escort doesn't say that he has to know martial arts, if his body isn't good enough and he doesn't have the talent to practice martial arts, I still can't accept him. Otherwise, if there are any problems in the future, I won't be able to explain it to those people. Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, they're all farmers, so there shouldn't be any problems with their bodies. Take him to the martial arts training ground for a test. It's best if he can do it. If not, tell him clearly. He can't throw away his life just because he wants to practice martial arts. He turned around and said to Zhang Xiaohu, don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. Old Sixthly had no choice but to say to Zhang Xiaohu, all right then, come with me. With that said, he brought Zhang Xiaohu to the square outside the house. At this moment, there were already some people practicing martial arts in the martial arts training ground. Some people were practicing their punches and kicks, some people were fighting with weapons, and some people were holding stone weights to build up their strength. Old Sixthly brought Zhang Xiaohu to the side of the stone weights. The few people who were lifting the stone weights put them down and bowed to Old Sixthly and company. Standing to the side, Old Sixthly pointed at a stone weight and said to Zhang Xiaohu, this is a stone weight of 100 pounds. Can you lift it? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never lifted it before. Old Sixthly said, then give it a try. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and walked forward. He grabbed the stone weight with his hand and lifted it with all his might. Then, he took a deep breath and imitated the way someone lifted the stone weight. He raised the stone weight above his head with one hand and then put it down. He turned back to look at Old Sixthly. Old Sixthly nodded and said, it's all right. That's 150 pounds. Try again. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the slightly larger stone weight next to him and still lifted it. However, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Old Sixthly seemed to be a little satisfied. The people who were watching the show did not have the contempt from before. After all, at Zhang Xiaohu's age, his body did not look very strong. It was not bad to lift 150 pounds without training. Old Sixthly did not give up. He pointed to another one and said, "This is a 200 pounds. Try again." At this time, the people next to him were also stunned. This 200-pound stone weight was not the heaviest in the martial arts field. However, not everyone in this group of people could lift it when they first arrived. Only a few obviously muscular men could show their faces at the beginning. The rest could only lift this 200-pound stone weight after practicing and building up their strength. Old Sixthly let Zhang Xiaohu try to lift it now, either to deliberately make things difficult or to see Zhang Xiaohu's potential. Zhang Xiaohu was like a newborn calf at this time. Naturally, he was not afraid. He stepped forward and weighed it first. He felt that it was very heavy. However, when he thought about his future martial arts practice, he took a deep breath as before and lifted it with one arm. Unfortunately, when he was about to lift it over his head, his arm went soft and the stone weight fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's face was a little pale, but the people around him cheered and clapped. Old Sixthly also nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, very good." At this time, Zhang Xiaohu knew that he should have passed the test in terms of strength. Then, Old Sixthly asked Zhang Xiaohu, "You haven't practiced martial arts at all, right?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded in agreement. At this time, the people practicing martial arts next to them were attracted by the applause. Old Sixthly pointed to a young man who had just come over. He was about the same age as Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Little monkey, come over and show us the Liuhe fist." Then, he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Watch carefully. When he finishes, repeat it for me." The Liuhe fist was a simple introductory fist technique. Under Little Monkey's hands, it was actually very impressive. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaohu watched his every move attentively. When Little Monkey finished, there was no lack of applause from the side. Old Sixthly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu closed his eyes and seemed to be recalling. After a while, he slowly started from the first move. Although there was no momentum, it was methodical and methodical. And the more he played, the more shocked Old Sixthly was. Everyone was also dumbfounded. He only stopped when he played 60 to 70% of the fist technique. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, "I forgot the rest." Old Sixthly said sternly, "To be honest, you really haven't practiced martial arts before? You haven't practiced this fist technique before? Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 71. Zhang Xiaohu was baffled as he said, "Of course, I've never practiced before. This is my first time practicing." Old Li Lu was a bit excited as he said, "Amazing. Although you can't be called a genius, it's still rare. This 6 harmonies fist is very complex. For you to be able to remember 60% to 70% of it on your first try, it can be seen that you have talent." At this time, the surroundings were also filled with cheers. It made Zhang Xiaohu's face turn red. Zhang Xiaohua was also happy for her second brother, but she was also secretly worried. It seemed that she didn't remember that much. She didn't know if she would be able to pass the test later. Old Li Lu chuckled as he said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Come here. Let me see the condition of your bones and other body." Zhang Xiaohu obediently walked over. Old Li Lu touched Zhang Xiaohu's body here and there. Finally, he said with satisfaction, "Very good. This body is very suitable for practicing martial arts. If it wasn't for your age, you would probably be able to enter Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu's face bloomed with a smile as he asked, "Then I've passed. I can be a guard, right?" Old Li Lu smiled and said, "Pass, pass, of course you passed. After practicing for a year or so, you can even be a bodyguard." He turned to Fourth Master Wen and said, Fourth Master has good eyesight. You brought back a treasure for our escort agency. Fourth Master Wen said modestly, it was just luck, just luck. Old Li Lu said to Zhang Xiaohu, all right, let's go. You'll come with me to register. From now on, you'll be a guard of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Everyone else, disperse and cultivate. After saying this, he turned to leave. Everyone also prepared to disperse. At this time, a voice sounded, what? You won't let me take the test? Everyone stopped in their tracks. Old Li Lu looked and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu immediately said, that's right. My brother hasn't taken the test yet. Doesn't he need to take the test? Old Li Lu sized up Zhang Xiaohua and asked, how old are you? Zhang Xiaohua said in puzzlement, 13 years old. Li Lao Lu laughed, and the people around him laughed as well. Then, Li Lao Lu asked, do you know that the escort agency has an age requirement when recruiting guards? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Li Lao Lu smiled and said, the escort agency is open for business. Of course, the people we recruit must be adults. Our guards must be at least 16 years old. Look around, is there a child as young as you? Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Sure enough, most of the people around her were in their 20s. Zhang Xiaohu and Little Monkey were considered young. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel that the world was so small. The Misty School's requirement to recruit disciples was around 5 or 6 years old. She was too old. It wasn't easy to find the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, but they recruited guards who were at least 16 years old. She was too young. What should she do? Why was learning martial arts so difficult? However, she still didn't give up. She said loudly, I'm young, but my strength isn't small. You also let me lift the stone weights. How heavy do you think I can lift? Li Lao Lu still shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want you, but you're too young. You can't even take care of yourself. How can you contribute to the escort agency? The escort agency's rules are like this. How can I make an exception? After speaking, he turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohu grabbed him and pleaded, Sixth Master Li, look. Xiaohua's strength is really great. Take a look first. Zhang Xiaohua was so anxious that she was about to cry. If it wasn't for the fact that she swore in front of her grandmother's grave that she would never cry again, her tears would have already fallen. Seeing that her second brother had grabbed onto Li Lao Lu, she hurriedly ran to the stone weights. She ran to the 200 Jin stone weight that Zhang Xiaohu hadn't lifted and said, look, I'll try lifting this. After speaking, she grabbed the stone weight with one hand and used her strength to lift it above her head. Li Lao Lu was unhappy that Zhang Xiaohu had grabbed onto him. He originally wanted to break free, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua lift the 200 Jin stone weight, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that he didn't speak, she thought that he was too light. She hurriedly threw the 200 Jin stone weight on the ground. Looking at the ground, she picked up the largest stone weight and weighed it in her hand. She took a deep breath and shouted, up. She lifted the largest stone weight with one arm. In an instant, the training field was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs fell out of their sockets. Li Laoyo's eyes were wide open. His mouth was also wide open. You could stuff a big duck egg in it. After a long while, someone said timidly, that stone weight, is it the 500 Jin stone weight? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, what are you all doing there? You don't practice martial arts properly and only know how to watch the show. At the same time, a female voice sounded, Zhang Xiaohua? Why are you here? Everyone turned to look and saw a gray-haired old man walking out from the corridor in the backyard. The onlookers said, the third Master Chu is here. Let's hurry and leave. Hence, the surrounding crowd dispersed in an uproar. Only the small figure on the stage was left holding a large stone weight. That small face was red from holding it in. The girl walking beside the third Master Chu was Chiu Tong, whom they had met in Pingyang City in the morning. The third Master Chu walked to Li Laoyu's side. Li Laolu and fourth Master Wen hurriedly bowed to the third Master Chu. The third Master Chu also returned the greeting. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still holding the stone weight, he frowned and said, "What are you doing? Why aren't you putting it down?" Zhang Xiaohua did not know who he was and of course did not dare to put it down. Instead, she looked at Li Laolu. Li Laolu also hurriedly said, "Put it down, put it down." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua finally let go of the stone weight and threw it on the ground. The stone weight hit the ground with a bang, sending up a cloud of dust. The third Master Chu turned to ask Chiu Tong, "You know them?" Chiu Tong smiled and said, "Yes, this is the child I told you about just now. He helped me retrieve my money bag in the morning. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. This is his older brother, Zhang Xiaohu." The third Master Chu smiled and nodded, saying, "Good child." Then, he asked Li Laolu, "What's going on? Why did you let the child lift the stone weight?" Li Laolu hurriedly and respectfully explained the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he said, "Zhang Xiaohua's strength is really extraordinary. Not many people in our Lotus Flower Escort Agency can lift this stone weight. However, he is still young and is a child. He did not follow the rules. Third Master, please make the decision." When the third Master Chu heard that Zhang Xiaohua had lifted the 500 jin stone weight, he was also very moved. He couldn't help but look at the stone weight that had been thrown to the side, as well as the short child beside it. Chiu Tong also played the drums on the side, saying, "Xiaohua is a good child. If it wasn't for him, my money bag would have been taken away by someone long ago. Although I told third uncle that I would definitely return it, I still owe someone a favor. Third uncle, please let go." The third Master Chu smiled and said, "You silly girl, you're too muddle-headed. You knew that the disciples of the sect were all 5 or 6 years old, yet you still brought them to the entrance of the villa and left them there. The guards that our agency recruits are all adults above the age of 16. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Chiu Tong also smiled and said, "In the morning, they didn't say that they were going to be apprenticed to a master. I thought that they were relatives from the sect who came to see their loved ones. Besides, aren't you the one in charge of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Can't you just say the word?" The third Master Chu said, "Right now, I am the one in charge. However, these rules were set by the sect leader. How can I so easily violate them? Besides, the guards are supposed to be escorts. How can a child like him go? If his life is in danger, wouldn't that be harming him?" Chiu Tong lowered her head and thought about it. That was true. She could only look at Zhang Xiaohua sympathetically. The third Master Chu continued, "However, I do have a way to satisfy both sides. Do you want to hear it?" Chiu Tong was stunned. "Satisfy both sides?" The third Master Chu said, "Didn't you just say that the family of the person in charge of the medicine fields in the villa had passed away and that there was no one to weed and fertilize the fields? You wanted me to find someone who can farm and who is also quite strong to assist you. Isn't this child in front of you a very good candidate? Doesn't he just want to learn martial arts? Can't you just find a martial arts master in the villa to teach him? If that doesn't work, he can also find some time to come here and practice." Chiu Tong's eyes also lit up. She repeatedly said that it was a good idea. Then, Chiu Tong called Zhang Xiaohua to the side and explained the matter in detail to him. She asked him if he knew how to farm. Zhang Xiaohua naturally nodded and said that he knew how to farm. What a joke. Farming used to be his main occupation. How could he not know? At this time, What choice did Zhang Xiaohua have? The Misty School didn't accept him and the Lotus Flower Escort Agency didn't want him. In any case, he could still practice martial arts at Huanxi Villa. He just had to farm. What was wrong with that? However, when he heard Qiu Tong say that Huanxi Villa would receive 5 coins a month, his heart bloomed with joy. Zhang Xiaohu only received 6 coins a month as a guard. He didn't have to work hard to farm and could earn so much money. How could he not be happy? However, in the future, he would be at Huanxi Villa while his second brother would be at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. It was a troublesome matter that they couldn't be together all the time. Zhang Xiaohu also heard the conversation and asked Qiu Tong, "Where is Huanxi Villa?" Qiu Tong said with a smile, "It's right next to Misty Mountain Villa." "Why didn't I tell you in the morning that it was on the way?" Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, the escort agency isn't far from Huanxi Villa. I'll visit you when I have time. It's not dangerous to stay there. Father and mother don't have to worry. When you grow up in a few years, you can come to the escort agency to be with me." Zhang Xiaohua agreed when she heard her second brother say so. Qiu Tong was also very happy. She had hit it off with Zhang Xiaohua in the morning and looked at him as if he was her little brother. Now that she could help him and complete her mission, it was really the best of both worlds. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua parted ways at the escort agency. On the other side, Li Laolu brought Zhang Xiaohu to his room to handle the procedures and arrange a room for him. Third Master Chu had also heard about Zhang Xiaohu's test and told him to pay more attention to Zhang Xiaohu. He might become the pillar of the escort agency in the future, so of course, he had to cultivate their relationship well. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua took his small bag and followed Qiu Tong into the carriage. They once again rode out of the city to the eastern suburbs. "Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 72. Sitting in the carriage and looking at the familiar scenery, Zhang Xiaohua felt like she was in a dream. This was the third time she had taken this road today. However, her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, was not in the carriage this time. Looking at Qiu Tong sitting beside her, she felt even more amazed by the mysteries of fate. If the thief had not stolen Qiu Tong's money pouch in the morning, if she had not run too slowly and had not recovered the emerald green money pouch, if she had not met this elder sister Qiu Tong, she would be on the carriage back to Lu Town now. After all, the escort agency and the Misty School did not want her. She could not possibly hold up her second brother's future here. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Her second brother had originally wanted to explore the world in Pingyang City. She did not expect him to be dragged here to learn martial arts. His aptitude had even been praised by a martial arts master. It was only a matter of time before he learned martial arts. Fate made fools of people. Qiu Tong saw that Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were blurry and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Xiaohua, are you tired? If you're tired, then take a nap. When you see the young miss later, you must be alert." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm fine, elder sister Qiu Tong. I just feel that my arms are a little sore and I can't exert any strength. I'm not tired. Usually, I work from morning to night in the fields and I don't feel tired. Of course, I won't feel tired now." Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua lovingly and said, "Looking at you is like looking at my younger brother. However, he is a student and can't endure hardships like you. The heavens have pity on you. You have to work in the fields at such a young age. It must be hard on you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head disapprovingly and said, "Elder sister, you don't know if you haven't worked in the fields. In the countryside, if you don't work in the fields and plant crops, you won't be able to eat. All the boys in the family have to work in the fields when they reach a certain age. I'm not the only one. I'm already used to it." However, Qiu Tong, who was overflowing with motherly love, didn't think too much about it. She felt that this Zhang Xiaohua was a replica of her younger brother. Zhang Xiaohua had suffered enough in the countryside. Now that he was under her wing, she had to ensure that he had a stable life. The love in her eyes intensified. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and asked, "That's right, Jijia, you just said that Miss wanted to see me in a while. Who is that? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" When Qiu Tong heard this, she smiled and said, "Young mistress is the manor lord of our Huanxi manor. She treats us very well, so you don't have to pay too much attention to her. You just have to respectfully say some good things about her. Young mistress has always been kind. She will definitely take you in when she sees a little strong man like you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard the word, "take you in," she couldn't help but feel uneasy again. After all, she was still a teenager. Although her state of mind was mature, she had been rejected again and again today. Although she didn't have the blindness of entering the world, the confidence in her heart had also diminished. However, this was a process of maturity after all. It was inevitable that she would sharpen herself in the cruelty of reality and find a balance from her uneasiness. The carriage still took the same road as it did in the morning. However, when it reached a junction, it didn't go forward to the main road of the Misty Mountain Villa. Instead, it turned to a small road on the right. There were many people living on the side of the small road. At this moment, it was already dusk and smoke was everywhere. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua actually felt that she was in the Guizhuang house. The carriage walked for a while and passed through many small alleys. Suddenly, a large square appeared in front of them. There were many trees planted around the square and it was very lush. Directly in front of it was a door bigger than the one of the Lotus Escort Agency. On both sides of the door were two stone lions, which looked more mighty than the stone lions of the Lotus Escort Agency. The red-painted door was not open and no one was standing there. There was a black plaque above the door, just like the escort agency. There were also 4 words on it. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua only knew the 2 words, manor. She guessed that this was the Huanxi manor. Sure enough, Qiu Tong whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, this is our Huanxi manor." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Sister Qiu Tong, our Huanxi manor is so close to the Misty Mountain Villa. Do we have any relationship with the Misty Mountain Villa?" Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "I didn't expect your thoughts to be so meticulous. When you really stay in the manor, I will naturally tell you. However, I can't say it now." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't ask further. In fact, she was secretly cursing in her heart, "What relationship can we have? We are so close. Hee, are you bullying me because I am a child?" In fact, even Zhang Xiaohua didn't think about it at this time. Why did she think so much? And according to Qiu Tong, how did she know so much? If it was her a year ago, would she still be able to obtain as much information from clues as she did now? The carriage sped to the main gate of the manor, but it didn't stop. Instead, it turned left in front of the gate and continued forward along the high wall. After a while, it stopped at a corner gate. Although it was called a corner gate, it was very big. At least 4 carriages could pass through it. There were guards at this corner gate. The guard was very familiar with Qiu Tong. He looked at the things in the carriage and asked about Zhang Xiaohua. He waved his hand and let the carriage in. Zhang Xiaohua had never entered the manor before. She thought that she would have to get off the carriage after entering the gate. However, the carriage didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. It went on for a long time, passing by many farmlands, forests, and even ponds before stopping in front of a small circular gate. Qiu Tong gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to get off the carriage. Then, the carriage went straight away. Walking through the small circular door, it was a completely different world inside. In the courtyard, there was a huge shelf covered with green plants. The leaves were triangular and moved with the wind. Under the shelf, there was a stone table and stone stools. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a pond. Looking from afar, there were some red and green fish swimming in it. On the right side of the courtyard, there was a row of more than 10 houses. They looked even bigger than Mr. Lu's house in Balagu. On the left side, there was an empty space. There were some stone locks, weapons, and other things. It was probably the place where they usually practiced martial arts. In front of them was a circular door, but they did not know where it led to. Qiu Tong led Zhang Xiaohua into the courtyard. She pointed at the stone bench under the shelf and said, "Xiaohua, sit down and rest for a while. I'll go and report to the miss now. I'll bring you to see her later." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. He placed his small bag on the stone table and sat down. Qiu Tong saw him sit down and smiled at him. Then, she walked past the small circular door in front of them. After a few turns, she disappeared from his sight. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the bench and waited. After a while, she still didn't see Qiu Tong return. She got a little impatient and stood up. She walked around, looking at the unknown plants on the shelf and the small fish swimming in the pond. In the end, she walked over to the weapons. She picked up a knife from the shelf and slashed it twice. Then, she picked up a spear and stabbed it twice. Zhang Xiaohua also fiddled with a few other weapons that she didn't know the names of. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was fiddling with the weapons with great interest, she suddenly heard a cough. Then, someone said sternly, "Put the weapons there. Don't touch them." Zhang Xiaohua was so frightened that she quickly put the hammer-like thing back on the shelf. Then, she turned around and saw a tall, red-faced old man standing by the small gate. He was about 50 years old and had a white beard and hair. He stood there with an air of authority. The old man strode over and asked sternly, "Whose child are you? What are you doing here?" When he got closer, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the old man's left sleeve was tucked at his waist. Only his right hand was exposed. He was actually an old man with only one arm. Zhang Xiaohua quickly replied, "My name is Zhang Xiaohua. Big sister Qiu Tong brought me here. She said she wanted me to plant herbs." The old man was even angrier when he heard her. He stomped his foot and said, "What is this Qiu Tong doing? She brought a child here. How strong can she be to do farm work?" After speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to reply. He turned around and walked through the small gate. Like Qiu Tong, he also disappeared after a few turns. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left standing under the shelf, confused. But this time, he didn't dare to move around blindly. He sat down obediently and counted the ants on the ground. Qiu Tong left Zhang Xiaohua in the courtyard while she entered the inner gate. She passed through several courtyards, gardens, and corridors before arriving at a rather large courtyard with red walls. If Zhang Xiaohua had been following behind Qiu Tong, she would have gotten lost long ago. She would have been overwhelmed by the scenery. Across the courtyard was a large hall. The doors and windows of the hall were carved with beautiful patterns. It was very beautiful. The sky wasn't completely dark yet, but the hall was lit. There were a few tables and chairs in the hall. There were also some decorations, all of which were very ornate. There was even an incense burner in the corner. The smoke from the incense drifted up, filling the hall with a faint fragrance. Qiu Tong entered the hall. Seeing that there was no one, she went to the side room. Still, there was no one. She had no choice but to go out and search elsewhere. Not long after, Qiu Tong accompanied a girl in her 20s through the door. The girl was dressed in a red robe commonly seen in the Jianghu. A sword hung at her waist. Her black hair was casually curled and draped over her shoulders. Her skin was very fair and smooth. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and beautiful eyebrows. She looked very valiant and didn't have the weakness of an ordinary girl. She was probably the manor lord of Huanxi Manor. The girl asked as she walked, "What's wrong? You didn't find anyone familiar? But you can't find someone who's new here. How can you bring someone to the manor without knowing their background?" Although it was a reproachful tone, it didn't sound like she was angry. Xiaofan smiled and said, "My good miss, are you still worried about Xiaofan? Moreover, third Uncle Chu didn't stop me. He knows the severity of the matter. Why would he recommend someone to me if he wasn't 100% sure?" When the girl entered the hall, Xiaofan carefully poured a cup of water for her and continued, "Moreover, his second brother is also in the Lotus Escort Agency. The Lotus Escort Agency will definitely investigate their house. If there's anything unusual, they'll naturally find out. Moreover, this little fellow is very interesting. Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 73. Before Xiaofan could speak, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The two of them looked up to see the one-armed old man walking into the hall. The one-armed old man walked up to them and bowed. The young miss nodded and Xiaofan quickly returned the greeting. The young miss asked, "Elder Yu, why are you so flustered?" "Boss Yu said with a straight face, young miss, Lu Er, who was in charge of weeding in the herb field, asked for leave yesterday because his mother passed away. The herb field is short of manpower and I told Xiaofan this afternoon, but I saw a 10-year-old child standing in the yard just now. Is he the helper that Xiaofan found? Was there not even an adult standing over at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Isn't this just brushing me off?" Xiaofang's face flushed red from the series of questions that were thrown at her. At this time, the young miss comforted Elder Yu, Xiaofan has always been cautious. Why don't you sit down first and listen to her? If you're not satisfied, why don't we swap?" Elder Yu's expression softened as he apologized to Xiaofan, you know how impatient I am. Why don't you tell me first? Xiaofan also hurriedly said, "It's nothing, Elder Yu. The medicinal field is very important to begin with, and it was just a coincidence that I pulled Zhang Xiaohua over. I was just about to report this to the young miss. Why don't you listen before making a decision?" Elder Yu nodded and found a chair to sit down. Xiaofan also poured some tea and placed it in front of Elder Yu. Then, Xiaofan told the two of them everything that happened today. When they heard that Zhang Xiaohua helped Xiaofan get back her purse, the two of them nodded and thought that she was a very good child. When they heard that Zhang Xiaohua lifted the 500 gene stone, the young miss was extremely moved. Elder Yu didn't quite believe it and asked, "Were you there? Did you see that stone weight was 500 gene?" Xiaofan said, "I wasn't there when she lifted it. I was talking to third Uncle Chu. When I saw Zhang Xiaohua, he had already lifted it. I'm not sure if that stone weight was 500 gene, but I heard from the people around me that it shouldn't be wrong." Elder Yu shook his head and said, "It's just hearsay. That stone lock might not necessarily weigh 500 kilograms. 300 to 400 kilograms should be the limit." After all, Xiaofan didn't have any experience in this area. She had only heard from the people in the escort agency that she didn't have any concept of weight. She could only agree and say, "That's possible. After all, I haven't personally seen the weight of the stone locks in the escort agency." Elder Yu smiled and said, "Xiaofan, the weight isn't written on the stone lock. You won't know even if you look at it, huh?" Xiaofan blushed and said angrily, "Elder Yu knows that Xiaofan doesn't know martial arts, yet you still use this to make fun of me." Seeing that there was no barrier between the two, the young miss was very gratified and said, "Elder Yu, even if it's 300 to 400 kilograms, it's still extremely rare for a 10-year-old child. However, his age is just as third Uncle Chu said, extremely awkward. With such aptitude, if it was discovered a few years ago, he would have been accepted into the Misty School and would have been a great help to our sect. However, now that he's been accepted into our Huanxi manor, it's not good to let him continue to be buried. Elder Yu, I'll leave this child with you for now. Let him do some manual labor and there's no need for him to help out in the medicinal fields. Once the Lotus Escort Agency has received confirmation that we can use him without worry, we'll let him work in the medicinal fields. If that's the case, you'll have to take good care of him in the future. Take a look at his martial arts talent and if there's a possibility of nurturing him, give him all the help you can. I'd like to see if our Huanxi manor can produce a stone cow. When Elder Yu heard this, he saw that the young Miss's arrangements were watertight and didn't say anything else. However, when he heard the last sentence, he immediately thought of the giant stone cow's figure compared to Zhang Xiaohua's small and tender body. He couldn't help but shake his head. Were they clearly not on the same level? Then, he bowed to the young miss and took his leave. Seeing that Elder Yu had left, Chiu Tong couldn't help but pat her forehead and say, "Young miss, I was thinking about how to arrange for Zhang Xiaohua and completely forgot about Elder Yu. It's all thanks to young miss speaking up for me, otherwise this Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't even be able to enter his eyes." That young miss smiled and poked Chiu Tong's forehead, saying, "You little girl, I've never seen you do anything good all year round. Why are you helping Zhang Xiaohua today? If it wasn't for his young age, I would have thought it was you." Chiu Tong immediately refused and said with a smile, "Young miss, look at what you're saying. I only thought of my younger brother when I saw Zhang Xiaohua and saw how pitiful Zhang Xiaohua's situation was. That's why I wanted to help him. Why are you thinking of other things? Moreover, I'm even younger than young miss. Young miss doesn't even have a place to settle down, so what am I thinking of?" Ha ha ha. Chiu Tong actually started to tease the young miss. It seemed that this young miss really didn't put on any airs and had a very good relationship with the servants. The young lady didn't argue and sighed. Looking at the dark sky outside the hall, she said, "That's right. Blood ties are always strong. Someone you don't know made you think of your younger brother, and thus you have the heart to help. It can be said that love the house, love the crow. Only, I don't know if my elder brother is progressing smoothly." Chiu Tong saw that the young miss was frowning and hurried forward to say, "Young miss, you don't have to worry. Chief O has achieved great success in his martial arts and there are only a few people in the Jianghu who can hurt him. Moreover, this time we're not attacking any large faction, just a small Luo Shui gang. Our large Misty School has planned for a long time and there's no reason we can't take them down. Moreover, our Misty School's strength has greatly improved and we definitely won't give the Luo Shui gang any chance." This young miss was actually the Misty School's head O Peng's younger sister, O Yen. Although Chiu Tong's words weren't without reason, O Yen still sighed and said, "If you stand by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? In the Jianghu, a storm of blood is common and it's hard to guarantee that one day you won't make a mistake. We see the Luo Shui gang as a fat piece of meat, but won't others see our Misty School as a fat piece of meat as well? I only hope that Buddha will protect my big brother and allow him to return safely." Chiu Tong also said seriously, not to mention that Chief O is kind-hearted and has boundless fortune, just based on the young miss' benevolence in everything, you'll be able to ensure Chief's safety. O Yen smiled and said, "I know, little girl. Hurry up and make arrangements for your brother. If Elder Yu makes arrangements, won't he be wronged?" Chiu Tong said, "I won't go. Although I was the one who brought him in, he has to be like the others. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua will be lazy and Elder Yu won't be able to manage him." O Yen said, "Chiu Tong, I've always said that you're smart. Why are you so muddle-headed now? Zhang Xiaohua is just a child who just came from the countryside. If he mingles with a group of young people, it's inevitable that he'll be bullied." Chiu Tong finally understood O Yan's meaning and said, "I understand. I have to hurry up and take a look." Those people in the medicinal field aren't good people. I can't let this child be bullied. After saying that, she bid farewell to O Yen and turned to leave the hall. Suddenly, O Yen called out to her, "Chiu Tong, wait." Chiu Tong obeyed and returned, asking, "Young miss, is there anything else?" O Yen said, "You don't have to go either. Let Elder Yu make the arrangements." Chiu Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, saying, "My dear young miss, what do you mean by this? One moment you want me to go, and the next moment you don't want me to go?" O Yen smiled and said, "I'm not teasing you. I wanted you to go just now because I was afraid that the child would be wronged. I'm not letting you go now because I want the child to be wronged a little and see his mentality. He's a child after all. Being wronged a little is good for him to understand the ways of the world and grow up well. Zhang Xiaohua grew up in the countryside and doesn't know how to scheme against others. It's good to let him experience it. Isn't there a saying that, when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility, they must first torment the heart?" Chiu Tong nodded thoughtfully. She was secretly happy for Zhang Xiaohua in her heart. The young miss must have meant that she wanted to nurture Zhang Xiaohua well. It was also an opportunity for Zhang Xiaohua. Thus, she gave up on the idea of going out and stayed to chat with O Yen. Zhang Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but be in a mess after Elder Yu's harsh words. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. He was afraid that the hateful one-armed old man would come back and tell him that he should leave. Huanxi Manor didn't want someone like him. Then where should he go in this boundless night? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was worrying about his gains and losses, there were noises and footsteps outside the door. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stood up and carefully looked at the small round door. Not long after, the light of a fire could be seen. A group of people holding torches or lanterns walked into the small courtyard. The person at the front was a young man who was as thin as a bamboo pole. He was in his early 20s and wore a green robe and a small hat. He held a lantern in his hand. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua standing under the shelf, he couldn't help but be stunned. He walked up and asked, "Who are you?" Before Zhang Xiaohua could reply, the group of people had already entered the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua didn't count them, but there were about 10 people. Most of them were holding lanterns and wearing green robes and small hats. There were also some who held torches and were dressed in martial attire. Zhang Xiaohua noticed that the people dressed in martial attire didn't mingle with the people in green robes and small hats. They didn't even walk into the courtyard together. The people in green robes and small hats came in first, and the people in martial attire walked in last. Moreover, the people in martial attire were obviously burly and looked very powerful. The people in green robes and small hats were slightly more ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the young man in front of him was probably the leader of this group of people. Thus, he respectfully replied, "This one is called Zhang Xiaohua. I'm here to plant the medicinal herbs. However, there seems to be a problem. Just now, a one-armed old man went inside to look for someone." Zhang Xiaohua? Ha ha ha, Xiaohua, this name is not bad. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua introduce himself, some of the people in green robes and small hats couldn't help but laugh. They all whispered, hearing this name, "It's a girl's name. However, he looks ordinary. Now that the sky is dark, I wonder how his skin is. How can he be worthy of the name Xiaohua?" Chapter 74. When they said this, although they were whispering, their voices were actually quite loud. They didn't have any intention of avoiding Zhang Xiaohua. Someone even said, "Who said that only girls can use this name? My aunt's second sister has a puppy called Xiaohua. Oh right, my uncle's second aunt's granddaughter also has a kitten called Xiaohua." After saying that, it made the people in green clothes and hats laugh. The people in black clothes looked at them and didn't say anything. They also didn't laugh. There was only ridicule on their faces, but it wasn't clear whether it was directed at Zhang Xiaohua or the people in green clothes and hats. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her face couldn't help but heat up. She was very embarrassed. She had used this name for more than 10 years, so why hadn't she heard so much talk about it? When she was at home, there were many boy children who played with her, but she had never heard them laugh at her. Now that she had just left home, even her name was problematic. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she should blame her mother for giving her the wrong name, or if she should blame this group of people in green clothes and hats for being experienced and knowledgeable. Hearing everyone's laughter, the thin leader seemed to feel that something was wrong. He turned around and scolded, "How can you be so unruly? How can you bully a newcomer like this? Quickly go back to your room." Those people curled their lips and with a face full of ridicule, they relaxed and returned to their rooms. It was as if meeting Zhang Xiaohua had lifted their tiredness. When the people in black clothes saw that they had all left, the simple middle-aged man walked over and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He didn't say anything, just smiled, and led them back to their rooms. Zhang Xiaohua noticed that their rooms were connected to the rooms on the right side of the courtyard. When the thin bamboo-like young man saw that everyone had left, he also walked forward with an apologetic smile and said, "Hello, Zhang Xiaohua. My surname is Tian and my name is Chongxi. Everyone calls me Brother Shi. I'm the manager here. Those people just now didn't know anything, so please don't mind them. They don't have any bad intentions. They were just bored in the villa and wanted to have some fun. If you get along with them for a long time, you will know. Right, Elder Yu? Oh, that one-armed old man, how did he arrange for you?" Zhang Xiaohua gratefully looked at the smiling young man and said, "I haven't said anything yet. Elder Yu hasn't returned yet. I don't know what to do with me." Tian Zhongxi said, "Why don't you come with me first and stay in my room for a while until Elder Yu comes back?" Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, "That's not good. I'll wait here." However, Tian Chongxi picked up Zhang Xiaohua's small bag from the stone table and did not allow him to hesitate. He said, "Let's go. It's okay. It's already dark and the wind at night is very cold. Don't catch a cold. If you get sick before you start farming, wouldn't it be very bad?" After saying that, he walked away. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly followed behind, but his heart was filled with gratitude. Tian Zhongxi's room was the first in the inner door. It was a very simple room with a table and 2 chairs. There were 2 Kong beds in the room. One of them had a bedding while the other had a cabinet. There were also some items on the ground that seemed to be placed neatly. Tian Zhongxi placed Zhang Xiaohua's bag on the table and poured a cup of water for Zhang Xiaohua from the teapot on the table. He said with a pleasant expression, "Drink some water first and wait here. If it's not enough, pour it yourself. I'll go wash my face." Zhang Xiaohua thanked him and took the teacup. He hadn't had a sip of water since lunch. He was so thirsty that his throat was smoking. He didn't stand on ceremony after taking the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he poured another cup and drank it in one gulp before putting down the teacup. Tian Zhongxi handed the teacup to Zhang Xiaohua and took out a copper basin from the door to wash his face. While Zhang Xiaohua was waiting for Tian Zhongxi to return, he heard a shout from outside. "Zhang Xiaohua, where are you?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that something was wrong and quickly ran out. As expected, the one-armed Elder Yu was shouting loudly in front of the stone table under the shelf. Zhang Xiaohua ran in front of Elder Yu and said, "Hello Elder Yu, I'll be sitting in Brother Shi's room for a while." Elder Yu's old face was still stiff as he said, Since you know that I'm called Elder Yu, then you should know that I'm in charge of the medicine field. I don't care who brought you in, but since you're here, you have to listen to me. The higher-ups haven't assigned you any work yet, so you should first familiarize yourself with the environment. At this moment, Tian Zhongxi also walked over with the copper basin. Elder Yu called out to him, "Zhongxi, come over. You guys already knew each other just now, right? This is Zhang Xiaohua from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Don't assign any tasks for now, familiarize yourself with the environment first. You can make the arrangements." When Tian Zhongxi heard the words Lotus Flower Escort Agency, his face couldn't help but twitch. However, he quickly put on a smile and said, "All right, Elder Yu, don't worry. I'll properly familiarize Zhang Xiaohua with the environment." That Lu Er left in a hurry and didn't even put away the bedding in his room. "Why don't we let Zhang Xiaohua stay on Lu Er's Kong bed?" Elder Yu nodded and said, "You can make the arrangements as you see fit." When he finished speaking, Elder Yu didn't even look back as he walked into the inner door and quickly disappeared. Tian Zhongxi then brought Zhang Xiaohua with him to a room. The moment Zhang Xiaohua entered the room, she smelled a strong stench of stinky feet. She looked up and saw a skinny middle-aged man wearing green clothes and a small hat sitting at the head of the Kong bed with his eyes narrowed. He was humming a little tune while rubbing his stinky feet with both hands. From time to time, he would even bring his fingers to his nose to sniff, as if his hands were stained with Yi Lai Xiang. Not only did Zhang Xiaohua furrow her brows, that Tian Zhongxi even called out, "Ma Jing." Then, he quickly walked over and pushed open the window. When Ma Jing heard Tian Zhongxi's call, he quickly jumped down from the Kong bed and put on his shoes. He rubbed his hands on his clothes and said, "Brother Shi, why did you come to my room? What's the matter?" Tian Zhongxi didn't walk over, but stood by the window and furrowed his brows as he said, "Ma Jing, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're already in your 30s and you're still like this. No wonder you can't even find a wife." Ma Jing wasn't happy and said in a strange tone, "Brother Shi, can you not always talk about this? No one wants to marry me because no one has discovered my golden inlaid jade. I'm an inner beauty, unlike those pretty boys who need careful and deep communication to discover it." Not only was Tian Zhongxi happy, Zhang Xiaohua looked at this shifty-eyed wretched man who was only half a head taller than her and laughed out loud. Ma Jing immediately asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, could it be that you have an opinion?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Brother Ma is a character. I just saw you and felt that you have a dignified appearance. How could I have an opinion? I'm just thinking about how to learn from you in the future." After saying this, a layer of goosebumps appeared on her skin. She thought to herself, these flattering words aren't something an ordinary person can say. I'm new here, so it's better to be careful. This place isn't like the Guozhuang house. If I want to survive, it's better to change. Maybe it's good to be simple, but Lu Kai was right. Survival of the fittest. If I can't survive, how can I be simple? Inadvertently, Zhang Xiaohua's mind had matured greatly. An embarrassed country boy was gradually growing up in the world of mortals. When Ma Jing heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, he happily said, "Brother, there's nothing to say. In the future, I'll take care of you. Come sit." As he said this, he reached out to pull Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pair of hands and felt uncomfortable in her heart. She quickly said, "Oh, wait a moment. Let's listen to what Brother Shi has to say." When Ma Jing heard this, he stopped and nodded, "An, what you said makes sense. Brother Shi, should we let Zhang Xiaohua stay on Lu Er's Kong?" Tian Zhongxi nodded and said, "Yes, it's already late today. There's no time to prepare. For the time being, let's let Zhang Xiaohua stay here. We'll see how Lu Er is doing." Ma Jing said, "No problem. Since you've entered our Huanxi mountain village, you're our brother. Everything can be discussed. Come, brother, I'll put your bag down." As he said this, the pair of hands reached out to take Zhang Xiaohua's bag. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua took 2 steps forward and walked to the empty Kong. She shook her hands and threw it on top of it, saying, "Brother Ma, you should rest more. I'll do this myself." Ma Jing stood there, chuckling and not saying anything. Tian Zhongxi glanced at Ma Jing and Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you can stay here for the time being. If there's anything you can't solve, come find me. You can't wear this here. However, what clothes you wear is a problem. I'll have to ask Elder Yu later." Ma Jing said from the side, "Brother Shi, Zhang Xiaohua's height is a bit small. However, there are many manservants like him in the village. The steward has many clothes of his size. Just find him a set. Why do you have to ask Elder Yu?" Tian Zhongxi didn't say much to him. He smiled and turned to leave the room, leaving behind a sentence, "Zhang Xiaohua was found from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. It's not good to use the style of the village." Ma Jing was stunned and muttered, "Lotus Flower Escort Agency?" He turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohua and laughed wildly, "You, Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Ha ha ha." He laughed and sat back down on the Kong bed, then sat cross-legged. His hands naturally supported his legs as he said, "A child from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Who would believe that? However, this is fun." Then, he curled his lips. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, that, "Brother Xiaohua, you can do as you please. From today onwards, we're roommates. You don't have to be polite. If there's anything you need, just tell brother. Brother isn't afraid of trouble." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Okay, Brother Ma. I know. If there's anything I need, I'll definitely tell you." Although this roommate had a different quirk from ordinary people, Zhang Xiaohua was also very satisfied when she saw this spacious and bright room. This room was bigger than 2 of the rooms in her house. Staying here, she could sleep soundly at night. However, she didn't know how second brother was doing. There was also her mother and father at home. She had only left for a few days and she was already missing them. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately warned herself that she couldn't slack off or be homesick. Whatever she did now was so that she wouldn't bleed or lose her life in the future. It was all for the sake of her family's safety in the future. With this thought, the homesickness gradually faded. Please add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 75. Zhang Xiaohua tidied up the bedding on the Kong, opened his own bundle, and took out all the things he needed to use. Afterwards, he put the bundle into the small cabinet on the Kong. Although someone had lived on this Kong before, and Lu Er had just left, the things were tidied up neatly. Lu Er didn't leave anything behind, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to tidy it up for him. After tidying up everything, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the Kong, waiting to carefully look around the room. At this time, he heard his stomach rumble. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and stole a glance at Ma Jing. Sure enough, he was also looking in this direction. Ma Jing looked at Zhang Xiaohua and also looked at him. He laughed and said, "Brother Xiaohua, you must be hungry. Don't worry, wait a moment and we'll go eat." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Okay." Ever since he ate a little at noon in front of the Misty Mountain Villa and lifted the stone lock at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency in the afternoon, he hadn't eaten anything until now. He didn't feel anything, but after drinking some water in Tian Zhongxi's room, he felt extremely hungry. Fortunately, not long after, Ma Jing came down from the Kong, picked up the copper basin and washed his hands. He called out to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Let's go, brother. Let's eat." Zhang Xiaohua happily followed behind Ma Jing and walked out of the room. The dining hall was inside the inner door. They walked through several inner doors in a disorderly manner. Zhang Xiaohua felt a bit dizzy as he followed Ma Jing. Each courtyard seemed to be the same size as the one they lived in. Some were occupied, while others were dark. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to ask too much and just followed along. Just when he was about to get lost, he finally saw Ma Jing stop and walk into a brightly lit hall. The dining hall was very large, unexpectedly large. As for how big it was, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell. He could only see that there were 6 rows of tables in the rectangular hall. Each row had about a dozen tables. However, there didn't seem to be anyone eating at this time. The entire hall seemed empty. Ma Jing entered the hall and went straight to a corner. Zhang Xiaohua looked around the hall and followed behind Ma Jing. What a joke! There were so many tables. Who knew where to sit? However, when she sat in the corner, Zhang Xiaohua found that she was wrong. The other tables were empty. Only the table in the corner had bowls, chopsticks, and food. Where else could she sit? Ma Jing had already found a seat in front of the table and sat down. When Zhang Xiaohua approached, she found a problem. There were a total of 3 tables with food in front of her. One of the tables was empty, and the other 2 tables were full of people in green clothes and small hats. It seemed that there were no extra seats. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder, where did Lu Er usually sit to eat? Ma Jing picked up the bowl and chopsticks and was about to eat. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua standing there, he was stunned. He looked up again and smiled, saying, "There are no seats. Xiaohua, you sit at the empty table." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and was about to go over. At this time, a strange voice sounded, "You just came and you're already picky about food? You don't even look at yourself. You want to eat first-class food?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She looked back and didn't see who said it. However, Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully at the food on the empty table and then looked back at the food Ma Jing and the others were eating. Her heart couldn't help but move. There was indeed a difference. Not to mention what the food on the 2 tables were, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't distinguish clearly. However, from the plates and bowls, she could see the difference. The plates that Ma Jing and the others were eating were obviously bigger and the number of plates were fewer. On the other table, there were obviously more plates, but the plates were smaller. Of course, the quality of the plates and bowls were different, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. At this time, even if Zhang Xiaohua was stupid, she knew that he couldn't eat on that table. What's more, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't stupid. She just didn't go out to the countryside and didn't see the world. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stopped. There was a trace of doubt in her heart. What did this Ma Jing mean? Just as he was thinking about it, someone else came in. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the 4 men in tight clothes. They walked straight to the empty table and started eating. They didn't even look at the people at the other 2 tables. Instead, it was the simple middle-aged man who had patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua but didn't say anything, nor did he invite him over to eat. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was abnormally embarrassed and didn't know what to do, a voice sounded behind her, "Zhang Xiaohua? Why don't you sit down and eat?" Zhang Xiaohua looked back. It turned out that Tian Zhongxi was walking over. Zhang Xiaohua said, "The tables are full. There's no place to sit." Tian Zhongxi was stunned. Looking at the people at the 2 tables who were eating, he couldn't help but frown. Immediately, he smiled and said, "Hee, there is. Come with me." After that, he walked to Ma Jing's side and pulled out a stool from under the table. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, "You can sit here." Then, he patted Ma Jing and the person next to Ma Jing on the shoulder and said, "You two, make way. Make room." Ma Jing said with a cheeky smile, "Brother Shi, there's no place. How can we make room?" Tian Zhongxi glared at him and said, "Lu Er usually sits here. Zhang Xiaohua is even thinner than Lu Er. How can she not sit?" The other person didn't say anything and moved away. When Ma Jing saw this, he had no choice but to move. Although the space wasn't big, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua. Tian Zhongxi walked to another table. The person who was eating quickly pulled out a stool from under the table, leaving a big space for the people beside him. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the stool and wolfed down the sumptuous dinner. Not to mention that his stomach was already growling from hunger, just the delicious food on the table made his mouth water. Our poor Xiaohua. When had she ever seen such a sumptuous meal? This plate of meat, who knew how it was made? It was even better than braised pork. What was that plate of meat? It was even better than streaky pork. And this fish, why was its head so big? Where did its body go? And this staple food was also unusually sweet. Alas, if only grandma could eat it. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua ate slowly. At this time, he noticed that almost the people next to him had stopped eating. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his bowl. There were sneers, mockery, disdain, smiles, and gratification. There were also people who whispered, "One look and I can tell that they are from the countryside. They have never seen food before." Unfortunately, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have adapted to everyone's gazes. He had a cool breeze on the mountain feeling. He ate by himself and ignored the gazes of others. When everyone saw this, they felt very bored and didn't pay attention to him anymore. However, they still ate and chatted. Zhang Xiaohua even noticed that those people were looking at other first-class meals while eating. He even whispered in his ear, "We all do the same job. Why can't they eat first-class meals and we can't?" However, this had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. It was good enough to eat these every day. Who cared about first-class meals? Although there were many varieties of food there, it was not as good as here. Eat more, eat well. This was Zhang Xiaohua's theme in the dining room tonight. Although Zhang Xiaohua had eaten to his heart's content, there was still a lot of food left on the table. The others didn't seem to have eaten much either. Looking at the leftovers, Zhang Xiaohua's only thought was how good it would be if he could give it to his pig. This thought lingered in his mind until he followed everyone back to the house. Back in the house, Ma Jing and Zhang Xiaohua each drank a cup of water and returned to their kong. Ma Jing was still picking at his smelly feet. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and couldn't help but think disdainfully, Ma Jing's feet are going to be given to others someday? He should take advantage of this opportunity to pick at them properly. However, the smell in the house was getting worse and worse. Zhang Xiaohua even thought maliciously whether Lu Er had used his mother's death to corpse escape because of this. At this time, he wanted Lu Er to come back quickly so that he could move to another house. He didn't think about whether he could still stay in Huanxi Mountain Villa if Lu Er came back. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't stand it anymore. He got up and walked to the window. He opened the window and looked at the night outside. He took a few deep breaths and asked Ma Jing without leaving a trace, "Brother Ma, why were there two kinds of dishes when we were eating just now? Can you tell me?" Ma Jing took the finger away from his nose and said with his small eyes narrowed, "Xiaohua, you see clearly. You are very motivated. You know the principle of asking when you don't understand. You can make progress. Then I won't hide it and tell you." After that, his eyes looked through the window, through the night, and also through time and space. It seemed that he had returned to the past. Ma Jing's deep voice sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's ears, "A long, long time ago." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "A long, long time ago?" Ma Jing answered, "Yes, before the new year." Bang! Ma Jing looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who fell and thought, he is still a child. Even when he falls, he is still handsome. Birds of a feather flock together. Only he is qualified to live in the same house with me. Then he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. I was tripped by your thoughts of traveling through time and space," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Ma Jing continued, before the new year, the people in charge of the medicine fields in Huanxi Mountain Villa were us manservants. Although it was very hard and we didn't eat the best food, everyone was very happy and enjoyed a peaceful and harmonious life. However, since the new year, it seems that starting from the 18th of the first month, a few more medicine fields were opened on the side of the medicine fields. Do you know what kind of medicine it is? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. I don't know. Ma Jing said, why don't you guess? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. I really don't know. I have never planted medicine before and have never seen it. How can I guess? Yes. Ma Jing nodded and said, I guess you won't be able to guess. Then, what kind of medicine is it? Zhang Xiaohua asked eagerly. Ma Jing said slowly, this, I don't know either. Bang! Zhang Xiaohua's head fell to the ground. Ma Jing exclaimed again, what a handsome posture. This is a bit of a joke. Please vote for me. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 76. Ma Jing continued, we're the ones who opened the fields, Xiaohua. Did you know? Opening a field is very tiring. We're all so tired that we shed a layer of skin. That's right, have you opened a field before? You're so young, so you definitely haven't. You probably don't know how hard it is to open a field. When the cold wind blows and the snowflakes fall, our hands are all frozen and cracked. Look, my fingers haven't even healed yet. When the wind blows and it rains, my bones ache. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dancing Ma Jing. On one hand, she wanted to kick his mouth until it was broken so that he could finish his words. On the other hand, she was afraid that he would put his fingers in front of her and let her see them. She didn't dare go forward. She secretly despised him in her heart. This hand is frozen and cracked, but the bones are still injured. Who knows what Ma Jing is made of? Seeing that Ma Jing still wanted to continue, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, Brother Ma, I've also done this work of opening a field before. It's really tiring. You should continue talking about the medicine field. Ahem, oh, you've opened a field before. Then you should know the hardships of opening a field. Ma Jing smiled and continued, after opening the field, we were chased away and not allowed to come close. The pharmacy hall's hall master Bai and elder he personally planted the seeds of the medicine. After planting them, we thought that they would leave it to us to take care of. Did you know? Zhang Xiaohua, this is definitely a rare medicine. If we take care of it well, the manager will definitely give us more money. They'll definitely give us a raise in salary. With a raise in salary, our lives will be better. Then I'll definitely earn a lot of money. When the time comes, I'll definitely be able to marry Little Peach. As he spoke, Ma Jing's deep eyes seemed to pierce through the night and return to the future. Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, who is this Little Peach? Little Peach is Drunken Fragrance Houses. Ahem, Ma Jing immediately stopped and said, oh, I've said too much. Even if we don't get a raise, the higher-ups will still see how precious we are. Giving me a bit more responsibility and making me a manager is also good. But then, Ma Jing said bitterly, they actually separated these few fields from the other fields and even set up rules to prevent us from getting close. They picked 4 sons of bitches from the Misty School's pharmacy to steal our jobs and put them in charge of those few fields. The most important thing is, their treatment is actually better than ours. Not only do they get 3 taels of silver a month, but their meals are also better than ours. They can actually eat first-class meals. Moreover, when they go on business trips, their carriages are all first class and the hotels they stay in are also 4 stars higher than ours. Tell me, isn't this infuriating? It's not just me, all of us brothers are holding back our anger. We want to teach them a lesson, but but... Ma Jing, who was gnashing his teeth just now, stuttered a little. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, but what? Ma Jing sighed, his head hung low. His finger stopped drawing circles in the air and said, but we don't know any martial arts. How can we beat them? Ah! You guys don't know any martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua cried out in alarm. What's wrong? Is it strange that we don't know any martial arts? Who said that servants need to know martial arts? Ma Jing said unhappily when he saw Zhang Xiaohua cry out. But... Zhang Xiaohua couldn't continue and thought, you guys don't know any martial arts. Who can teach me martial arts? But what? Don't tell me you know martial arts. That's right, you came from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. You definitely know some martial arts. Brother, when will you teach your big brother a few moves? Ma Jing seemed to have woken up from his daze and wanted to get down from the ground to find Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, Brother Ma, do I look like I know any martial arts? Ma Jing looked Zhang Xiaohua up and down and said doubtfully, I can't tell. I heard that the disciples of the Misty School all start practicing martial arts at the age of 4 or 5. At your age, you're already very strong. Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly and said, if I started practicing martial arts at the age of 4 or 5, would I still be able to come to the villa to grow herbs? Ma Jing tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, that's true. Then you would have been at the Misty Mountain Villa and not at the Huanxi Villa. As he said this, he sat down again and began to do his idle business. However, Ma Jing immediately asked curiously, then how did you end up at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency and how did you come here? Isn't the Lotus Flower Escort Agency a lot stronger than this place? Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly and explained, it's not that I don't want to be at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. It's just that I wanted to be a guard at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, but they didn't want me. Coincidentally, just as I was talking to Fourth Master One, Big Sister Chiu Tong from the villa went over to ask for someone and took a fancy to me. I didn't have anywhere to go anyways, so I came here. Ma Jing narrowed his eyes and said, that's right. Guards need to be escorted. With your small body, who would dare to take you? What? Chiu Tong, how did she take a fancy to you? Do you know her? Ma Jing's small eyes immediately widened and shot out a divine light. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly explained, how could I know Big Sister Chiu Tong? She saw that I was pitiful and didn't have anywhere to go, so she came looking for me. Ma Jing nodded and said, that's right. Chiu Tong is a kind-hearted girl. Not only is she a good person, but her figure is also very good. That chest, sigh, Ma Jing's deep gaze seemed to pierce through the night and space to see Chiu Tong, who was busy taking care of Yen. Ma Jing mumbled to himself for a while and suddenly smiled mysteriously at Zhang Xiaohua, brother, although Chiu Tong was the one who found you, don't have any improper thoughts about her. Chiu Tong is everyone's dream lover. Who knows how many people have a crush on her, did you know? The one next door. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This Ma Jing wasn't just an ordinary gossiper. He'd spied on most of the privacy of the dozen or so people in the courtyard. At the same time, this made Zhang Xiaohua secretly raise his guard. He had to avoid this gossipy man if he had any matters to discuss. After eating and drinking to his fill, Zhang Xiaohua was still listening to Ma Jing's endless chatter at first. As he listened, he wondered how he was going to sleep with the smell of feet in the house. In the end, as he listened, his eyes became blurry and he unknowingly fell asleep. It wasn't until Ma Jing's mouth was dry and he got up to drink some water that he realized that Zhang Xiaohua had already fallen asleep. He had played the lute to a cow for so long, so he could only sulkily drink some water, kick off his shoes, and go out to visit. It was late at night, but the house wasn't quiet at all. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had fallen asleep early. Ever since Ma Jing fell asleep, his earth-shattering snoring continued like a long river. Occasionally, he would say something in his sleep that couldn't be understood. Occasionally, he would stop talking and only the sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Sigh, poor Xiaohua. Fortunately, he didn't wake up at night. Otherwise, wouldn't he be so frightened that he wouldn't be able to sleep? Well, even if he woke up, he would be immediately fainted by the stench in the house. There was no chance for him to hear so much noise. It turned out that Ma Jing didn't wash his feet. However, our Xiaohua couldn't smell the smell of Ma Jing's stinky feet at this time, because his breath was long and faint. If you put your finger on Zhang Xiaohua's nose, you couldn't feel that he was breathing. Perhaps, he wasn't breathing air? Perhaps, at this time, he wasn't breathing through his mouth and nose, but through all the pores on his body? No one knew. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up on time. Before he could figure out where he was, the pungent stench immediately rushed into his nose. Zhang Xiaohua moved like a rabbit and rushed to the door like an arrow. After rushing out, he took a few deep breaths of fresh air and then remembered that he was in Huanxi Villa and his situation. Looking back at the hut, which was no different from other rooms, he really didn't want to go in. Seeing that the yard was still quiet, he thought that everyone was still sleeping, so he walked out of the round door outside. When he came here yesterday, it was already dark, so he didn't see very clearly. Although he had a general understanding of Huanxi Villa, he was still frightened by the scene in front of him when he went out now. In front of him was the foot of a mountain. At first glance, there were many farmlands and some woods, and there were countless continuous houses beside it. Is this Huanxi Villa? Why is it even bigger than the Guozhuang house? The mountain seemed to be in the villa. There were many trees and farmlands on the mountain, which were in the shape of stairs. Zhang Xiaohua was confused for a while. Can people farm on the mountain? After the shock, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to think more. Since he had already entered Huanxi Villa, there would be plenty of opportunities to go there in the future. These days, he had been shocked by many things outside. Now thinking about it, even if he didn't learn martial arts, this trip was not in vain. Thinking of martial arts, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He faced the rising sun and gulped down a mouthful of warm water. His whole body felt comfortable. This was already his daily homework. After that, he recalled the 6 harmonies fist that he had seen people practice at the Lotus Escort Agency yesterday. He began to practice it one by one. However, after a few moves, he forgot the rest. He racked his brain and tried to think for a while. He forced himself to practice a few more times, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember it. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be annoyed with himself. Could it be that he was not cut out for martial arts? But since my second brother can learn so fast, and I am his brother, I can't be so different from him, right? Zhang Xiaohua painfully thought. When he turned around, he saw a pair of eyes looking at him. It turned out to be the middle-aged man in martial arts yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went over to salute. The man also smiled and saluted back. Then, he walked to the side, took up a posture and began to practice. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what kind of boxing he was practicing. He only felt that his steps were like dragons and tigers, and his punches were very impressive. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were full of stars and he was very envious. Not long after, the other 3 people also came out in martial arts clothes. They stood in different positions and began to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar. When they finished practicing and returned to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua followed them back. Looking at the backs of the 4 people, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think, if I can have their skills, I should be able to protect my family's safety. But I don't know if they are willing to teach me. Chapter 77. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that streaky pork wasn't the most delicious thing in the world. Being able to eat streaky pork wasn't his dream, and martial arts was his new streaky pork. However, how to eat this streaky pork still needed to be thought about. Looking at the backs of the four people, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself. The courtyard was still as quiet as ever. That bunch of lazy pigs in green robes and hats must still be sleeping. How could they compete with the disciples of the ethereal sect like this? Do they have the strength? Although he had just arrived yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua himself felt that there was no chance. Perhaps they knew that he couldn't do it, so they wanted to satisfy their appetite with their words. However, looking at the small room where he slept last night, Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. How could Lu Er have such a roommate? Couldn't he find someone of a higher level? Pinching his nose, Zhang Xiaohua opened the window. Although it was already summer, there was still a cool morning breeze. The dirty smell in the room was gone with the wind. Zhang Xiaohua then slowly walked in. After finding a copper basin to wash his face, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the Kong bed and drank some water. At this time, Ma Jing on the opposite side turned over, stretched his waist, and sat up. His mouth said, "Only I know who will wake up first in the dream." Bang! This time, it wasn't Zhang Xiaohua who fell, but the cup that fell on the Kong bed. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly tidied up the bedding on the Kong bed, and asked with a wry smile, "Brother Ma, why is it so poetic?" Ma Jing shook his head and said, "It was a dream at night, how is it? Do you think Brother Ma is poetic?" Zhang Xiaohua praised again and again, "Shit is amazing." Breakfast was still eaten in the hall, and the dishes were still different. Zhang Xiaohua already knew the reason, so naturally, he didn't find it strange and ate with relish. The others could not do the same. They mocked and ridiculed them, throwing strange words at them, but the four of them did not seem to hear them at all. They continued to eat as if Zhang Xiaohua was carrying the food, and from time to time, the murderous glares directed at them were just side dishes. They hurriedly finished their food and left, leaving behind a bunch of resentful gazes. After everyone finished eating and left, Zhang Xiaohua patted his belly and left the dining hall. Looking at the leftovers on the table and thinking about how they ate, he couldn't help but wonder, wasn't the work in the medicine field heavy? Why did they eat so little? Did they have the energy to work? Zhang Xiaohua returned to the room and saw that Ma Jing had finished tidying up and was about to go out, so he quickly followed behind. However, when he passed the outer door, he was stopped by Tian Zhongxi. Tian Zhongxi smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, you're new here, so don't rush to work. You wait here for a while. I'll arrange it for them, and then I'll come over to greet you. You can first understand the situation with me." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, and immediately responded, "Okay, you go ahead. I'll wait here." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua standing at the door, Tian Zhongxi took Ma Jing and the four people who were dressed in neat clothes and left first. Zhang Xiaohua didn't find it strange, but Ma Jing secretly asked Tian Zhongxi, "Brother Shi, can't you just let me take care of Zhang Xiaohua? Why do you have to take care of him personally?" Tian Zhongxi said, although Zhang Xiaohua came from the Lotus Escort Agency, his background and other things haven't been clarified yet. Although it seems that there's no problem, it's better to wait until it's clear. That's what the supervisor said last night. We'll just do as he said. Ma Jing was stunned, and said with a crying face, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Yesterday, I told him a lot about our mountain villa's secrets." Tian Zhongxi was stunned, and then said with a smile, "What secrets can you know? When you know, it won't be a secret anymore. Even I don't know the important secrets of our mountain villa, so how do you know? Don't think too much." Zhang Xiaohua shouldn't have any problems, otherwise he wouldn't have let Qiu Tong bring him back. Only then did Ma Jing relax. Zhang Xiaohua stood outside and watched Tian Zhongxi and the others walk away. When he heard footsteps behind him, he turned around to see Elder Yu walking over. Zhang Xiaohua quickly bowed in greeting. Elder Yu walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua, I heard that you want to learn martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. That's right, Elder Yu. Elder Yu asked again, yesterday I heard from Qiu Tong that you're very strong. You can actually lift 500 jin of stone weights? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Elder Yu, my strength is a bit strong. I also lifted 2 stone weights yesterday, but I don't know how heavy they are. Elder Yu said, it's a good thing that you want to learn martial arts, but you've already passed the best period to learn martial arts. Practicing martial arts for self-defense is not a problem. Do well, and I'll find someone to teach you. How about it? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears. He said in surprise, really, Elder Yu, you're not lying to me, right? Elder Yu smiled, why would I lie to you? You'll naturally know in the future. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, that's great. I'll definitely train better than second brother. Elder Yu asked, your second brother entered the Lotus Flower Escort Agency yesterday, right? Zhang Xiaohua said, yes, third master one of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency said that my aptitude is very good. I'll be successful if I train a bit more. Elder Yu smiled and encouraged Zhang Xiaohua, and, if your second brother can be successful, then you won't be bad either. Train well and do your family proud. Zhang Xiaohua bowed again, thank you, Elder Yu, for your help. I will definitely do my best. After that, Elder Yu also left. However, Elder Yu thought to himself as he walked, this Zhang Xiaohua looks like an ordinary child. It's fine if he's strong, but why does the young miss value him so much and want him to learn martial arts? Actually, Elder Yu didn't understand O Yan's intentions. O Yan didn't really think highly of Zhang Xiaohua. It was just that yesterday, Qiu Tong's love for Zhang Xiaohua had made her think of her own elder brother. She was just casually saying it out of compassion. Besides, it was just a matter of saying a few words for a high and mighty person like her to let a small guard learn some martial arts, let alone a child who had long passed the age of learning martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua stood outside the door and waited for a meal before Tian Zhongxi returned. He brought Zhang Xiaohua around for a stroll. It was just as Ma Jing had said. There were all kinds of strange plants in Huanxi Manor. There were grains, flowers, herbs, and so on. There were different people taking care of them. Tian Zhongxi and the others were in charge of planting these herbs. Tian Zhongxi pointed at the herb field from afar and gave Zhang Xiaohua a rough description of the herbs. Zhang Xiaohua had never seen them before, so she could only memorize them. Fortunately, it was just planting, weeding, and watering. It wasn't much different from taking care of the crops. Zhang Xiaohua had done farm work for a long time at home, so she didn't have to worry about these things. In the next few days, Tian Zhongxi still brought him around and didn't let him do any work. Even when Tian Zhongxi was busy with the herb field and didn't have time to take care of Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't let Zhang Xiaohua do any work. Zhang Xiaohua was very strange. She just watched people practice martial arts in the morning, followed him around during the day, slept under a tree when she had nothing to do, and listened to Ma Jing talk nonsense at night. This simple life was very boring. Zhang Xiaohua had come here to learn martial arts, but he was thrown here instead. Although he had never eaten anything before, and heard things that he had never thought of before, he still felt uncomfortable. Not to mention the stinky feet in the house every night. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua also felt embarrassed that she had just arrived. But later, she couldn't stand it anymore. She had to indirectly tell Ma Jing that it would be best if he could wash his feet before sleeping. But that Ma Jing still did things his own way. Don't you think this made Zhang Xiaohua feel vexed? In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to open the window to sleep at night for some fresh air. However, it was the same every night before going to sleep. In the morning, Ma Jing would close the window again. The air in the house was still very dirty. Ma Jing must have woken up from the cold at night and got up to close the window himself. That afternoon, Ma Jing mysteriously looked for Zhang Xiaohua and whispered to her, "Xiaohua, do you think my feet are very smelly?" Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "It's not too smelly, but a little." Ma Jing nodded and said, "I know. From today onwards, you don't have to worry." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua asked in disbelief, "You've started washing your feet?" "No." Ma Jing shook his head and said, "I just told Brother Shi about this. Brother Shi said to let you move into his house." "Really? Brother Shi said that to you?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "Yes, that's right. Brother Shi said that." Ma Jing nodded affirmatively. Zhang Xiaohua said gratefully, "Brother Ma, you're really a good person." "Thank you." Ma Jing chuckled and didn't say anything. He went out to the herb field. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua packed her things, which were the small bag and a roll of bedding. In the small courtyard, the rooms were not locked. In the evening, she put her things on Tian Zhongshi's empty Kong bed. Before dinner, Ma Jing and the others came back. They didn't see Tian Zhongshi. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't thank Tian Zhongshi and followed Ma Jing and the others to the dining room to eat. While they were eating, Tian Zhongshi came in. He was covered in dust and seemed to have not washed. As soon as he sat down, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks and quickly ate. The person next to him asked softly, "Brother Shi, the water is not ready yet?" Tian Zhongshi was eating and answered vaguely, "Yes, not yet. I still have to do it later." Zhang Xiaohua saw that he was eating in a hurry and didn't dare to go forward immediately. When he was almost done eating and was about to get up to leave, she went forward and said, "Brother Shi, thank you. I put the bedding on the Kong bed first." Tian Zhongshi was stunned and asked, "Thank me for what? Where did you put the bedding?" Zhang Xiaohua said strangely, "Brother Shi, didn't you let me stay in your house? I put my bedding on the empty Kong bed." When Tian Zhongshi heard this, his face darkened and said, "When did I tell you to stay in my house? Can you just enter other people's houses?" After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to explain and hurriedly left. "Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 78. Tian Zhongshi's words were like a clap of thunder, shocking Zhang Xiaohua on the spot. What was going on? Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Ma Jing and saw that he was eating happily. It seemed that he had already hidden Little Peach in a golden house. The smile on his face was deeply hidden behind the wrinkles of his dark and thin skin. Under the light of the fire in the dining room, the excitement in his eyes could be seen. There was even a flush on his forehead. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand something and was furious. Although he was a country boy and had not seen much of the world, he was not someone who could be easily schemed against and bullied. He did not offend Ma Jing. He just advised him to wash his feet and pay attention to hygiene. He was tricked by him and made Tian Zhongshi despise him. This was too hateful. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He walked towards Ma Jing. However, when he just took 2 steps, he saw Ma Jing's fearless look. Suddenly, an idea arose in his mind. It immediately extinguished the burning anger in his heart. If he went over like this, Ma Jing would not admit it. How could he be reasonable? Moreover, these people around him were usually scoundrels. They could tell who was near and who was far away. How could they help him? Besides, even if he went over and beat Ma Jing, what was the result? Could it be that he was driven out before he learned martial arts? The connected questions made Zhang Xiaohua calm down. He stopped and looked at Ma Jing. He did not speak anymore. He returned to his seat and ate quietly. Apart from Ma Jing, the rest of the people in the green robes and small hats were all gossiping among themselves. Naturally, no one paid too much attention to it. But the middle-aged man next to him heard it clearly. He even saw Zhang Xiaohua's later actions clearly. When Zhang Xiaohua sat quietly, he withdrew his gaze and continued to eat. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua took the things he packed from Tian Zhongshi's room and moved them back to Ma Jing's room. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid enough to ask him face to face why he did so. This night, he did not listen to Ma Jing's nonsense. Instead, he went to the yard and walked slowly, thinking as he walked. Although it was not a big deal, it taught Zhang Xiaohua a very profound lesson. It gave him a very special understanding of the world. Between people, there was not only harmony and hatred, but also many strange things. Different people would do different things. Maybe it was kindness, maybe it was malice, maybe it was just to tease you, maybe it was just to watch the show. In short, there was no way to know a person's heart. Everything had to be carefully considered before one could believe it. Bad people did not all have the face of a bad person. However, every night before going to bed, Zhang Xiaohua would open the window, whether it was sunny or rainy. After a few more days, Zhang Xiaohua's lazy and free life came to an end. Zhang Xiaohua did not like this kind of life that others envied, so he happily accepted the task given to him by Tian Zhongxi. This task might be a little difficult for the group of servants in cyan clothes and hats, but for Zhang Xiaohua, a child who grew up in the field since childhood, it was not a challenge at all. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua wore the cyan clothes and hats brought by Tian Zhongxi and went out with Ma Jing in high spirits. His task was to learn all the work of the herbal field from Ma Jing as soon as possible. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's happy appearance, Ma Jing could not help but secretly despise him. He was really a country bumpkin. If he did not work for a day, his hands would be itchy. He could only be a farmer for a lifetime. Thinking of the matter of teasing Zhang Xiaohua a few days ago and recalling Zhang Xiaohua's defeated appearance, Ma Jing secretly laughed in his heart. Humph, who said that I, Ma Jing, was the most laughed at in the Huanqi mountain villa? Isn't there another little bumpkin here? Isn't he also played in the palm of my hand? Ma Jing despised Zhang Xiaohua and could also tease him in daily life, but in the herbal field, Ma Jing did not dare to be careless at all. What to do and what to pay attention to, he meticulously told Zhang Xiaohua. He was very clear that the herbs in the Huanqi mountain villa were the most important. At this moment, he made a little trouble for Zhang Xiaohua or neglected to mention a little. If something went wrong in the future, not only would Zhang Xiaohua be punished, but he would also be involved. Ma Jing was very clear about this point, so he did not dare to hide anything at all. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what he was thinking. She thought how difficult it would be to take care of the herbs, but along the way, she heard that there was not much difference between planting crops, only some subtle differences. So she wrote it down in detail. She also took a small medicine hoe and medicine shovel and followed Ma Jing to loosen the soil and shovel the grass. It was easy. After a day, when Ma Jing asked, Zhang Xiaohua's answer was very satisfactory. Moreover, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance of working, Ma Jing was also a little relieved. So after 2 days, Ma Jing told Tian Zhongxi that Zhang Xiaohua could work alone. Tian Zhongxi still did not believe his ears. In the past, there were new people in his manservant team, but he only dared to let them go after a long time. Was Ma Jing fooling him? Thinking about Ma Jing's usual behavior, he was more certain. However, after he also took care of Zhang Xiaohua for a day, he really believed that Zhang Xiaohua could work alone. He felt a little guilty that he had wronged Ma Jing. After he asked Zhang Xiaohua in detail, he then found out the reason. This kind of medicinal herbs was no different from planting crops. In the past, the manservants recruited by the Huanqi mountain villa were mostly from the vicinity of Pingyang City and had a certain family background. How could the poor children of farmers be qualified to be taken in by the Huanxi mountain villa? Only Zhang Xiaohua was an exception. She was a child from a poor family and had farmed before. The bunch of manservants under him were all arrogant at home. How could they work in the fields? Therefore, it gave them the illusion that the work in this medicinal herb field was very complicated and difficult to do. After thinking through this, Tian Zhongxi could not help but let out a long sigh. Habitual thinking killed people. After that, Zhang Xiaohua finally got rid of the decadent days of reaping without sowing and returned to the fields that she was familiar with. The small medicinal hoe and spade were really cute. It was much more convenient to use than the big hoe at home. Zhang Xiaohua also had the strength now. She could easily finish a day's work. These days were really comfortable. However, Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised by what happened next. This morning, Zhang Xiaohua was still watching the middle-aged man in martial arts training. However, that person did not leave immediately after he was done. Instead, he walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Your name is Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua blinked and nodded. Then, she heard a very pleasant sentence. "Miss asked me to teach you martial arts when I have the time." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and said, "Really?" That person smiled and said, "It's true. My name is He Tianshu. You can call me team leader He. Wait for me here after dinner tonight. I will start teaching you today." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. She was obviously happy. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything and knew how he was feeling. He patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left digesting the news that she wanted to hear the most in her life. This miss was really a good person. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to rush into the inner courtyard and worship the Mississippi. However, thinking about the inner courtyard's complexity, if she got lost, wouldn't she be chased out as a peeping Tom? Only then did she extinguish the thought. In short, her gratitude towards O Yen could not be expressed with words. She instantly placed this unknown miss on the same level as her sister-in-law Lu Qian in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua spent the whole day waiting anxiously and excitedly. There were even a few times when she almost made mistakes in the medicine field. This made Zhang Xiaohua immediately alert. How could she forget about this small beginning? Calm down, calm down. Zhang Xiaohua warned herself as she worked hard. From time to time, she would raise her head to look at the sky. Why was the sun going so slowly today? In the torment, the sun finally set in the west. Tian Zhongxi's shout came from afar. Zhang Xiaohua immediately rushed out of the medicine field. She had long left her calmness behind. This state of mind that was not happy with external gains and not sad for oneself, Zhang Xiaohua was still far from it. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly finished her dinner and came to the outer courtyard early. The moonlight was like water, but Zhang Xiaohua's mood was like boiling water. She was so excited. The wish that she had been thinking about for a long time was finally going to be realized. Who could still calm down? But why was He Tianshu not here yet? When she was eating just now, she saw that he was almost done eating. Usually, he would finish eating early and come out early. Why was he so slow now? Zhang Xiaohua walked back and forth under the moonlight, anxiously waiting. After an unknown amount of time, she finally heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went to greet them. Sure enough, it was He Tianshu. Zhang Xiaohua happily said, "Captain He, you've come." He Tianshu looked at Xiaohua and said with a straight face, "Xiaohua, although I'm teaching you martial arts, I'm not your real master. Captain He is just a title. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua blankly nodded. He Tianshu said again, "Although I'm not your real master, I'll teach you to the best of my ability. It just depends on how much you can learn." Zhang Xiaohua nodded again. He Tianshu continued, then I'll tell you the first thing today. When practicing martial arts, you must practice with a calm heart. Don't be impatient. Look at you now. How can you practice martial arts in peace? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately understood a lot. Yes, what had she become today? She was completely dazzled by this good news. She immediately gathered her thoughts and calmly said to He Tianshu, "Thank you, Captain He, for teaching me." At this time, He Tianshu nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's good. No matter what happens in the future, you must be as calm as an ancient well. Come with me. Geyser suggests that I update faster. I plan to start from chapter 90 and try to write 5,000 words per chapter. However, I'll still update every day. Thank you, reading friends. Please bookmark, thank you." Chapter 79. He Tianshu brought Zhang Xiaohua to a spacious area and asked, "Xiaohua, I heard that you've never learned martial arts before?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, I've never learned before." He Tianshu asked again, "You're quite strong, right?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded again and said, "Yes, I didn't feel it before, but since the new year, I feel that my strength has been increasing. I heard that the stone weight I lifted at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency was 500 pounds. He Tianshu said, "That's good, give me a punch with all your strength and give it a try." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a bit and asked, "Use all my strength?" He Tianshu said, "Yes, it's okay, use all your strength, don't be afraid that I'll get hurt." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Okay then, be careful." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and used all her strength to raise her right fist and punch towards He Tianshu's body. He Tianshu looked at the incoming fist and also raised his right palm, but he only used 20% of his strength, thinking that it was more than enough. When the two people's fists collided, He Tianshu knew that he was wrong and immediately used another 30% of his strength to block Zhang Xiaohua's fist. His body swayed slightly and his right arm became numb from the shock. He thought to himself, "This Xiaohua really does have 500 pounds of strength, she's born with divine strength." Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked and thought, "Oh my God, Captain, he is too strong. When my fist hit him, his body only swayed a little. The difference between whether or not he knows martial arts is too big. This won't do, I must learn martial arts properly." He Tianshu's right arm was numb and he couldn't raise it. He wanted to use his left hand to rub it and move it, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's worshipful expression, he was a bit embarrassed to do so. He could only secretly frown and praise Zhang Xiaohua, "Not bad, Xiaohua, your strength is not small." Then he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and moved his shoulders without a trace, saying, "Now I'll officially start teaching you martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua nodded excitedly. "Thank you, Captain He." He Tianshu smiled, then got into a horse stance and said, "Watch my posture and learn from me. This is called the horse stance. Come, you too." Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at He Tianshu's posture and imitated him in the horse stance. He Tianshu stood up and pointed out a few of Zhang Xiaohua's mistakes. He then said, "Good, you did a good job. From now on, you will practice the horse stance for 2 hours every morning and night. Today, you can do it first. I will come over later to take a look." After saying that, he patted his butt and left. Zhang Xiaohua's head was filled with confusion. She kept shouting in her heart, "Practice martial arts, practice martial arts, I want to practice martial arts, I want to practice martial arts. How can you just let me do this posture and you run away?" As He Tianshu walked through the door, he turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua in the horse stance. He took a big stride and jumped into the shadow of the wall. He swung his arms with all his strength and sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, "This brat, where did he get so much strength from?" Judging from his strength, it should be more than 500 pounds. Careless, I almost made a fool of myself. The ancient said, even a boat can capsize in a ditch. Next time, I have to be more careful. What careful? Next time, I definitely won't give him this chance. I have to think of a way to beat this brat up. I'll let him stand like this for now and reduce his prestige. I'll let him stand until his waist and legs are sore. He stuck out his head with lingering fear and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Only then did he pull himself together and walk back to his hut. Under the light, looking at the bruise on the lower part of his palm, Tianshu could not help feeling a little stunned. He took some medicinal wine and slowly rubbed it. At the same time, he thought to himself, to be honest, when Miss O told me about this, I didn't care at all. This Zhang Xiaohua was a simple and honest good boy who had not seen the world and was teased by the manservant in the villa. I also saw it in my heart, so I inevitably sympathized with him. But that was human nature. Moreover, in his view, Zhang Xiaohua was a manservant in the villa and had nothing to do with me. I just sympathized with him because I didn't have the good style of meddling in other people's business. Although there was no precedent in Huanxi Villa to teach a manservant martial arts, the master of the villa said that he could just do it casually. Who didn't know the superficial skills? Everyone would have the vanity of being a teacher, so there was nothing wrong with giving some pointers. However, Yen seemed to have seen through his thoughts, but she didn't say it clearly. She just told him that Zhang Xiaohua had the strength of 250 jin with one arm. Thinking of his disapproving expression at that time, Tianshu couldn't help but feel ashamed of his arrogance. Although hearsay was wrong, it was not desirable for a frog at the bottom of a well to take things for granted. Therefore, after thinking about it, Tianshu temporarily cancelled the idea of teaching Zhang Xiaohua martial arts directly. Instead, he let him practice the horse stance first and lay a good foundation for learning martial arts. Presumably, this was the real idea of the master of the villa. Otherwise, he could have found a subordinate to teach him directly. Why did he have to do it himself? Looking at the time, Tianshu was about to get up and take a look at Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful appearance. Thinking back to the first time he performed the horse stance, he still felt a lingering fear. Just as he got up, he changed his mind and sat down again. He rubbed his already fine palm and laughed. Let Zhang Xiaohua perform the horse stance for a while longer. How dare he embarrass himself? If he didn't vent his anger, how could he be his master? However, he didn't think about who asked him to use all his strength. He was careless and only used 50% of his strength. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Tianshu was a little ashamed. Forget it, he should hurry up. It was the child's first time learning martial arts. He shouldn't dispel his enthusiasm after just one time. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't learn, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the master of the villa. When Tianshu walked quickly to the place where Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the horse stance, the situation in front of him surprised him. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't like he imagined, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. He also wasn't standing there pitifully, waiting for him, the savior, to save him. Zhang Xiaohua's horse stance was steady, just like when he had just left. Tianshu couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Why was this kid the same as him when he practiced the horse stance for the first time? Even if he was lazy, he didn't do it properly. How could there be a kid who didn't have any aches and pains after practicing for such a long time? No matter what, he had to give him some face and put on a decadent appearance. However, thinking of himself and his master in the past, Tianshu didn't have the intention to point out Zhang Xiaohua's laziness. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that Tianshu had returned, she turned around and asked with concern, "Captain why did you take so long to come back? Is there something wrong with the dishes tonight? Did you eat something bad?" Then, she said to herself, "This Huanxi manor is good in every way, but there are too few toilets. Every day, we have to line up to use the toilets. That day, I should have asked Elder Yu to give some reasonable suggestions to the Manor Lord to improve our living environment and increase our enthusiasm for work. Then, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and said mysteriously to He Tianshu, "Oh right, Captain He, if you encounter this problem next time, you can go to the fields to solve it. Don't line up there like an idiot. I always do this at home. The sky is so dark, no one will see. Moreover, isn't that good for the crops? Doing this is also a contribution to the manor." Bang! He Tianshu fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly asked, Captain He, what happened?" Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's expression, she really wanted to help He Tianshu up. However, without He Tianshu's instructions, she still remained in the horse stance and didn't dare to get up. He Tianshu jumped up from the ground like a carp and said in a bad mood, "It's nothing, I just stepped on dog poop." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said, "Oh, I see. This dog is too much. Why doesn't it know how to poop in the fields? It would save people the trouble of picking it up." "Oh right, Captain He, your posture just now was so cool. When can you teach me?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "No problem, this is called a carp jumping up. I'll teach you one day." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "I'm talking about the posture when you fell just now. That's called a carp jumping up? This name is really strange." He Tianshu was also stunned. He Tianshu walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and carefully looked at her from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, and said to her with a smile, "Xiaohua, your memory is not bad. You were lazy for so long just now, but your posture is exactly the same as mine. Not bad, a genius has fallen from the sky. Alright, that's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow morning." After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to speak and turned to leave, yawning as he walked. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly got up and said with grievance, "Captain He, I wasn't lazy. I really wasn't." He Tianshu thought to himself, "This kid, even his answer is as cool as mine in the past. He's a promising talent." He didn't turn around and asked, "Are your legs sore? Can you still walk now?" After saying that, she quickened her pace and ran back to her room. As she walked, she thought, the feeling of being a teacher is really satisfying. Back then, did Master smile like this in his heart as he went back to his room? Leaving her blushing, she slowly slipped back to her room. When she thought about how she was exposed for being lazy, she was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head, afraid that Master would see. When she got back to her room, she let out a sigh of relief. Now that I think about it, Master had already found out, but just didn't punish me. It's also because of this that I worked hard and stood out. And, looks like I did the right thing today. Tomorrow morning, Zhang Xiaohua will definitely be like me back then, working hard and no longer being lazy." However, He Tianshu didn't hear Zhang Xiaohua's different answer. "My legs are sore." "My legs aren't sore, Captain He. I'm not tired at all. Of course I can walk." "Hey, Captain He, don't run. Didn't you say you were going to teach me martial arts? Hurry up and teach me boxing. I'm really not tired. I can still do boxing." Unfortunately, He Tianshu didn't hear it. While Zhang Xiaohua was praising what a cool qigong, he slipped back to his room, leaving Zhang Xiaohua to walk back to his room in confusion. He continued his battle with smelly feet at night. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 80. The next morning, the sky was gloomy, but Zhang Xiaohua's mood was bright and sunny. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the place where she practiced the horse stance last night. She thought happily in her heart that it was time to teach her boxing today. After waiting for a while, He Tianshu came over. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was already standing there, he was very happy. He nodded and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're really not bad. You woke up early. That's good, let's start today." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "What boxing technique are you going to teach me today?" He Tianshu was stunned. "Boxing technique? Hee, don't be in a hurry. First practice the horse stance well. The horse stance is the foundation of boxing. If you don't practice the horse stance well, your lower body won't be stable. As the saying goes, if you want to practice martial arts, first practice the horse stance or practice the horse stance for 3 years. Once your lower body is stable, it'll be easy to learn anything." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide. "What? I have to practice the horse stance for 3 years? What else can I learn?" "Right, what's the lower body?" He Tianshu smiled and said, 3 years is just a metaphor, but it's also possible that you have to learn the horse stance while practicing boxing. Anyway, if you don't practice the horse stance well, it won't be easy to master boxing. The lower part refers to the area below your waist. Only when your legs are stable can you not be at a disadvantage in a fight. Oh right, didn't you see how you punched me yesterday? Although you used a lot of strength, you didn't notice my legs, right? I used the horse stance at the last minute. Didn't you feel that I was standing very steadily yesterday? That's right. If the lower body is floaty and your punch makes me retreat, you'll have the upper hand. If you continue to fight, you'll be suppressing me. If I want to take the upper hand and beat you, it'll be very difficult. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded as if she didn't fully understand. Then, she asked weakly, "Captain He, what's the upper hand?" He Tianshu immediately assumed the horse stance and stood there firmly, saying, "That's a good question, but I won't answer it today. You'll slowly understand it in the future. Alright, let's begin today's lesson. Zhang Xiaohua, continue assuming the horse stance, the same stance I taught you yesterday. Continue. Of course, it's difficult at the beginning, but you must persevere. Don't think about slacking off. At the beginning, you only need to persevere for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Take a rest, then continue. If you can persevere for 1 or 2 months and persevere for a meal, or even better, then I can teach you fist techniques." Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "Captain He, you said that I can hold it for a meal's time?" He Tianshu nodded and asked curiously, "Yes, what's wrong?" Practice. He Tianshu was to practice. Captain He Tianshu's is, Master. He Tianshu understood, and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if it's breakfast or dinner. You have to do it to my satisfaction." Zhang Xiaohua said resentfully, "Okay, I got it. I'll do the horse stance for you now." With that, she faced the east, raised her head, and put her hands on her waist. She took the horse stance steadily. He Tianshu smiled as he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's movements. He pointed out a few small mistakes, nodded, and praised, "Zhang Xiaohua, not bad. You still remember what I taught you yesterday. Let's see how long you can hold it. If you're tired, let me know and you can rest." Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything after answering. Her eyes looked at the gloomy sky in the distance, as if she wanted to find the sun there. He Tianshu also walked to the side and began his daily practice. At this time, the other 3 also came out and found a place to practice. He Tianshu was practicing the 1,000 leaves palm today. When he first started, he paid attention to Zhang Xiaohua and waited for him to say that he was tired so that he could let him rest first. But as he practiced, he started to focus on his own palm technique and put everything else to the back of his mind. The 1,000 leaves palm was very complicated, and it took a lot of effort to practice it from beginning to end. He Tianshu didn't practice it often, so sometimes there would be some inconsistencies. But today, for some reason, from the first move to the last move, it was very smooth. When He Tianshu exhaled and finished, he heard a burst of cheers from the side. He couldn't help but feel a little smug, and thought, this group of little brats, they can tell that my 1,000 leaves palm has improved. How rare. As he thought, he turned around and said, you guys. Halfway through, he swallowed the rest of his words. Why? There was no one around He Tianshu to watch. The three people were cheering at the place where Zhang Xiaohua was in the horse stance. After He Tianshu finished practicing the 1,000 leaves palm, he was already far away from where he was standing. Before he reached the place where Zhang Xiaohua was in the horse stance, he heard someone say from afar, do you dare to bet with me? This Zhang Xiaohua can still stand for 2 meals. If you win, you have to wash my socks for 3 days. Another person said, you're really shameless. How about this, I won't take advantage of you. I bet that Zhang Xiaohua can still stand for 3 meals. If you win, you have to wash my socks for 2 days. The last person said to the other two with contempt, you guys can forget about it. Look at the situation, Zhang Xiaohua can stand for an entire morning and still be fine. What's the point of betting? Then, the 3 people said in unison, Zhang Xiaohua, you can do it. Zhang Xiaohua, you can do it. He Tianshu walked closer and sternly scolded, what are you guys doing? Why aren't you practicing? When the 3 people saw that He Tianshu had come, they all rushed forward and talked at once about what had happened. It turned out that when the 3 of them came to practice, they had already seen Zhang Xiaohua in the horse stance, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they had all practiced the horse stance before, so they didn't get too engrossed in the practice. The 3 of them secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua as they practiced, wanting to see how he would be unable to hold on and sit on the ground. But as they watched, they realized that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't like them when they first started practicing the horse stance, where the horse stance got lower and lower until he finally sat on the ground. Instead, he was in the same position and didn't move at all. It was as if he had been in the same position for 3 years. The 3 of them watched and stopped practicing. They looked at each other and gathered around Zhang Xiaohua to ask about Zhang Xiaohua's situation. Zhang Xiaohua continued to practice the horse stance while talking to them. His face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and he wasn't even panting. He was actually as relaxed as sitting on a chair. When the 3 of them heard that Zhang Xiaohua was really practicing the horse stance for the 2nd time, they really didn't know what to say. Since they couldn't say it out loud, they could only shout. The 3 of them cheered together. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua suspiciously, then looked at the 3 of them and asked, are you sure that Zhang Xiaohua didn't slack off? The 3 of them nodded in unison. He Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, you were also in the horse stance last night. You didn't slack off, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, yes, Captain He. I really didn't lie to you. I didn't slack off. He Tianshu said solemnly, yes, I believe you, Xiaohua. By the way, are your legs sore now? Are there any other parts of your body that don't suit you? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, it's fine, Captain He. My legs are a little sore, but there's nothing else on my body that's uncomfortable. He Tianshu thought for a moment and said, Zhang Xiaohua, if you were to stay in the horse stance the entire time, how long do you think you could stay in it? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, probably until noon. I feel quite relaxed. He Tianshu's expression changed and was about to say something when Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu's expression had changed. She quickly said, Captain He, if I persevere a little longer, I can still stay in it for a little longer. It's not impossible for me to persevere until night time. This way, you should be able to teach me martial arts. He Tianshu's expression became even more gloomy as he asked sternly, Zhang Xiaohua, tell me the truth. Have you really never practiced martial arts before? Have you never practiced the horse stance before? Zhang Xiaohua was still in the horse stance and didn't dare to move. She said anxiously, it's true, Captain He. Before I met you, I really didn't practice martial arts. This is the first time I've heard you talk about the horse stance. He Tianshu thought for a moment and realized that it was true. When he was teaching yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua's movements were very stiff. She really didn't know how to do the horse stance. Moreover, if she had practiced martial arts before, there was no need to lie to him. Having a foundation was better than having no foundation at all. Suddenly, a thought flashed across He Tianshu's mind like lightning: could this Zhang Xiaohua be a martial arts genius? However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's ordinary face, childish expression, and slightly thin figure, he couldn't associate her with the word genius at all. For the first time, He Tianshu doubted his own point of view. Aren't all geniuses as handsome as me? Just as He Tianshu was thinking, someone beside him said, Captain He, it's time to eat. Otherwise, it'll affect the morning's work. He Tianshu nodded and said, okay, let's hurry to the dining hall. Work is more important. What's the length of those herbs? Everyone will be affected. After he finished speaking, he led everyone into the small courtyard and rushed to the dining hall. Only Zhang Xiaohua, who was still in the horse stance, was left there crying and shouting, Captain He, I'm hungry too. What should I do? He Tianshu, who had already run to the small courtyard, slapped his head and said, I forgot about Zhang Xiaohua. He quickly turned around and shouted, Xiaohua, I'll let you pass. Hurry and eat. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it at night. Zhang Xiaohua responded and stood up. She was as nimble as a rabbit, without the slightest pain in her waist and legs. She followed the four people and rushed to the dining hall. In the dining hall, the people in green clothes and hats had already finished eating. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua rush in, everyone had a look of schadenfreude. When Zhang Xiaohua sat down and didn't pick up her chopsticks, Tian Zhongxi came over and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I know you're young and growing. It's inevitable that you're sleepy, but you also have to know your limits. You can't be too late. I won't pursue this matter this time, but if you're so late next time, I'll deduct your wages. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to explain. Tian Zhongxi immediately said earnestly, don't say so many reasons. Being lazy is being lazy. Being late is being late. I've heard from Ma Jing. Don't find any excuses. I hope you can correct yourself in the future. If you correct yourself, you'll still be a good servant in Huanqi Manor. Then, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at Ma Jing. That guy smiled at Zhang Xiaohua, threw down his chopsticks, and slipped out of the dining hall. Zhang Xiaohua was disgusted. She thought, who did I provoke? I'm just a newcomer. I just want to practice martial arts. Why does this Ma Jing want to bully me? Chapter 81. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood the thoughts of these people after hanging out with them for a long time. Some of them were born servants at Huanxi Mountain Villa, while some were children from families near Pingyang City. They were sent to the mountain villa to earn money for their families. Life in the mountain villa was leisurely but boring at the same time. After a long time, their hearts would inevitably feel empty. However, the rules in the mountain villa were also strict. These people definitely did not dare to commit big mistakes, but they had secretly done many things like scheming and flirting. Ma Jing probably belonged to the kind of people who felt empty in their hearts. He was usually bullied in front of others. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua, who was even more interesting than him, how could he let her go? Naturally, he would think of ways to bully her for fun. However, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was on practicing martial arts. She would not take their petty tricks to heart. She laughed in her heart and muttered to herself, how can a sparrow or swallow know the ambition of a swan? Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen through the psychology of this group of people. She had a faint feeling of looking down on them. Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not know that she had changed. In fact, most of the changes in one's body were usually seen clearly by others, but not by oneself. Thinking 3 times a day was the work of a saint. Zhang Xiaohua only knew that she disdained to play these tricks with Ma Jing. This gloomy day, Zhang Xiaohua had a very fulfilling time. She was busy here and there. Her excited mood yesterday had already calmed down. Although it was only a night, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. She did not expect that the martial arts practice that she had been thinking about day and night would start with practicing the horse stance. She had guessed the process but not the beginning. However, this horse stance was too easy. How could it be called practicing martial arts? Since she had already seen the shadow of practicing martial arts, Zhang Xiaohua naturally threw away the burden in her heart and waited wholeheartedly for He Tianshu's arrangement. In contrast to Zhang Xiaohua's leisurely mood, He Tianshu was in a completely different mood. Yesterday, He Tianshu did not take the matter of Zhang Xiaohua practicing martial arts seriously. He thought that it was just a small wave in life that would subside after a while. However, ever since he saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing the horse stance in the morning, He Tianshu's heart was in turmoil. Although Tian Zhongxi and the other manservants were especially envious of He Tianshu's treatment and looked up to their lives, He Tianshu himself was also full of bitterness and did not know how to vent it. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were conflicts, there would be scheming. The scheming of the disciples of the Misty School was actually not much different from the scheming of the manservants. This He Tianshu seemed to be the sacrifice of this struggle. It was simple to say. Needless to say, the top figures of the Misty School aside, there were plenty of low-level disciples like He Tianshu in the sect. These people were also divided into numerous private factions according to their own likes and dislikes, personality rejection and other reasons. To survive in this kind of faction, the most important thing was naturally martial arts. With first-class martial arts, not only did they not need to rely on others, but they could also stretch out their legs and let others hug them. Without martial arts, they could only rely on their own interpersonal relationships. Jianghu people were not nobler than ordinary people. When it came to interpersonal relationships, they were all the same. As long as there was a relationship, it was valuable in Jianghu, in the sect, and in the mortal world. As for He Tianshu, his martial arts were ordinary, and his personality was also ordinary. There was nothing to be proud of, and in terms of interpersonal relationships, he was even worse. He did not know how to flatter others, nor did he know how to curry favor with others. Therefore, in the sect, he only had a few good friends who drank and drank. Usually, he could drink and brag, but other than that, there was nothing good about him. Look, the medicinal field in the Huanxi Manor needed people to take care of it. Of course it was He Tianshu, who was not loved by his uncle or grandma. It was said to be an important task in the sect that needed elites to personally take care of it. In fact, it was just farming work. It was just a tall hat for him to wear. This medicinal field had been planted for several months, and he had not seen Zhang Chengyue and the others come to take a look. How could it be considered important? The important elites were all going to fight the Luo Shui gang with real weapons. Thinking about the appearance of others waving their swords, and then looking at the exquisite little medicinal shovel in his hand, He Tianshu felt a burst of tightness in his chest. However, Zhang Xiaohua's appearance seemed to give him a glimmer of hope. What did it mean to be a martial arts genius? Not only did it mean that he could create miracles, but it also meant that his status in the sect would rise. It meant that in the future, he would no longer have to work as a farmer in this small medicinal field. It was common sense that a father's status depended on his son. It was the same for a master to follow his disciple. Now that he thought about it, He Tianshu somewhat regretted letting Zhang Xiaohua call him Captain He. If she had called him master earlier, then this genius disciple would not have been able to escape from the palm of his hand. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's naive appearance, it was likely that he would not have any other intentions. But thinking about Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, He Tianshu was once again at a loss. Martial arts were naturally divided into internal strength and external strength. As the saying goes, internally, one's breath is cultivated. Externally, one's muscles, bones, and skin are cultivated. No matter what kind of martial arts one practiced, there must be conditions. Let's talk about internal strength first. Naturally, one must have the incantation for internal strength and the method to practice it. Not to mention that He Tianshu's own internal strength was mediocre, the cultivation method was also very common in the Misty School. Even so, these cultivation methods could only be practiced by internal disciples of the Misty School. Privately teaching them to Zhang Xiaohua was absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, before Zhang Xiaohua, this genius, could cultivate her internal strength, the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall would recover Zhang Xiaohua's internal strength. He would also be more miserable than the Huanxi mountain villa. At least here, he could still eat first-class meals. At that time, he estimated that he could only eat plain tea and simple meals. In fact, there was another point, and that was that the mental cultivation method of internal strength was generally practiced from a young age. At that time, the meridians of the whole body were not fully formed. Early practice would help to stabilize the meridians and lay a good foundation for future development. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already formed, so it would be difficult for her to practice internal strength. Therefore, for the time being, He Tianshu didn't think too much about internal strength. The only thing left was external strength. When external strength was practiced to a certain extent, it could reach the effect of external strength. It wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage when fighting with an internal expert. For example, the external expert Shernyo from the Misty School was younger than He Tianshu, but his achievements were far beyond He Tianshu's. However, there were also conditions to practice external martial arts. When Shernyo was young, he was also tall and big. His muscles were not comparable to ordinary people. This Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to have that kind of capital. And the most important point was that to practice external martial arts, one must have the assistance of medicinal herbs. Think about it. Don't external martial arts practitioners use external forces to stimulate their bodies to make their bodies strong? After the stimulation, the body not only needed to be nourished with medicinal herbs, but also relied on medicinal herbs to recuperate. This treatment and recuperation could effectively improve one's skills. Otherwise, if you only relied on external forces to stimulate your body, then you could only wait for others to collect your corpse. It was simply impossible to enter Jianghu. Although Shernyo was powerful, he relied on mountains of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, the poor study while the rich study martial arts? It also made sense. Thinking of this, He Tianshu also had a headache. Huanxi Villa had piles of medicinal herbs, but they were all from the Misty School. They were not He Tianshu's own. He didn't have any courage to take them. Besides, if a pile of medicinal herbs could work, he could secretly use them. But this was not a pile of medicinal herbs that could work. He couldn't steal medicinal herbs every day. With so many worries, could He Tianshu really calm down? Until after dinner, when He Tianshu came to the same place, he still hadn't thought about what to do in the future. However, at this time, he still had time to think about it. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua was not waiting for him there. He Tianshu couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's wrong with this kid? Yesterday, he was still full of interest. Why is he slacking off today? No, he's the guarantee of my good life in the future. I must make good use of him. He turned around and was about to find Zhang Xiaohua when he heard the sound of running. He looked up and sure enough, it was Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua ran in front of him, He Tianshu's face became serious and he asked seriously, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you so late today? Is it because you feel that practicing martial arts is easy? Or do you feel that the horse stance is easy? Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu was angry and quickly explained, Captain He, no, I didn't mean that. It's just that brother she told me to have some other things to do, so I was delayed. When He Tianshu heard this, his brows relaxed. He nodded and said, I know. If you don't have anything to do in the future, come earlier. As the saying goes, an inch of time is an inch of gold. The more time you have to practice martial arts, the more you can improve. Zhang Xiaohua nodded seriously and said, I know, Captain He. He Tianshu continued, then let's start now. Let's get into the horse stance for a while. With that said, He Tianshu took the lead and got into the horse stance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate. She spread her legs apart and put her hands on her waist. She squatted down and steadily got into the horse stance. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had gotten into the horse stance, He Tianshu didn't waste any time. He told Zhang Xiaohua about the things to take note of and the benefits of getting into the horse stance. After he finished, He Tianshu asked, You're clear now, right? Do you feel that your lower body is stable? Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Then, He Tianshu asked again, Does your waist and legs hurt? Zhang Xiaohua said, It doesn't hurt. It's just like normal. He Tianshu nodded to himself. She was indeed a genius. Then he said, Okay, then you can get up. Zhang Xiaohua stood up naturally as if she wanted to stand up from the chair. He Tianshu looked at her and nodded again. Then, He Tianshu asked, You haven't learned any fist techniques before, right? Zhang Xiaohua said, I haven't learned it before, but I've seen people practice Liuhe Quan at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. He Tianshu nodded and asked, You still remember, right? Can you show it to me? Zhang Xiaohua said, No problem. With that said, she got into the starting position of Liuhe Quan and was about to start practicing. Please add it to your collection, thank you, I've inadvertently become non-mainstream. That's good too. I don't have to do anything to attract attention. Chapter 82. But He Tianshu waited for a long time and did not see Zhang Xiaohua's next stance. He could not help but ask curiously, What's wrong, Zhang Xiaohua? Do you want to continue? Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said embarrassedly, Captain He, I'm sorry. I forgot. He Tianshu smiled and said, It's okay. This Liuhe fist is a very complicated fist technique. It's normal that you can't remember it. Just pretend that you didn't see it. Today, I'll teach you a simple Luohan fist. Watch me do it once. With that said, he got into a stance and performed the entire set of Luohan fist once. Then, he asked Zhang Xiaohua, Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, You were too fast. I couldn't see it clearly. He Tianshu smiled and slowly performed a simple set of Luohan fist once again. Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohua, Did you see it clearly? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I saw it clearly. He Tianshu asked, Can you show it to me? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head again and said, I didn't remember it. He Tianshu nodded and said, Then I'll do it again. Follow me and learn. With that said, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to agree, he got into a stance again and started to practice slowly. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside him, also slowly learned from He Tianshu. She started to practice one move after another. When He Tianshu was done, Zhang Xiaohua had also finished learning. He Tianshu asked again, How is it? Can you remember it? Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while, then said, Captain He, can you let me practice it with you again? He Tianshu said, okay. Then, he slowly practiced it again. It was even slower than before. Zhang Xiaohua followed him and practiced it again. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua had finished learning and said, Zhang Xiaohua, practice it again. Let me see. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and recalled for a while. Then, she got into a stance and practiced the Luohan fist that she had just learned. But halfway through, she could not continue. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Captain He, I can't remember it. Please practice it again. He Tianshu frowned a little, but he still controlled himself and practiced it even more slowly. Zhang Xiaohua carefully learned it again, but when she practiced it herself, she only practiced a few more moves than before and forgot it again. She could not help but say to He Tianshu, Captain He, I can't remember it. Can you practice it again? This time, He Tianshu's frown deepened. He did not practice it from the beginning, but continued to teach Zhang Xiaohua the parts that she had forgotten. He guided Zhang Xiaohua to practice from the beginning to the end, making He Tianshu sweat profusely. It was more tiring than sparring with others. Thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had already learned it, He Tianshu let Zhang Xiaohua practice it again from the beginning to the end. But Zhang Xiaohua stopped halfway and scratched her head in embarrassment. Just as she was about to say something, He Tianshu spoke first, Did you forget it again? Let me practice it again. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, Yes. He Tianshu sighed and said, This is the last time. Then, starting from the moves that Zhang Xiaohua had forgotten, he taught her the moves one by one. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and said, You've learned it, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded vigorously. He Tianshu said, Then let's begin. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the starting stance of the Arhat fist again and practiced it seriously. Luckily, when she reached the parts that she had forgotten last time, she did not stop, but went through them smoothly. But good things did not last long. After another 2 or 3 moves, Zhang Xiaohua stopped again. She peeked at He Tianshu and wanted to say something, but the poor He Tianshu was driven crazy and spoke first, Did you forget it again? Let me practice it again. Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully nodded. He Tianshu was so angry that he did not know what to say. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, are you a genius? Or are you an idiot? The Arhat fist has a total of 18 forms, and it is the simplest fist technique for beginners. Geniuses can learn it once, and those who are slightly smarter can learn it again. The average person can learn it on the 3rd try. Even for me, my master said that I was as stupid as an ox. I was able to complete the entire set of the Arhat fist on the 4th try. This is the 5th time, how can you still only know 11 forms? Zhang Xiaohua carefully said, Captain He, you've made a mistake. You practiced it 6 times. He Tianshu ignored him and continued to say, When other people learn martial arts, the most difficult part is the horse stance. You don't need to practice it at all, and you're doing it better than me. In the past, I endured this horse stance, so I know how difficult it is. Without great perseverance, it is impossible to be as stable as a rock. But you easily passed this obstacle. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are a genius. But why is it so difficult to practice? Alright, I won't say any more. I'll practice it for the 6th time, the last time. Zhang Xiaohua corrected him again, Captain He, if you practice it again, it will be the 7th time. He Tianshu waved his hand and said, I don't care if you practice it 7 or 8 times. This will be the last time. After saying that, he practiced it at the slowest speed he could, like a snail. He practiced it once. Then he let out a long breath and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and thought for a long time before getting into his stance. But he still did not bring any good news to He Tianshu. When Zhang Xiaohua practiced to the 13th move, he still stopped and could not continue. Looking at He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say that sentence. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's aggrieved look and had 1,000 complaints in his heart. He did not know what to say, so he stomped his feet and left in a flash. It was still that old saying, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This He Tianshu had hoped for his own future from Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts aptitude, he really could not help but blame himself for being blind. In the night, He Tianshu waved his hand and did not take Zhang Xiaohua with him. He stood there in a daze, looking at He Tianshu's back as he left. He bit his lips and did not follow him. Instead, he frowned and thought for a long time. Then he got into the horse stance, picked up the Arhat fist starting stance, and started practicing it. But not long after, he stopped again. He had forgotten the later moves, so he tried to recall again and again. But in the end, he stopped again and repeated this several times. If He Tianshu was watching from the side, his nose would definitely be crooked from anger. Zhang Xiaohua practiced to the 13th move for the first time, to the 11th move for the second time, and to the 9th move for the third time. In any case, the more he practiced, the more he forgot. In the end, he practiced the first 6 moves repeatedly, not forgetting them again. Such aptitude. Sigh. Not only was He Tianshu sighing, even Elder Yu, who was standing in the corner, shook his head slightly. Even if he had the strength of 1,000 jin, what was the use? Elder Yu, who came over to peek, sighed in his heart and returned to his room. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left, practicing the 6 moves of the Arhat fist over and over again, afraid that he would forget even one move. Knowing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua could not take it anymore. He tidied up and went back to his room to sleep. The room was still filled with a strange smell. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua opened the window as usual. It was strange. It was already May. It was already very hot and stuffy at night without opening the window, but Ma Jing actually closed the window every day. This made Zhang Xiaohua puzzled. Lying on the Kong bed, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was still filled with moves. He tossed and turned, only the 6 moves of the Arhat fist, and slowly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the dreamscape flickered. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to feel anything in his dream. His 4 limbs trembled along with the flickering. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua was still the first to go to the training area. He naturally assumed a stance and performed a set of the Arhat fist. No, it was the first 6 moves of the Arhat fist. Zhang Xiaohua was still very satisfied with himself. This time, he did not forget a single move. Not bad. However, when He Tianshu came to the training area, in Captain He's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was not as satisfied as he looked. Captain He's eyes were red. He probably did not sleep well last night. He must have thought about it for a long time. It seemed that not only would people not sleep well when they were excited, but when they were extremely disappointed, it would also cause insomnia. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua repeating the 6 moves, no, there was a mistake. It was 5.5 moves. He Tianshu's heart itched. He wanted to go up and kick Zhang Xiaohua's butt. When he left last night, Zhang Xiaohua had learned 13 moves. How come he was only left with 5.5 moves? The 5th move should be to turn left, raise your left arm, and clench your right hand into a fist and punch forward from under your armpit. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaohua, he actually pressed his left arm down, and clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward like a cannon. Sigh, it could only be considered half a move. He Tianshu was speechless. Yesterday, he had taught him hand in hand 6 times, not 7 times. He was only left with 5.5 moves after one night. Moreover, the other 5 moves were also different. They were all different. This talent was too rare. He Tianshu shook his head and was about to walk to the side to cultivate. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's sneaky glances and his meticulous boxing, He Tianshu's heart softened. Forget it. Anyway, Manor Lord O asked me to teach him boxing. He didn't say that I had to teach him personally. Then, he pointed to a disciple who had just come out of the courtyard and said, "You, go over and teach Zhang Xiaohua the Arhat fist." That disciple was startled. He turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua's 5.5 moves. He couldn't help but laugh. When he saw He Tianshu's glare, he quickly restrained his smile and ran over. He stopped Zhang Xiaohua and let him follow him and teach him the Arhat fist from beginning to end. He Tianshu was also practicing and watching at the side. However, he no longer paid attention to that side and focused on his own moves. This was because Zhang Xiaohua's side was purely a copy of what he had taught last night. By the time it was time for breakfast, Zhang Xiaohua had only learned 10 moves. This was under the guidance of that disciple who had patiently taught him repeatedly. Looking at that disciple's sweaty appearance, Zhang Xiaohua felt embarrassed and said, "Thank you, sorry for the trouble." That disciple smiled bitterly and said, "You're welcome. Just treat it as me reliving the old days." However, he secretly complained in his heart, if I were to continue teaching Zhang Xiaohua like this for a few more days, then this Arhat fist would become my best move. In this misty school, there is probably no other disciple who is more familiar with the Arhat fist than me. Chapter 83. After a day of hard work, Zhang Xiaohua was already used to it, so he didn't feel tired at all. However, from morning till night, he kept recalling the moves of the Arhat fist in his mind. It was a very taxing task. Unfortunately, when he practiced again at night, the disciple who taught him in the morning was also speechless. Zhang Xiaohua actually forgot that there were only 6 moves left. He only remembered the first 6 moves. That disciple bitterly reported to He Tianshu. There was no way to teach this disciple. No matter how stupid the others were, they should have already remembered everything that He Tianshu taught them. Why couldn't this Zhang Xiaohua remember it no matter what? He couldn't possibly not practice and teach Zhang Xiaohua the Arhat fist, right? He Tianshu thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Teach him again tonight. Tomorrow, we'll change to someone else. I don't believe that with the 4 of us, we won't be able to teach him the Arhat fist." That night, the results were plentiful. After the disciple taught him 7 to 8 times, Zhang Xiaohua actually completed all 16 moves of the Arhat fist in front of He Tianshu. The misty school crowd watching from the side all had the same thought: hard work pays off. Even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. The ancients didn't lie to me. When everyone happily returned to their rooms to sleep with the satisfaction of being a teacher, Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing the entire set of the Arhat fist over and over again. Unfortunately, after who knew how many times, Zhang Xiaohua started to forget the moves one by one. Poor Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. He didn't know whether to continue practicing or not. If he didn't practice, he was afraid that he wouldn't remember, but if he practiced, he was afraid that he would forget. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he could only get into a horse stance. It wasn't until late at night that he slowly walked back to his room. The disappointed Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that a pair of eyes had been watching him in the night. It was the one-armed elder Yu who had come to see him last night. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua's Arhat fist once again dealt a blow to the strong spirits of the misty school crowd. The confidence that they had built up last night as a teacher instantly collapsed. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's 5.5 moves that were still full of mistakes and decisively changed to another disciple. That disciple also very generously stepped forward as if he was going to sacrifice himself. The only thing missing was the line of "the wind blows coldly, the water turns cold. Today's practice was the same as yesterday's. He Tianshu was speechless again. A genius that was hard to come by. He should be the Misty School's #1. For the next few days, the Misty School crowd took turns to practice. The result was that everyone's understanding of the Arhat fist had reached a brand new realm that no one had ever reached before. Everyone also took turns to relive the warmth of their first practice. Finally, after seeing Zhang Xiaohua's 5.5 moves that were still the same, He Tianshu waved his hand and swept away the last trace of hope in his heart. His once fiery heart once again returned to normal. I always hoped that a big meat pie would fall from the sky and smash into my mouth. Unfortunately, I guessed the process correctly, but not the ending. The thing that fell was a big iron hammer, and the thing that fell was my head. In the days to come in the Huanxi mountain villa, He Tianshu would repeat this sentence the most. Disappointment was disappointment, and resentment was resentment, but the task given by Manor Head O still had to be completed. Thus, He Tianshu changed his strategy and began to teach Zhang Xiaohua the second set of fist techniques, the Heavens Gathering Fist. The Heavens Gathering Fist was also an extremely simple fist technique, with a set of 20 moves. He would first practice it once, then teach Zhang Xiaohua step by step. Perhaps it was because he already had the foundation of the Arhat fist, but in the end, Zhang Xiaohua learned all 12 moves on his first try, causing He Tianshu's withered heart to feel a little bit of rain. However, on the second day, Zhang Xiaohua's performance was like a tornado that completely blew He Tianshu's heart into a barren land. The Heavens Gathering Fist that Zhang Xiaohua had memorized, apart from the starting moves, was only left with 3 moves that were full of mistakes. Furthermore, these 3 moves were not the 3 moves that were linked together in the set, but were actually 3 moves that were separated by the first 12 moves. He did not know how Zhang Xiaohua managed to link them together, but he actually managed to perform them well. Then, naturally, the other 3 disciples took turns to teach him. A few days later, the result was still the same 3 moves, and the mistakes were not corrected. It was still the same as when he was taught. He Tianshu, no, even the other 3 disciples, completely did not hold on to any trace of hope for Zhang Xiaohua. He Tianshu's strategy changed again. He no longer had the 4 of them teach Zhang Xiaohua the same set of fist techniques, but let the 3 disciples each teach Zhang Xiaohua a different set of fist techniques. He did not teach him anymore. Anyway, it was the same no matter who taught. When it came to Zhang Xiaohua, they would all be wrong and would all be forgotten. He did not need to waste his energy on teaching Zhang Xiaohua a set of fist techniques. When the other 3 disciples first started teaching, they also taught the same set of fist techniques a few times. However, they realized that no matter how many times they taught, whether it was once or 20 times, Zhang Xiaohua would always remember the same few moves the next day. No matter how much they taught, it was useless. Therefore, they changed their teaching strategy. They only taught each fist technique once, and no more. Every day, they would only teach 1 fist technique, and no more. Thus, everyone's life in the Misty School returned to its original point. However, every night, one of the 3 disciples would teach Zhang Xiaohua a new set of fist techniques. No matter if it was simple or complicated, there was only 1 set. Then, the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua would perform the fist techniques that he still remembered. In this strange practice, Zhang Xiaohua learned the incomplete Erlang fist, Wei Tuo fist, Great Sage fist, 8 Immortals fist, Tian Luo fist, Earth Fiend fist, 6 Stars fist, Neza fist, Vajra fist, Guanyin fist, Buddhist fist, Arhat fist, and Vajra hammer. 28 Mansions fist, for Immortals fist, 7 Stars visiting a friend fist, Arhat Mantis fist, Yiksha Sea patrolling fist, Vajra Samadhi palm, Yiksha iron sand palm, and so on. 1 fist a day was quite fast. Those who were good at learning these fist techniques could remember close to 10 moves, while the worst could only remember 2 or 3 moves. And among these few moves, very few of them could be linked together. Most of them were linked together by Zhang Xiaohua himself. However, it was strange that Zhang Xiaohua linked them together very well. Some of them were as seamless as the antelope's horn. Even He Tianshu was secretly amazed when he saw it. The strangest thing was that Zhang Xiaohua did not remember many of the moves that were completely correct. Most of them were changed by Zhang Xiaohua, and the parts that were changed were firmly remembered by Zhang Xiaohua. No matter how hard he tried to correct them, he would not change them back. Of course, he would not forget them either. After teaching the fist techniques at night, He Tianshu watched as Zhang Xiaohua practiced the incomplete fist techniques that he had learned. He Tianshu shook his head and thought, to be able to learn the fist techniques to this extent, he can be considered a genius. For a long time after that, Zhang Xiaohua would wake up early and work late at night. Every day, he would be the first to arrive at the open space. He would never return to his room until the last moment of the night. His diligence in cultivating made Elder Yu, who had been secretly observing him, nod his head incessantly. He thought to himself, this Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude is really bad. That head of his is like a piece of wood that cannot be carved. However, his perseverance and his ability to endure hardships are not for show. He really is a master that needs to sharpen an iron rod. He really has the potential to be molded. Little did he know that every day when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the house, he would hold his breath and curse in his heart. When will this Ma Jing start washing his feet? Every morning, when he rushed out of the house, he would shout, "Long live Ma Jing." He could finally breathe fresh air. Sigh, the heavens have eyes. Could it be that behind every successful man, there would be someone silently supporting him? However, could the person behind Zhang Xiaohua be this stinky Ma Jing? Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the basic fist techniques that other Misty School disciples practiced at the age of 4 or 5 in Huanxi Mountain Villa, the ethereal mountain villa, which was adjacent to Huanxi Mountain Villa, was currently filled with joy. In the ethereal sect's meeting hall, it was bustling with noise and excitement. There was no sign of the usual solemnity. Peng was still sitting at the front, smiling as he looked at the bustling crowd below. Although Peng looked calm, the smile on his face let everyone know that sect leader was very excited and excited. Thinking about it, since the establishment of the Misty School, there were records of it being passed down for hundreds of years. There was no need to mention anything that wasn't recorded. In the records, the influence of the Misty School seemed to have never crossed the Luo River. At its peak, it only covered the southern Wanjian Peak. It was only because of the incompetence of the later sect leaders that the Misty School declined, that they retreated to the vicinity of Pingyang City. Recently, Peng personally commanded the battle against the Luo River Gang. Although naval warfare wasn't the strength of the Misty School, under the arrangement and deployment of Peng, Shangguan Fenglu, and the others, they were able to miraculously take down the Luo River Gang with only a few casualties. Moreover, Peng personally captured the Luo River Gang's sect leader, Shui Yupeng. The Luo River Gang was based on the Luo River and had many members. Although their overall influence was weaker than that of the Misty School, it was only slightly weaker. For the Misty School to be able to take down the Luo River Gang in one fell swoop, the role of the elite team couldn't be ignored. As for being able to take down the upper echelons of the Luo River Gang in one fell swoop, it was all due to the martial arts of the Misty Six Tigers. Now, looking back on the battle at the core of the Luo River Gang, Peng still had lingering fears. He didn't expect Shui Yupeng to be a hidden expert. The few hall leaders and elders in the gang weren't weak either. If not for the fortuitous encounter at the Five Fingers Mountain last year, the Misty School would have been defeated by the Luo River Gang. Perhaps they might even have been left behind in Luo River. Peng couldn't help but be vigilant against himself again. In this world, one must act according to one's ability. Any action that exceeded one's ability could only have one result, playing with fire. But at this moment, the most important thing was to celebrate the hard-won victory. Other things could be considered after the celebration. Now, the entire Misty School was in high spirits. If he were to put on the airs of a parent, it would inevitably dampen everyone's spirits. Although Openg had such a dignified aura, he wouldn't do such a pedantic thing. Everyone in the assembly hall had smiles on their faces, regardless of age. At first, they were still concerned about the dignity of the assembly hall. Later, when they saw that the usually serious sect leader was smiling, everyone relaxed. It was rare for them to be able to have fun here. Tomorrow, they would probably have to be solemn, so they might as well smile. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 84. Looking at the liveliness in the meeting hall, Openg felt extremely satisfied. Wasn't this man's life to hold up a stable world? He seemed to have done it. Just when Openg was intoxicated with himself, he saw a beautiful figure enter the meeting hall. Openg's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became wider. It was his only sister, Yen. Openg's life experience was miserable since he was a child. His parents died early, so he and his sister depended on each other. After being accepted by the master of the Misty School, his sister naturally followed him to the Misty School. However, she did not follow Openg to become a disciple. Instead, she grew up with Openg's master's wife in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Openg's master had no children. When Openg's master abdicated, the headmaster of the Misty School was determined after careful consideration. Huanxi Mountain Villa was directly handed over to Yen by Openg's master's wife. That was to say, even if Openg was not the headmaster of the Misty School, Huanxi Mountain Villa was still Yen's. Yen could not control Huanxi Mountain Villa because she was Openg's sister. In fact, according to the relationship between Huanxi Mountain Villa and the Misty School, many people thought that it should be managed by Openg's wife. Unfortunately, many things did not seem reasonable. However, in the eyes of the 6 Misty Tigers, this was not the case. Most of them still remembered the little girl who came with Openg a long time ago. They all regarded Yen as their child or sister. They did not care about other people's views and opinions. Huanxi Mountain Villa was their back garden. Of course, they would only be at ease if they handed it over to their own people. Although the headmaster's wife was Openg's wife, she was different from the previous headmaster's wife. She was the founder of Huanxi Mountain Villa. No matter how virtuous and sensible she was still an outsider. How could she be at ease as compared to Yen? Therefore, Yen's status in the Misty School was somewhat aloof. Openg watched his sister walk into the meeting hall with a warm look in his eyes. He was very gratified to see her slowly walking in front of him as if he was looking at his own child. At this moment, Openg was no longer a person. He was the incarnation of a father. It was like seeing his proud and beautiful child appear in front of him. Yen also had the same feeling. The brother in front of her was really not much different from her father. Since she could remember, she had grown up with her brother. He doted on her, loved her, and let her feel the warmth of a father. There were so many words about her father in the book, so she thought of the image of her brother in her heart. It was just that this Jianghu was too cruel. In the past, when Openg was not the gang leader, every time he went out to fight, Yen would be terrified. She prayed silently for fear of losing her only family in this world. After Openg became the gang leader, he was busy with the affairs of the gang and had fewer opportunities to go out in person. Yen knew her brother's hardships and wanted to use her own strength to help him. Therefore, she had been doing her best to take care of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. From logistics, medicinal materials, and other aspects to ease the difficulties of the Misty School. She helped the development of the Misty School. Even last time, because of the treasure, Peng's relatives were asked to be hostages. Yen did not hesitate to go. She was willing to do anything for her brother. It was just that this time, what Peng wanted to do was a bit too shocking. He wanted to annex a gang whose strength was not inferior to their own, and it was in waters that they were not familiar with. Although she knew that her brother had a fortuitous encounter and had taken medicinal pills that increased his skills, Jianghu was not only about martial arts. Opportunity and luck were also very important. Besides, this Jianghu was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was always someone better than you. It was possible that the Luo Shui gang was hiding their strength. During the time that Peng was out, Yen really could not sleep at night for fear of hearing bad news. Yesterday, when she received the news that her brother had returned victorious, Yen wanted to greet Peng as soon as possible. However, Yen also knew that her brother was the gang leader and no longer belonged to her alone. He was the idol of thousands of gang members and there were too many things that needed to be done. Therefore, she waited until the celebration party before she arrived late. Yen walked in front of Peng and said with a salute, "Brother, congratulations on making a great contribution to the foundation of the Misty School." Peng looked at his sister's slightly thin face and said with some heartache, "Yen, how many times have I said it? Don't worry about me. With my current skills, if I encounter any danger, escaping is not a problem and I will not lose my life. Look at you, I haven't seen you for only a few days and you've become so thin. Isn't this making me feel bad?" Yen said with a smile, "It's a pity that younger sister is not a man. Otherwise, you could also go out and fight in your brother's place. What are these worries for now?" Peng looked kindly at his sister. Looking at her face that was so similar to his mother's, he could not help but want to be like before and tug on her little ears. However, this meeting hall was not the main room of the family. He could only wave his hand and say, "The affairs of the gang will naturally be handled by older brother. Yen, you don't need to be alarmed. Even if you are a younger brother, I will not let you easily take risks. I will clear the path for you." Yen nodded with a smile and said, "I already knew this. Haven't you always been at the forefront since you were young?" Then, Yen asked again, "Brother, how was your battle with the Luo Shui gang this time?" Peng looked at his sister and pointed to the chair next to him and said, "Yen, sit down first. I will tell you slowly." After Yen sat down, Peng began to tell the story of his departure from the Misty School, all the way until he killed his way into the core of the Luo Shui gang and captured the leader of the Luo Shui gang, Shui Yupeng. During this process, Peng tried to make it as simple as possible and skimmed over the dangerous places. However, when it came to the thrilling parts, Yen still broke out in a cold sweat. Although her brother was sitting in front of her unscathed, her heart was still hanging high. When Peng finished his understatement, Yen let out a long breath and said seriously to Peng, "Brother, it seems that it really was very dangerous. If it wasn't for the great improvement in power of older brother and the other brothers, this Luo Shui gang might have been a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Peng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Actually, if it wasn't for the great improvement in power of us and the other brothers, we wouldn't have had the idea of annexing the Luo Shui gang. This rashly obtained power can cause people to do things that exceed their usual expectations." Yen agreed and said, "That's right, older brother. The consequences or expectations of this action can often not be controlled by people because they haven't gotten used to this great power and haven't let themselves get used to it. Therefore, they can't have a good understanding of the consequences and can easily bring disaster to themselves." Peng smiled and said, "Yen is right. It's like a farmer who suddenly became rich overnight and has other things on his mind. He wants to do things that he didn't have the courage to do before, such as gambling. Perhaps he hasn't been to a gambling house before, Or perhaps he has, but he knows that his wallet is dry and he doesn't dare to place big bets. Now that he feels that he has money and can afford to squander it, he comes to the gambling house and boldly places big bets. Of course, if he can win, the farmer is lucky. But if the gamble is out of the farmer's control, then he may lose his family fortune or even his life. Thinking about it this way, it's because he didn't become rich overnight that he can live a stable life and live an ordinary life until he's old. Oh Yen looked at her brother with a smile and didn't say anything else. Oh Peng said lovingly, Yen, older brother knows what you're thinking. This time, attacking the Luo Shui gang was indeed a bit risky. This is also because of the sudden increase in power. After the lesson of blood, I have also understood a lot. In the future, me and the other brothers will be more careful. Don't worry, your older brother is not just a farmer who became rich overnight. Oh Yen smiled like a flower and said softly, I know, older brother. Oh Peng asked again, Yen, how is the situation in the mountain villa's medicine field? Oh Yen frowned and said, the situation is still the same. There hasn't been any progress. After the seeds were planted, there still hasn't been any signs of germination. But I don't know why. Oh Peng was a bit anxious and said, could it be that the disciples sent don't know how to plant it? Or is it that the method used is wrong? Why don't we have Hall Master Bai or Elder he send a disciple that they're proud of to take a look? Oh Yen nodded and said, perhaps. The method of planting the seeds is based on the usual method of planting medicinal herbs. The disciples in charge of the medicine field were all sent by the medicine hall and have a wealth of experience in planting medicinal herbs. It's just that I don't know why they haven't germinated. Previously, I saw that you were busy with the Luo Shui gang and presumably the medicine hall didn't have any spare time. Now, I reckon that Hall Master Bai and the others will have some time. Oh Peng nodded and said, Yen, you also have to be careful of your body. Don't study too much. If this medicinal herb can be grown, that's the best. If it can't be grown, it's also fine. Older brother doesn't want to see you tire yourself out over such an insignificant medicinal herb. Oh Yen smiled and said, I know, older brother. Although I can't practice high-level internal strength, I still know some basic skills. It's more than enough to strengthen my body. You don't have to worry. Oh Peng also smiled and said, that's right. If you can learn the high-level internal strength of the Misty School, coupled with your mind that likes to study, I will give you the position of the gang leader. I still remember Master's regretful expression when he found out that you couldn't cultivate. It's probably because he felt that it was a pity that you couldn't properly take over the Misty School. Oh Yen rebuked, older brother, look at what you're saying. I'm not interested in the position of the gang leader. Every day, there are so many chores that it's as annoying as the hairs on an ox. It's better to stay in the Huanxi Mountain Manor. There's nothing troublesome all year round. There's plenty of time to look at the moon and admire the flowers. Occasionally, you can also practice your martial arts. Isn't that wonderful? Oh Peng also said enviously, that's right. Looking at how much Master and Mistress love you, it's obvious that they gave you the Huanxi Mountain Manor. I also want to live a life like yours. It's a pity. Oh Yen smiled and said, it's a pity that people in Jianghu have no choice. It's not that bad. Everyone has their own life. Look at older brother, you're like the moon surrounded by stars. You control the power of the gang and work hard for the livelihood of thousands of gang members. Isn't that a life that many people envy? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.